most of those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Time to get going. You know what it is, the Friday morning good time edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. Almost the weekend. Coming up, a recap of Thursday Night Football at Lambeau Field. The Packers making a huge statement against the Commanders. We will also look at the Sunday games that interest us in the NFL. Big games on the schedule in college football as well. We've got our show parlay. Double D's Degenerate Parlay probably has odds of 24,000 to 1 or something like that. And then we'll pick six in our final hour. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Chelsea, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I will say this. Usually when I stay up late for Thursday Night Football, it doesn't hit as bad if you win your bets and you like the outcome of the game. But listen, waking up after you're like, oh man, I didn't win any of my bets either, and I was rooting for the Commanders, it doesn't feel quite as great. I will say we have like all kinds of football bets that we will be making today to right the ship. But Jenks, how are you feeling about the Commanders? Vibe check.
Look at me right now. This is how I feel.
Oh, he needs a hug.
I wanted to go into the weekend with a win. I wanted a win.
We need coffee. Can somebody send us coffee? Like, please.
I need those smelling salts. I need some Red Bull. If anybody's got a bump or a line around here of cocaine, I'll do anything right now. You name it. I need something. I don't know. It was tough. You know me, I go to bed early, but last night I was working, then I came home, and I'm like, I am watching this game, start to finish. And then I was like, okay, start to maybe a few minutes left in the game. This thing is done. This is a demoralizing game in a lot of ways, so we'll talk about it. But I don't feel great this morning. I would have felt better about, hey, you know how it is. Look, the Packers are a great team. You play well. It's on the road. You put on a good performance. But when you just kind of stink up the joint and things don't go well, it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah, it's hard when you feel like they didn't play their best. Like, this is what I always tell my daughter, my 5-year-old daughter. I say, as long as you try and play your best, I will be proud of you. It doesn't matter what the outcome is, but as long as you did your best, you should be proud. Do you feel like the Commanders did their best?
I feel like they did their best. It just wasn't the best result. You know, it was a tough one. And I was bummed, too, because I had a good run in baseball yesterday. I'm like, all right, let's finish strong. Let's finish strong. Let's go. And then I was like, let's go to bed. Let's just go to bed and see if we can get some sleep.
Well.
But
go
you know
big
what?
Or go home.
Oh,
we
no.
chose to go home.
Yeah, I went. I was like, you know what? I'm not even gonna go home. I'm just gonna sleep here. I'm gonna go straight to bed. But it's the weekend. And we're going away this weekend for just a little bit, so I'm looking forward to that. It's a Friday. Everything's going to be fine. We always have a good time on Friday.
Yeah. All right, let's get the bets out of the way. I do want to hear about yours because, man, did you clean up in baseball. Had Deebo Samuel over his receiving prop of 49.5 yards. He finished with 44. If I would have done catches, he got that one. Also had him over 4.5 rush yards. This felt like a trap. 4.5 rush yards. We need one run from Deebo Samuel. He had 17 or 19, I think, in the first game for a touchdown. We did not get any sampling of Deebo Samuel on the ground. So 0-2 for me.
Well, you've been still red hot over the past couple weeks, so you knew at some point you can't win every single game. So no big deal. I went 5-0 on my baseball bets. I mean, it was awesome early on. Pirates, Orioles, first 5 under 5. That game was tied at 2, winner. Marlins money line, they win 5-0. Blue Jays money line, they win 6-0. Phillies money line, they win 6-4. Padres run line, they win 2-0. So 5-0, I'm feeling fine. And then I had the Commanders plus 3.5. Packers win that game, as we know, 27-18. Also had Austin Eckler over 2.5 receptions. He had 2 in the first half, none in the second half. Then got injured. Out for the season now. Fine. God.
Great.
Yeah.
It's
awesome.
fine.
That's great.
We're all fine.
We're all fine. We're all fine. But 5-2 night, so I'll take it. Donkster also had the Phillies on the money line. So for the week, Chelsea, you're 4-2. I'm 10-6. The Donkster is 2-2. We're still feeling good on this Friday, and thanks for being with us on a Friday morning good time edition. What did we see last night in Green Bay? Well, we saw the Packers just absolutely dominate, winning this game 27-18. Green Bay laying 3.5. Green Bay minus 190 on the money line, and the under hits with the total set at 48. This game, all Packers starting in the first quarter.
Off the fake, pass caught, touchdown, Green Bay, Romeo Dobbs.
Now, Michael's with the call on Amazon Prime. Jordan Love goes 19 of 31, 292 yards, 2 touchdowns, and had another one coming in the fourth quarter.
From the 8 to the outside, wide open touchdown, Tucker Kraft.
Man, I'm telling you, Tucker Kraft was all over the field in this game. 6 receptions, 124 yards for the Pack, and that score. The Green Bay defense just would not allow Jaden Daniels to do anything. He goes 24-42, 200 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks, but one of those scores came in garbage time, and the Packers, they look like a damn good football team. 2-0 for the first time since 2020. This was a game where even when it felt like it might get close, in the fourth quarter, the Commanders scored a touchdown. It just wasn't close.
Yeah, so I think 2 takeaways for me is that Green Bay certainly looks for real with back-to-back wins against divisional playoff teams. When you beat the Lions and you beat the Commanders, those were 2 of the top contenders in the NFC. I understand it's not the Eagles, but still, these are good wins to stack to start the season. Then you look at the Commanders, and Jenks, I keep coming back to this. Were we fooled on the defense? Because the defense did not look like the defense that we saw against the Giants. Maybe it's a matter of the Giants being noticeably worse, but my goodness, every time I looked up, it was like a 15-yard gain for the Packers.
It was definitely the secondary. The front four for Washington had a decent game, even though I don't think anyone on the defense played particularly well. But especially in the secondary, guys were just, no one around. It didn't matter if it was Romeo Dobbs, Tucker Kraft. Every time I look up, I'm like, oh, is that Tucker Kraft again? Oh, look, there's Tucker Kraft again. No one in the vicinity. So I don't know if it was blown coverage. I think the Commanders ran a lot of man last night, and the Packers just absolutely took advantage of that. And there were times when Jordan Love would release the football, and you could just tell. You're like, there's nobody downfield. Or there's a wide swath of green just sitting there, waiting for someone to grab that pass and take it downfield. And those explosive plays killed Washington last night. So, the secondary is revamped, and it is better. But they had one of their worst games last night that I've seen in a while. And the defense as a whole just did not play well. So you're not wrong. That was one of the narratives, at least we thought we would see in this game, which is a much improved Commanders defense. And we did not see that at all. Jordan Love was on his game.
Yeah, Jordan Love certainly deserves credit, but for the Commanders, it's like this is the type of team and the caliber of offense that your defense needs to do well against. Because, for the Commanders, the goal is no longer, hey, we need to win some games. It's like, hey, we're a contender. So, now they have the outline. They see what they need to improve on. And I will say, it's September 12th, so they've got plenty of time to work on things. But I think the game in a nutshell, visually speaking, there was a play where Tucker Kraft was about to be tackled by somebody from the Commanders, and he just puts an arm up. He almost looked like Rob Gronkowski. Remember when Gronk used to have that, bionic sleeve that he would just, juke people with? Tucker Kraft did that. The defender just bounces off him, and he keeps running. I'm like, is anybody going to tackle in this game? That's what it felt like.
Yeah, absolutely. Tucker Kraft led the National Football League amongst tight ends in yards after the catch, and we saw example after example of that last night. If he wasn't sitting there wide open, then he would turn it upfield, and you're like, oh, they got him. And you're like, oh, no, they don't. He stepped right out of, no, they don't. He stepped right out of that tackle. He was a nightmare. Every time I'd hear Al Michaels say, looking for Kraft, I was like, it's going to Kraft. He's going to catch that pass. So this was a pretty damning performance from the defense. I'm like, Michael, you're on radio. Step it up. Be energetic. But I'll tell you something. The Packers pass rush.
What will you tell me?
I got nothing. I mean, they demoralized. This was a demoralizing game for the Commanders. I think that's the thing that I keep coming away with. I mean, watching Micah Parsons on Josh Connerly Jr., God bless that kid. He'll get there because he has the talent, but he's a rookie, and they were showing one play. I mean, if it wasn't Micah Parsons, it was Rashawn Gary lining up against him. And that one play where Micah Parsons is coming off the edge and blows past Connerly so quickly, Connerly's like, yeah, come here. I'm going to hold on while you drag me to the quarterback. They were all over Jaden Daniels last night. He was blitzed 12 times. He was sacked 4 times. He had nowhere to run. Even when he took off under pressure, only 17 yards rushing. This was one of his worst games as a pro, and we absolutely saw the Micah Parsons effect. This is already a very, very quick, a very, very aggressive Packers defense, and then you add him to the mix, and you can see, oh, yeah, now you're looking at a Super Bowl contender.
Oh, absolutely. It's a tough matchup for anybody. If you're a rookie going against like a generational talent in Micah Parsons, that's not an easy matchup. But I will say, like, to put it in a positive perspective, personally speaking, at least for us, our power rankings looked pretty accurate. The fact that the Packers were in there, right? So does this move the Packers ahead of any of the other teams? I'm trying to think of our list, but like, where would you rank them in the NFC? Are they right behind the Eagles? Is there somebody else? Do you put them in the stratosphere of the Bills and the Ravens?
It's tough because when you look at the Bills and Ravens, you can, I mean, it was an incredible opener that we saw between those two teams in Buffalo, but also you have the past few seasons. Like what we saw in week 1, this shootout that looked like a playoff game. It felt like a playoff game, right? And it's like, oh, we can see these two teams again at the end of the season. We know how good they are. So with the Packers, you know, we haven't seen that previously, or we saw, okay, very good team, not championship level, but as much as you can take away from 2 games, this looks like a championship level team where it's another year for Jordan Love. And Jordan Love is interesting compared to a lot of quarterbacks because he sat out his entire rookie season. You rarely see that in the NFL. So he was brought along slowly, which they tend to do in Green Bay. Now he looks great. Now he has more weapons. The defense has come along. And now they have Micah Parsons. And now, as much as you can have a complete football team that looks championship ready this early, they look like it. A lot can change, but based on what we've seen, yeah, I would put them up there.
Well, I think especially because of their defense. You know, their defense has been what looks different from like the Ravens and the Bills. And obviously it's a 1-game sample size. And when you're trying to defend Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen, obviously that's no easy task, but maybe it's something to watch for over the weekend. You know, like what do those defenses look like against, you know, somebody who's not Superman? But I will say, you know, that's who you're going to be facing in the postseason. And luckily for the Packers is that you will only play those teams if they make it to the Super Bowl. So, like, you only have to play one of them at least because, you know, they're going to knock each other out. But the Packers look damn good. I feel like they look like the best team in that division, at least to me. Do you think the Vikings should be up there with them? Because I know people are sold on J.J. McCarthy, and I know he's welcoming a new child, I think. And people are like, oh, add in dad strength. He's really going to be Tom Brady now. And you're like, all right. But the Packers look like a very complete team. Vikings have a good defense, too. But I would put Jordan Love, like, in the circle of trust above J.J. McCarthy.
Oh, I absolutely would. Absolutely. No question about it. Vikings are going to be good. But let's not act like after one quarter of play that all of a sudden we just elevate the Vikings. It was a good win against the Bears, also against the Bears. I just wonder, on the flip side, how the Commanders come out of this mentally, because when you watch Dietrich Wise go down early in this game with that leg injury, carted off the field, and you saw the team gathering on the field, right? Like every single guy wanted to go up and, you know, dap up Dietrich Wise, pat him on the shoulder pads, wish him well. That'll bring you down. And then late in the game, you see Austin Eckler, and he's got an Achilles injury, so he's gone for the year. Noah Brown left with a groin injury. John Bates left with a groin injury. So these are all very significant injuries to season ending for the Commanders in a bad loss. They're going to have to show a lot of mental fortitude to move forward from this loss.
I think it's going to be a real test of Dan Quinn because it's very easy for people to point at him and be like, oh, he's a great head coach. Yeah, when they're winning. But how is it going to be, when the adversity starts to come and all the expectations are here this year? Last year, you were playing with house money.
Yeah, it's got to be a test. That's life in the NFL. Never, ever easy, but a lot of things to work on here in D.C. Coming up next on the show, it's our first look at Sunday's NFL action in the league. Which games might just be worth our money? It is a Friday morning good time edition. That is Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins, and this is the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. The Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Friday. Always great to have you with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, we'll discuss what we expect to see on Sunday in the NFL and if the Dolphins will continue sucking or not. Yesterday, I saw this when watching the game on Amazon Prime, and it kind of caught me off guard. It was old school, which was coming up next. It's the J.C. Penney postgame show. I'm like, what? J.C. Penney? Was there a Sears pregame show? I haven't heard J.C. Penney in a long time. When is the last time you shopped there? Or went to the mall, for that matter?
It's like Sears, Kastner Knott. Those used to be all the big names at the mall.
Yeah.
I think we still have a J.C. Penney at the, I'm putting in quotation marks, mall at Rivergate, which is nicknamed Ghetto Gate. And it only has like a few operational stores. It's one of those malls that's just gone under. I don't know if this is a thing where you guys live, but we have like a bunch of really rundown malls that like, they don't have most of the main stores. They have like 2 department stores. It's like Sears and J.C. Penney. And then the rest of the stores are like stores you've never heard of, like all local stores. And you're just like, what has happened to this mall? I don't know. Malls are not a thing, or at least around here, most of them have gone under.
Yeah, you know what I always fall into on TikTok? Not always, but on a pretty regular basis is, you know, you can do a deep dive on whatever and go down a certain lane and like empty malls, or like someone will go inside a mall that's been around for a while and look at the old stores that used to exist. Sometimes they'll find tunnels. It's really fascinating. And then there's one mall, this is in South Carolina, and the lovely Catherine's like, oh my God, I know that place. I've been there numerous times. And the mall is still there, but there's only one store that's still remaining, that's still open in it. And it's like a bookstore or a Bath and Body Works or something. And so there's this entire mall, which is kind of dark and not really operational, but this one store inside is still running.
It's crazy. Like ours has a DMV inside of it. You're like, what? Yeah. So it's just like whoever needs to rent a space, it's like, whatever. It's fine. Whatever goes. But I do miss that for like my child. Because I feel like the mall was like a fun experience.
Oh, yeah.
Like, do you have good memories of the mall as a child? Like, I remember in middle school, like, that's the only thing you can really do is your parents drop you off at the mall, which I know probably wouldn't happen in today's day and age. But, like, you'd walk around and you'd go get an Auntie M's pretzel. You'd stop by Champs and, you know, see what type of sneakers they had.
Oh, yeah.
And it was just like a social experience. And, like, there was all these cool stores. Like, I know people love online shopping. It's just, it's not the same thing.
There was a certain wonder to it, I think is what it was, you know? And especially if you're like me, who grew up in such a small town, like we didn't have a mall. We had 3 restaurants. We had we had 3 stoplights. Like we didn't have a movie theater nearby. We didn't have anything. So going to the mall, which was an hour drive one way, like as a kid, I go to the mall and be like, oh my God, look at this place. You can buy music here. You can buy clothes. There's food. There's an arcade over there. And and you could just spend all day there. Like, what about this? What about this? What about this? You know, then you go there in the holidays and Santa Claus would be there, you know, sitting there waiting to have, you know, the kid in his lap, and you tell Santa what you want. So it was kind of this place of wonderment because the online marketplace hadn't exploded yet. So you would see a lot of things for the very first time.
Somebody's listening to this segment and be like, God, these people are old.
I know.
What are they even talking about? Like, I'm sure, like, Dylan, I think, is the youngest on our crew. Like, I wonder if he even knows, like, the wonders of the mall. Like, probably not. So, Jenks, maybe we should be like, oh, the mall? I've never heard of that.
Yeah, Dylan's like, I have no idea. I always remember JCPenney because everyone knows Ralph Lauren and Polo, right? You know, they have the very famous insignia, like the guy playing Polo. And I remember I would walk into JCPenney and they had kind of a knockoff. Like, knockoff brands are really funny. And so it wasn't quite the Polo. It was a little bit different, but they called it Hunt Club. And they're like, ooh, get you a couple Hunt Clubs. Remember that? Yeah.
I remember it had like wasn't it like a teddy bear or something?
It was something weird. I don't know.
It was a direct knockoff.
He definitely was not
Dylan
playing
Raiola.
polo. The guy on the shirt was definitely not playing polo. He was like sitting in a chair or something like that. Everyone's like, get in the now, man. All right, we will get in the now. And we start with the early slate on the NFL and Sunday. Let's get to it. How about we start with this one? Bills and the Jets. On Sunday, the Buffalo Bills make their way to the site of one of the most infamous plays in NFL history. When in 2010, a young Mark Sanchez fumbled the football by running into his teammate's butt. Just entertaining myself. It's the butt fumble. Bills Jets this weekend. I wanted to ask you about this one because I like the Jets, Jets. Buffalo's laying 6.5. They're minus 325 on the money line. Jets are plus 260. Total is 46.5. I like the Jets.
Here's the tough part about week 2. I think because we have seen this in years past where week 1 is kind of an anomaly. And there are so many teams that look good in week 1 that for the rest of the season, you're like, where did that go? So I think you need to keep that in mind with some of these teams. And that's what I'm trying to decide for the Jets is how much do we really believe in Justin Fields in this offense after one game? And you would think on paper, the Steelers are a great defense. They put up some points there. Justin Fields looks like a gamer, and it's really nice to have, somebody from Ohio State as well and Garrett Wilson that you have a nice little connection with. So for me, I think I would lean towards the Jets as well. But what really has me in a mental pretzel is this total. Like, on the surface, wouldn't you say, okay, both these teams can score points? Take the over. Keep it simple, stupid. But I don't know. It almost feels too easy.
Does it have you in an Auntie Anne's pretzel in your mind?
Yum.
Yeah.
Yes.
Delish.
Extra cinnamon sugar.
Yeah.
I wish my brain was made of Auntie Anne's pretzel. Smell delicious.
I got to get my brain out of the mall fog because I'm like, oh, Chelsea said pretzel. I could go for an Auntie Anne's pretzel right now. But it's a high number. This just feels like a good letdown spot for the Bills after that game against the Ravens, and now they're going on the road. And divisional dogs in the NFL tend to perform pretty well. Remember, Jets had a chance to win that game against the Steelers. They didn't do it, and Justin Fields is never going to blow us away. Like, he's not going to come on this season and suddenly become an elite quarterback, but he's a good quarterback. He's good enough, I think, to keep this within the number. So, yeah, I'm definitely going to be on Jets. And also, this has come down from 7, so we are seeing some money on New York. What is another game that you like on the schedule? I've got a few that I sort of put some notes down on, but what is one of these, at least in the early schedule, that stood out to you?
All right, so I'm probably going to be on the Cowboys at laying 4.5. I think that is the current number. For me, when the Cowboys are playing at home and Dak Prescott is playing quarterback, this is back when the Cowboys were dominant. Remember that year where the Cowboys were like beating teams by an average of like 11 points at home? And I understand a lot of those teams were bad, but you look at the Giants and they're not necessarily, the top of the league. So I think this is a good spot for the Cowboys to get their first win of the season. The offense looks good. Maybe the defense isn't quite as good as maybe the rest of the teams in the NFC, but still, I think this is a good spot for the Cowboys, although it is worrisome that this line has come down.
Hasn't? Okay, so still sitting at 5.5 at BetMGM. But yeah, I would grab it at 4.5. I mean, maybe it's down at
other places.
Okay, 4.5 other places. You got to find the better number. Then I'll go 4.5 as well. I'm with you on that. This might be one of my pick sixes. I think it is one of my pick six plays. I'm like you. Dallas looked better than we thought. They still have plenty of offensive weapons. And didn't we just need to see, like, hey, are you guys going to be okay? Like, they lost Micah, and we just needed to see, are you guys still going to be able to be competitive and not fall apart because you lost such an integral part of your team, because so many players were upset about that trade, and rightfully so. But they look like a team that will compete. It's going to be a hard out in the East. And, God, the Giants look so bad against the Commanders, and it's below any of the key numbers, so I'd be with you on that one. I'm also thinking about, this is for you, Dylan. I'm also just thinking about taking the Patriots outright money line. Visiting the Dolphins this weekend. It's even money. Dolphins are minus 120 in the money line. Dolphins are laying 1.5. And I'm not one generally to back the Patriots. And now we're seeing, okay, more money coming in on Miami. Miami now sitting at 2.5. So Dolphins money coming in. am I leaning too much into the week one narrative that the Dolphins are going to stink and Mike McDonald is going to get fired this year because they looked awful?
I'm not ready to have a blind trust fall because of a line move on the Dolphins. I understand they had a players-only meeting, which means they're getting down to business. But, like, it's not going to change the personnel, you know? Like, their offense should be good. Like, Tyreek Hill, of course, is a freak athlete. But, like, Tua made some bad throws in that game against the Colts. And, like, the defense gave up how many points to the Colts? Like, I think Daniel Jones is a decent NFL quarterback, but they had no business losing that game. What, 33-8? Something like that? So, no, I'm not trusting this line move and be like, well, I should just trust it because it's a line movement. No, I'm not doing a trust fall for the Dolphins.
God. Well, I wasn't going to, but players only meeting. Like, I've come to the other side. Like, when I used to hear that when I was younger, I'd be like, ooh, players only? No coaches? These guys are serious. They're going to come out. And now I'm like, it means nothing. I'm like, if you're having a players only meeting, yeah, there's trouble. There's trouble. Like,
especially
we gotta,
week 2?
Yeah. It's not like, okay, guys, we're
just started.
Right. We're not like middle of the season, like, hey, let's kind of come together and talk about this. It's week 2, players only meeting. That's a death knell.
If you're already like losing a grip and thinking, hey, we got to get our act together, it's September 12th. Did you know the season goes on for 17 games? It's going to be a long road.
You know, I read this last week, and it's sort of remarkable when you talk about Tyreek Hill and how he's facing domestic abuse charges, and we'll see how that plays out, but he's already unhappy with his role. He hasn't had a reception of more than 30 yards since week 1 of last year. I mean, think about that for a second. That seems impossible. But no, he's gotten his catches, he's gotten his touches, what have you. But those explosive plays that we're accustomed to seeing, they just haven't been there.
Maybe he needs to retire and, like, race Noah Lyles. Like, just do that. Because, like, that's upsetting. Like, you would think that you have to use that type of piece of weaponry to as, like, a big weapon, obviously.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's Tua. I don't know if it's Mike McDaniel, but that is kind of depressing. Like, there is no better usage of the meme of, like, the Lamborghini in the carport next to the trailer home than what we've seen from Tyreek Hill. So maybe that changes this week. Hey, some people have some faith in them. I'm not one of those people, but people do. Unnamed people.
All right, you know I was going to ask you about this. Rams in Tennessee, home opener for your Titans. Rams are laying 5.5. They're minus 250 on the money line. Your Titans 2-1 if you like them outright. Total is 41 and a hook. Do you have faith in your Titans that this will be the week when, I was going to say when. How about just cover?
No, well, that's a start, right?
It's a start.
I almost added this to my pick 6 for the under, but the total is really low in 41.5. And here's the thing that's deceiving about the box score last week. Cam Ward made a ton of really good throws. And I understand, like, you know, Calvin Ridley's a good receiver, but he made some drops, like quantifiably, you know, so in the stat sheet where he had actual drops in this game. So I do expect Cam Ward to, like, maybe look better because, again, it's his second game of his career in the NFL. But against this Rams defensive front, it's probably not going to be, you know, an easy day for him. And the same goes for Matt Stafford because I understand nobody's talking about the Titans defense, but they held the Broncos in check. Broncos have a ton of weapons. And I feel like when they moved the ball, it was like Cortland Sutton making incredible catches. So I do think this is going to be a low-scoring affair, but I also have a core memory of Matt Stafford back when they were like, yeah, after this, we found out he had a broken collarbone, and he ran for like 40 yards against us. You're like, he's not even a running quarterback. So Matt Stafford kind of has our number, so I will not be taking the Titans plus 5.5, but if I had a lean, it would be the under 41.5.
Yeah, Stafford, I mean, and he played really well last night. He is so tough. And Matt Stafford has a torn aorta. But the staff went inside. They put some Gorilla Glue on it. Blood pumping is normal. No leaks. He's going to be just fine. Also, I am looking at Niners Saints, not a side, but an under. You've got a total of 40 and a hook. So Spencer Rattler, what sort of offense is he going to generate? Mac Jones is probably going to go for the Niners. I just feel like they're going to feed Christian McCaffrey and keep Mac Jones from throwing the ball eat up some clock. And the Saints can't move the ball anyway. So I think I might just look at the under in New Orleans.
I think what scares me is it's 40.5. We've had this discussion before. Is that just because it's a low-scoring game doesn't mean it will be falling under that total of 40.5. And remember, 41's a key number. So if you are going to play that, maybe bump it up. Lay the juice.
21-17. That's where we're going. Niners covered by a point, low-scoring, ugly game. I will not be watching that game. Man, they need Brock Purdy bad, the Niners do, and it's going to be a few weeks. Coming up next, we're looking at the early games. Now we got to check out the afternoon slate in the NFL, including a Super Bowl rematch in Kansas City. That is next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Friday morning Good Time edition. Thanks for being with us. Whole crew's here. Me, D-Day, Chelsea, Double D, Dylan. And we've got more football coming up here in just a few minutes. The Chiefs with a chance for revenge on Sunday in Kansas City. Oh, yesterday, I was so fired up. I have been going to the same doctor here in D.C. for 20 years, right? So, great guy, and he is on vacation right now. So what I do is when I get a medication refill for a particular medication, sometimes the pharmacy I go to, which is like an online pharmacy, they run out. They're like, it's like for Xanax. They're like, we're out. I'm like, you're out? Okay. So then I had to go to CVS. I'm like, can I get a prescription here instead so that I can actually have a backup in case this one company runs out, which I think is weird to run out of a medication. Anyway. So I hit refill, and they're like, it's too soon for a refill. I'm like, that's fine. They'll just fill it whenever it's ready. But then I get an email that says, you got to call your doctor. I'm like, oh, okay. So I call the doctor, and a guy is filling in for my regular doctor. And this guy is all over me like I'm some sort of drug addict working the system. He's like, yeah, you're on a controlled substance list now. Nobody's going to fill this for you. I was like, I'm on a list? A list? He's like, yeah. I mean, this is a controlled substance. Nobody's going to refill this for you. I was like, okay, I understand that. You shouldn't be refilling medications if you don't need them. I was like, I understand that. They don't fill unless I'm within the time frame where I'm eligible for them. So I just click refill, and when they're ready to go. But I got an email saying I need to talk to you guys. It says you've canceled my medication. So if I'm canceled, I want to know the proper protocol to get things back on track. He goes, this is a controlled substance. I was like, I understand that.
I know that.
I know.
We've been over this.
I was like, yes, I know. And the reason why I have two pharmacies is because one often runs out. I have explained this to Dr. Stern. So he's like, well, you're just not going to get this. I was like, okay, so what do I need to do? He's like, well, don't ask for a refill. I'm like, oh my God. I was like, moving forward, what do I need to do to get this? Because you're not eligible until December 1st. I was like, great. That's all I needed to know. And I click, no, okay, cool, just click, just hung up on me. And I'm like, what is this? So I call the other pharmacy, and they're like, yeah, it's no problem. Just call us back when you need it. Good to go. I was like, okay, thank you. So anyway, I wrote a note to my doctor in the portal, my regular doctor. I'm like, this guy's treating me like a drug addict. Here's the situation. I'm coming in November to get everyone on the same page so you can see everything's on the up and up. Well, guess who saw that message? This guy who was filling in for my regular doctor was also in that portal. So he sends me an email back being like, Michael, I did not treat you like a drug addict, and goes this. You have to be careful with this medication. This is what this medication does. I was like, hey, I've been taking this medication for 10 years. I'm a patient of 20 years of Dr. Stern. I know this is not new information for me. I said, I will come back in when my regular doctor returns because we have a fine relationship and I've never had an experience like this ever in 20 plus years. That's my whine about it Friday. But I'm like, why am I getting the second degree here? Like I'm going to be on the streets tomorrow, like selling something. It was really bizarre.
Now you got to mess with this guy's mind, right? Because when you actually get the prescription, like you've got to find him in person somehow and like do this like wink and be like, I'm definitely not selling this. And like, like try to act like you're actually like a drug addict. Like,
Yeah.
Be like, whoa, look who got their drugs.
Yeah. He was like, I did not treat you like a drug addict. I don't know where you got that idea. I was like, I don't know. Maybe you telling me I was never going to get this refilled. I was on some sort of watch list and then you hung up on me. Maybe that's why I got that feeling.
You're on a list.
You're on a
Sounds
list.
normal.
What list? The list. You know the list. My God.
I feel
Well-
like they do this when you try to buy what is it, flu medicine?
Oh,
And
my
they're
God.
like, we need to see an ID. And you can only buy 2 of those. And you're like, what if I need to try something? My entire family is sick. So I need the kids version. I need the adult version. Like,
Robitussin?
this is, you can make meth with this. And you're like, really? Are you going to tell me instructions too? I am not making meth with this. I am sick. Look at my face.
2 boxes of Theraflu? Would you just watch Breaking Bad or something? It's like, I just don't feel well, man. That's really all there is to it. All right, before I start selling drugs, let's sell some people on these picks here in the afternoon slate. Let's get to it. Let's start with, how about Broncos Colts? You mind doing this game? I mean, short spread here for the Broncos. They're laying 1.5. They're minus 125. Colts are plus 105. Total is 42.5. I think this is one of the more interesting matchups of the weekend. Like, is Danny Dimes going to continue to perform well as quarterback of the Colts? Will Bo Nix step up after really struggling in week 1? What about the defenses? What about that Broncos defense? I don't know here. What do you think?
I think this is the buy low spot of the week on the Broncos. It feels like a really low number to me, especially since the look-ahead line was 3.5. So that's what odds makers thought that the Broncos should be favored by. Now this is 1.5. I understand it's a road game, but this is one of the premier defenses in the NFL. This is going to be a far cry from facing the Dolphins defense. So as much as I like to say, like, Daniel Jones is an NFL quarterback. He is a quarterback that has experience, but I don't think they're going to be posting a 33 spot on this team. I don't think they're going to be doing that to this Broncos defense. I do think we see a better effort from Bo Nix. If Sean Payton is good at anything, he is good at making adjustments. So I think this is a great buy low spot on the Broncos. This is making the card.
Ooh, I think so too. Did I add this to the card? God, I don't think I did. Are you gonna lay the
There's
1.5?
still time.
There is still time. That's true. I'll just be like, whatever Chelsea said, I'm on it too. It's a Friday, whatever. Are you just going to lay the points with Denver and it's 1.5, or you just take Denver on the money line?
I think I'll just lay the 1.5, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I say that, and of course they'll win by 1, but I think, again, the look-ahead line was 3.5. It's still under 3. I still like the 1.5.
What about Eagles-Chiefs? We get a rematch of the Super Bowl this weekend. This is definitely the game on Sunday afternoon. So we know Jalen Carter's going to play for the Eagles. He's already served his suspension after not playing against the Cowboys. So the Eagles will be at full strength. The Chiefs may be something to prove here after losing to the Chargers, not looking great in the Super Bowl against Philadelphia. I have to say, Eagles are favored by a single point here. Philly's laying minus 115 on the money line. Kansas City's minus 105, total is 7. I'm a little stunned this line isn't a little more punitive towards the Chiefs, like only Eagles minus 1. I felt like this would be Eagles minus 3. This tells you that on a neutral field, Kansas City would likely be favored. Maybe. Now maybe we've seen a line shift. The Eagles now are minus 1. I think earlier it was Chiefs minus 1. I don't know what to think about this game. What do you think?
I do think this is like the mental pretzel game of the week. Like we talked about that with another game. I think it was the total for the Bills and Jets. But for this one, it's like we just saw this matchup, and it was not close. The Eagles looked like the markedly better team in the Super Bowl. And do we think the Chiefs have gotten better since then?
Yeah.
No, they keep losing receivers. So it just feels like one of those where it's like, okay, do I overthink this and say, well, week 1's always an anomaly. And sometimes we see things in week 1 that are not true for the rest of the season. So it wouldn't shock me if the Chiefs look better in the second week of the season. And here's the thing. From a betting standpoint, we know one of the best betting trends, in the last 5 years has been Patrick Mahomes as an underdog. 12-1-1 against the spread as an underdog. Like, those are crazy numbers. But again, most of those were when the Chiefs were winning Super Bowls. And, one of those times, I can't remember the line in the Super Bowl, but obviously they did not win the Super Bowl against the Eagles. And this is a 1-game sample size against one specific opponent. So I can't play the Chiefs. I can't play the Chiefs after what I saw in week 1. And maybe that is too simple-minded because I understand the game of betting in the NFL is kind of zigging when everybody else zags, but the Eagles look like the better team. We had this same exact discussion when we talked about the Super Bowl. And I remember you saying, the Eagles are just the better team. What are we doing here? Stop looking at trends and look at the tape. So that's how I feel about this game.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Like, maybe there is a case for the Chiefs because the Philadelphia secondary, if you're picking nits, right? Like, the Eagles secondary is maybe the one area where maybe they need some work. Dallas had a lot of success against the back end against the Eagles last week on Thursday Night Football. But can the Chiefs take advantage of it? We know Xavier Worthy's out for at least a month with that dislocated shoulder. Rashee Rice is not playing yet. So, yeah, they have Kelsey. But this is a Chiefs team that doesn't nearly have the weapons that maybe they'll have later on in the season. So I don't know if they're going to be able to attack maybe one perceived weakness that the Eagles have.
Especially since the defense hasn't looked good either. Because remember the years in which the Chiefs have won Super Bowls, their defense was really good as well. Mm-hmm. And Justin Herbert had like all day to throw. Or at least that's how I felt. Justin Herbert picked him apart. So you look at Jalen Hurts, his first week, and I understand some people look at him as a running quarterback and maybe a game manager, but from a passing standpoint, he was really good in week 1. How many times do we have to see it from Jalen Hurts for people to give him some respect? So I am on the Eagles.
Falcons, Vikings, Sunday Night Football, Chelsea. Ooh, I see the look in your face. You're like, I don't know. Minnesota laying 3.5. Minnesota minus 200, Falcons plus 165. Total 44.5. I kind of like the Falcons here getting the hook.
Same. And that's why I made that face.
Yeah, right.
Because it feels like on paper the Falcons should be the play. I'm not a huge believer in a team that had one good quarter, and the Bears also lost that game. Minnesota did good, and J.J. McCarthy deserves some flowers for showing some poise and some gamesmanship there. But still, like, this is over a field goal. I think the Falcons are improved this year. I understand they lost to the Bucs, and their kicking situation doesn't make me feel great. Mm-hmm. But still, if you're giving me this many points, I will be on the Falcons, but it's not going to make the card. Not putting my money on the Falcons.
Yeah, I was a little worried about Drake London being banged up, but he looks like he's going to go. Was working out this week, so I'm with you. I'm going to take a step back on J.J. McCarthy. Also, is that Tylenol? How long have you been a drug addict? Coming up the next hour, moving from the NFL to college football and game of the weekend in Rocky Top. That is next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, a sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Rise and shine, people. It's a Friday here on the Daily Tip. Even if you stayed up late to watch Thursday Night Football, more football's on the way, and we need to get you prepped for it. In this segment, we'll go over the biggest college games on the slate for the weekend, and then at 7:20, we go on to baseball. Jinx's baseball bets were red hot last night. He went 5-0, so maybe you should listen up to his bet today on the MLB card. Then at 7:40, we have parlays galore. If you're like, listen, we're not in betting for minus 120 bets, we got you covered. We got Double D's Degenerate Parlay, odds of 264 to 1. And then we go with the squad parlay, where each of us gives in a leg, and hopefully we can win a big parlay for you guys. All coming up next here on the Daily Tip within the hour here on the BetMGM Network. All right, Jenks, I had a thought. I think that nobody drinks the Kool-Aid more than college football fan bases. Like, we know this all the time, that, like, the local media and whoever and the fan base, a lot of times they're biased, and that's fine. You know, it's fine to like your team, and I think sometimes it's even helpful for, like, local media to kind of have that slight lean towards positivity. But I feel like it's not the same for NFL fan bases as it is for college. Like, college almost feels like a religion, and in the NFL, it's a little bit more corporate, a little bit of separation of state there. But this week on local radio, they have been, oh my goodness, just starting the party early for Tennessee, already with the upset over Georgia. And I understand a lot of the personalities on our local radio station went to Tennessee, but at some point you have to, like, shake them and be like, listen, just because you went to school there doesn't mean they're the better team, because half the reasons they list are just, you know, them just, you know, raising their voice and, like, you know, making it a motivational speech. And you're like, well, this is entertaining, but I'm not sure if I believe the logic in your argument here.
Right.
Would you agree that you think, like, the college fan bases drink the Kool-Aid a little bit more than maybe any other sport?
Oh, absolutely. There's just more of a religion to it. It's more of a passion. And for so many of these fan bases, it's all they've got. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you look at Alabama, like the state of Alabama, what pro team they choosing? They're not a pro team. Look at Nebraska. What pro team are they choosing? I mean, yes, these states have fans who have, you know, fans of different pro teams, but their team, like their team in their state, is right there. And so it becomes more representative. It's easier to tie yourself with a particular team, and that team is more ingrained in your culture, and, you know, it's what everybody is talking about. And especially in the South, because there's so much tradition, like, they latch on to these teams that, you know, in a way that you hardly ever see. You'll see it in the NFL, but not like in college football. It's just it's a different type of attachment.
I also feel like there's a different level of delusion where if there is a team that was good at one time, fans still think that's, like, the here and now.
Yeah.
Like, that's how I feel about Tennessee fans, because there was a time when Tennessee football was one of the powerhouses of college football. You know, the year before even Peyton Manning got there, they won a national championship with T. Martin. And then they had Peyton Manning. Like, those were the glory days for Tennessee, and people still act like it is one of the supreme programs of the SEC. And I just feel like maybe it's not, you know, but, like, I feel like I even have to whisper saying that, because it's not that way in the NFL, outside of maybe the Cowboys. You know, that's a team that's living in the past. But it just feels like one of those high school quarterbacks was like, yeah, we could have won state, man. And you're like, dude, you know, you're 47. Maybe it's time to stop talking about your high school days.
You know how long ago it was when T. Martin won the national title, right? It was a long time ago. But I get it, you know? Like, I've said this before, but when Texas shows Vince Young running into the end zone against USC, it's amazing. I love it. And then I'm like,
Yeah.
that was 20 years ago. You know, I mean, Texas had a lot of success since then. As far as winning a national title, like, it's been a long road, and they've been close. They haven't gotten it done. So, but sometimes that's all you have to hold on to, especially if you're a school like Tennessee where you haven't had that sustained success. I mean, Texas went through a long, dry spot as well. But that's kind of that hope, and those memories are what keep you going.
Yeah. All right. So let's talk about this big game over the weekend. We do have Georgia squaring off with number 15 Tennessee in Knoxville. Georgia laying 3.5 points, total of 49.5. And this line has come down. So clearly some money is following the Vols here. Yeah. But for me, I think it comes down to this. Like, how much do we really take away from Tennessee's offense when they played Syracuse and East Tennessee State? And if you are box score comparing and saying, oh, Georgia didn't beat the brakes off some of these bad teams, I feel like it's because they're running like the same play over and over. They're working out their playbook against some of these teams, and they're not worried about like covering the number. So when it comes to like teams I trust a little bit more, I think it's still Georgia, and it's still Kirby Smart, you know, who I feel like is the better coach in this situation. Josh Heupel might keep it close early. We know he's usually very good at scripting plays in the first half, but I still don't think that I'm completely sold on Joey Aguilar. Like, maybe he's better than Nico, you know, in this situation. And I do think Tennessee won that trade, or whatever, you know, you call that. But still, we thought Nico was going to be the Heisman winner like the first couple weeks of the season last year because he put up big numbers on some of these bad teams. So I think I am going to be on Georgia.
I'm going to be on Georgia as well. If you want to play this down to 3, you can. I don't think it matters. But you have to understand, this line opened at 7.5 and then went all the way down to 3.5. Then we saw some buyback on Georgia. But everyone is so hyped about Joey McGuire, and I think he's a good quarterback. But what do we know after those first 2 games? We know nothing because they have not faced anyone on Georgia's level. And I am with you. I think Georgia has been playing real vanilla, waiting for this game, waiting to go into Knoxville. And also, Kirby Smart has owned Josh Heupel. In their 4 meetings, Georgia 4-0 against the number. Also, in the last 6 meetings between these teams, before Josh Heupel got there, Georgia 6-0 against the number against Tennessee. So the Dogs have had the Vols number again and again and again, and I think this is just a sell high point on the Vols. Good team. They're not on Georgia's level.
All right, David. Gonna tag you in here. You want to argue the other side? What's the argument for Tennessee here?
I think, honestly, you can. I respect the numbers. I truly do. But for me, it's more of an eye test thing this year, more than any other year for me. Yes, do they have the better head coach? I'll give them that. I think Georgia's defense is down this year, and I do not trust Gunnar Stockton as far as I can throw him, and I don't think I could throw him very far. That being said, I think this Tennessee defense is more volatile this year with Joey behind center. And I think their defense is better than Georgia's defense. I think Georgia gets upset this Saturday.
Well,
I think you could throw Joey
right
McGuire a long way, honestly. I think you'd toss him at least 50 yards double D. You're strong.
I could probably toss him farther than I can toss Gunnar Stockton. And once again, I have no faith in Gunnar Stockton at all. At all. He looked mediocre in Georgia's games this year so far.
I just feel like Georgia, like, they have a bunch of like mediocre quarterbacks who they have like lifted to having great seasons. I think we had this conversation with somebody who was like on the radio in Atlanta where it doesn't seem to matter like the high end potential of their quarterbacks. They still get the job done. Like, that's the state of the program for Georgia right now. Is I don't feel like they rebuild, they retool. I'm not sure if I feel that way about Tennessee.
Well, I will say this, I agree that Gunnar Stockton is a bit of a step back, but I also feel like part of that is sandbagging a little bit. I feel like number 2, Kirby Smart, will have the coaching advantage here. He's clearly one of the best in the game. Some people would say the best coach in college football. And also, the Vols actually want to run the ball. As good as Joey McGuire is, they actually want to run the ball on the ground. That's kind of right in the teeth of that Georgia defense. So I just feel like so many people are on Tennessee, and maybe it's the right side, but it kind of scares me because I see everyone going Vols, 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 and when that happens, I'm like, maybe I need to go over here.
Yeah, we'll see. I think it should be a good game, and I know Tennessee fans do have their hopes up for this one. All right, so speaking of coaching matchups, I think this low-key is one of the better matchups of the weekend. Number 12, Clemson at Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech unranked, but man, have they been good against the number, against some of these big-time opponents. Brent Key, from a betting standpoint, is one of the guys you back when he is getting points. In 10 games under Brent Key against ranked opponents, Georgia Tech 8-2 against the spread with 5 outright wins. It's according to ESPN. So I feel like he's one of those coaches that you back in this situation, but I will say this. On the flip side, this could probably be argued as a buy low spot for a Clemson team that had to face a very tough opponent in their opener. So, Jenks, do you side one way or another when it comes to Clemson and Georgia Tech?
God, I actually put in my notes probably a good buy low spot on Clemson. It was a direct quote from my notes. So, like, I kind of want to take Georgia Tech because you're getting the hook, because it's in Atlanta, because Clemson hasn't looked that good. And now it's down to 3 in some spots. Like, people are still buying on the Yellow Jackets. And also, Haynes King set out last week, so he should be healthier. I mean, they played Gardner-Webb, so there's no need for him to play. And he's a great dual threat guy. But I kind of feel like you now where, okay, now you can get Clemson -3. This number has come way down, and everyone's on the Yellow Jackets. And I understand why people are down on Clemson. But listen, they still played with LSU, right? They had a chance to win that game. They struggled last week. They still won. It's still Clemson. This is still a national championship roster. And it's going to be very trendy this week to take the points with Yellow Jackets, which I was tempted to do as well. But I kind of think it's probably Clemson.
I wish we were getting a touchdown with Georgia Tech because I don't think they get blown out by any means. And here's what I keep coming back to, though. Like, I think I lean towards Clemson with you just because of the situation. Mm-hmm. But Georgia Tech is a good team. They went toe-to-toe with Georgia in 8 overtimes last year. And again, the track record speaks for itself. These are the games in which Brent Key brings his absolute best. He ain't afraid of no ranked opponent. So I think that this is one I'm going to sit out because, like, if you have conflicting factors, just don't play it. But speaking of buy low spots, if you are really looking for a bargain basement price on a team that maybe still has some potential, how do we feel about Florida getting 7.5 against LSU? Because, like, think about all the teams.
Yeah.
Like, maybe you could say Alabama is more down on its luck, but, like, Billy Napier probably is already looking at Zillow. So do you grit your teeth and say, okay, I know how betting works. Usually people see a play and they're like, oh, LSU, easy.
Yeah.
And it goes the other direction. Are you betting on Florida?
I would bet on Florida. And if you can get 7.5, then you get the hook there, which could be important. But I'm like you. Look, Florida still has SEC talent. Everyone is out on Florida, right? Everyone's done with Florida. Billy Napier's on the hot seat. You look at this line, you're like, oh, dude, Death Valley? Death Valley at night? It's over, man. Florida's going to get crushed. I don't think so. I think this is a good bounce-back spot, if you will, for the Gators. I'm not necessarily convinced that the Gators are a great team, but they have the talent to compete with LSU. It is still a conference game in the SEC, and people are just writing off Florida like they forgot to play football. It was sloppy against USF, right? Like, it was bad play calling, bad clock management there at the end of the game. The players weren't being disciplined. It was an absolute nightmare. But if you can get 7.5 against LSU, I think you've got to go with the Gators.
Yeah, it feels like one of those spots. For somebody who's been betting for a long time, it just feels like one of those spots.
Yeah.
Den, I know you like Florida a bit here. I don't know if you like it enough to put it on the card, but what's the case for Florida in your opinion?
Oh, this is definitely on the card. It's a team in a bounce-back spot with Florida. Everyone has completely written them off, and Billy Napier is not going to make it the rest of the season, but everyone's written them off. And you're getting a number against an LSU team that hasn't had a lot of success scoring the football. Defensively, they're so much better than they've been in years. But offensively, they still are kind of struggling in terms of getting points up on the board. So I just don't know that LSU is going to blow them out. So I like Florida covering the 7.
And also remember, Billy Napier was in the spot last year. Like, remember when everybody was calling for his head and they ended the season on this, like, great stretch? So, like, he's somebody who's shown that even when people are calling for his job, he can still put his head down and string together some wins. So, I'll be looking forward to that one. I'll be looking forward to the entire slate. And maybe if we can see South Florida continue to stack wins. They play number 5 Miami this week. They're getting 17.5 points, which kind of feels like a gift, but Miami looked pretty good. So I don't know. College football, always fun, always chaos, and that's why we love it. All right, coming up next, the MLB slate is loaded on a Friday. We'll give you some plays to send you into the weekend with maybe some more money to bet on football. That's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back on a Friday. And this segment is dancing with the one that brought us. Because listen, our baseball bets have been good. And I understand that it's football season. And some people are saying, baseball bets? What are we doing? But listen, our baseball bets have been good. And we like money. So we will continue to bet on baseball. And listen, some of these divisional races are coming down to the wire, especially in the American League West, where it's the Astros and the Mariners who are tied. And here's the craziest part, is that AL West is so tight right now, with the Rangers only being 2 games back of both the Astros and the Mariners. There's a chance that, the Astros don't make the postseason at all, even as a wild card. And, obviously there's a chance that the Mariners don't make the postseason as well. But I do think it would be a wild sentiment to, look at the playoff bracket in Major League Baseball and not see the Astros there.
Yeah, and they just have that experience, right? So we've seen them, and, of course, they got Correa back now. But there's just something about having been there and done that. And once you've done that so many times, cheating or not, then you just you know how to pick it up, and you know what it takes to not just make the postseason but thrive in the postseason. But here they are, a team that, we didn't know what to think about them early on, but now I feel like we have a better idea of who they are.
Oh, absolutely. Nobody wants to face the Astros in the postseason because you
Right.
kind of know what is looming. And that postseason experience certainly does matter, as opposed to a team like the Mariners, which on paper should be good. They have superstars like Cal Raleigh. They have Julio Rodriguez. But still, it's just one of those teams that does not have my trust when it comes to the postseason. Meanwhile, if you're looking for teams who are not trending in the right direction, the Mets have now lost 6 straight games. And we talk about this every year, where there is a juncture in the season where the Mets are going to met. Right now, the Mets are matting, Jenks. They lost to the Phillies again last night. And listen, I understand they have Walker Buehler going today for the Phillies. Oh, no, wait. The Phillies and Mets series is over. But back to the Mets, for a team that has a ton of talent, there's a chance they don't make the postseason. It's crazy.
I don't know what it is, man. How do you continually, revamp the roster, add talent? Juan Soto now, a massive bat. You make this big offseason signing, and then here you are in the same place as always. And they're relying on a lot of these young arms to sort of carry them through the rest of the season. Impressive young rookie arms, but that's not exactly the route you want to go down when you're talking about trying to make the playoffs and make a run, because sure, some young talent is great, but ultimately you want to have an experienced squad.
Yeah, well, I think at the end of the day, you just simply need to win games. So it's on the offense as well, because you need to have some run production and some run support for some of your young arms. It's just the Mets are one of those teams that maybe it's because they play in a big market and we kind of see the highs and lows more than other teams. It just feels like a really streaky team. And here's the thing. This time of year, you want to be trending in the right direction. You want all systems go. You want all the momentum in your favor. On the flip side, the Rangers, 7-3 over their last 10, 2 games back of both the Astros and the Mariners. Jenks, the Rangers were one of those teams that I feel like got a lot of hype in the preseason. And again, one of those teams that has a really good roster, a great pitching staff. I know Nathan Eovaldi is done, but still, the Rangers are interesting. I understand that, people like to talk about the salary cap or lack thereof, it feels like, in baseball and say, oh, well, it's the big market teams that really, hold all the cards here. But if you look at the teams that have the most comfortable leads, it's the Tigers and the Blue Jays, and the Brewers have had a great season. So I think it's a testament to the parity that we have in baseball. And I do think that's a good thing.
Oh, it's great. I mean, at least for me, I'm not one of those people that always wants to see the big market teams. I think the more competitiveness, the better. And when you look at the Rangers, the Rangers are fun. I really wish Nathan Eovaldi was not done for the year, because he was so good and has been good for a long time.
Him.
Yeah,
all the time.
I miss betting on him every week. I was like, Nathan Eovaldi, ka-king, ka-king, ka-ching. Every week he was making his money. But I will say one thing for Texas, which is something they weren't doing early on. We know they have talent in that lineup, and now they're hitting the ball. So they've had the pitching, but they were having a hard time scoring runs. Even now, Texas is the best team to the under when playing at home in Major League Baseball, but they've really stepped it up at the plate, and that's why they've become more of a complete team and not just a light-hitting team with a great starting roster of pitchers.
Yeah. So with all that, being said, very interesting game today between the Rangers and the Mets, especially since Jacob deGrom is pitching, which, if you might remember, he had a long tenure with the Mets. So he's pitching back at Citi Field, in which he is very familiar, with the surroundings there. This game is a pick-em. The Mets, as I said, are in an absolute free fall. Meanwhile, the Rangers, pretty hot right now. Jenks, are you betting on the Rangers today?
I can't decide. I was exhausted yesterday after 7 bets in the car, 5 baseball plays. So I'm like, oh, my God, maybe I'll take a break today. But, I like the Rangers in the first 5, and it's minus 120 on the money line. So you get Jacob deGrom against a youngster in Jonah Tong. I was talking about those young Mets arms. Tong is one of those guys, giving up 4 runs in each of his 2 appearances. So the Rangers, again, trying to make that run in the AL West. They're playing really good baseball right now. They're hitting the baseball against a slumping Mets club. Why don't you go with deGrom here against Tong? And again, first 5 is only minus 120.
I like that because from a baseball betting perspective, if you have a 0-0 game in the 5th inning, you don't get a loss. You get a push. Right. As opposed to betting, a money line bet where somebody obviously has to win. So I do like first 5s for that reason. And I also don't feel like there is a noticeable huge discrepancy in bullpens. So I don't think there's an angle worth playing for the full game. So I do like that. Jacob deGrom has been in the circle of trust for quite some time, and he will continue to reside there, especially with the team that has more momentum going into this game. All right, Jenks. So I kind of hinted at this game. The Phillies and Royals squaring off today. And it's a familiar name for the Phillies, but not in that uniform. Walker Buehler now plays for Philly. He's 7-7 this year with a 5.45 ERA. Michael Lorenzen goes for the Royals. He's 5-10 with a 4.63 ERA. Philly minus 130, Kansas City plus 110. Total of 9 runs. What can you give us for this game?
I have a play, but it's coming from the Sports Basement. Okay. Oh,
here we go.
It's
Let's
go. Sports Basement.
Hey, Mom! The meatloaf! We want it now!
All right, we got a new audio machine this week, and we're still working kinks out. Welcome to the Sports Basement. Man, I got to tell you, I've been listening to a lot of sports wagering shows this week, and there's been a lot of drug talk. It's really crazy, but nothing was funnier than when Todd got busted for huffing. It was hilarious. He took the Krylon out of his dad's garage and went to town. Oh, tell me I'm wrong, Todd. Yeah, you got suspended for a week, and you missed physical science and got a D. That was the easiest class we had. Wow. Also, Mrs. Grimes she was hot. She was real hot. Anyway, okay, how about a bet? I'm looking at Royals and Phillies, and the Phillies are starting Walker Buehler. Anyone?
That was coming.
Bueller? All right. Don't at me. Everybody loves that movie, but the Phillies have been really good at home this season. Yeah, like Todd, good at huffing. I got you, buddy. Okay, let's just go Phillies on the money line and cheesesteaks all around.
Oh, man, Jenks. I want to clip off that segment and send it to the pharmacist that wouldn't give you your prescription. And be like, listen, brother, you're on to something.
This guy's definitely, look at this guy. This is how he talks in real life. He's definitely on drugs. Just wanted to, I heard through the grapevine that you might have some concerns about this guy. You're spot on.
Yes, Detective Chelsea Messenger on the case. But as far as a play in this game, I'm not sure what to expect from Walker Buehler here. Obviously, he's having an up and down season, but I will say this. The Phillies are the much more dependable offense here. So maybe if you think, about to burp, okay, maybe if you think Walker Buehler gives up a couple runs here, you go with an over, but it's 9. I wish this was 8. So at the end of the day, I always rely on the Phillies. I would always lean that direction. It's a good price on the much better offense, especially at home. Phillies are an absolute juggernaut at home this year, and they're also great as favorites when the market gives them credit. So I'd lean towards the Phillies, but I don't think I'm going to, I don't know. I'm trying to find the way to phrase this. I'm not going to push my luck because I bet on the Phillies almost every day of the week. So maybe I will keep it in my back pocket for a better spot for the Phillies. All right, so other games on the card. Tariq Skubal, we know he's in the circle of trust, but the Tigers are minus 210. Sandy Alcantara on the other side for the Marlins today. They're plus 170. He's 8-12 with a 5.67 ERA. Total of 7 runs in this game. Jenks, I think on the surface you say, okay, Tariq Skubal is pitching. The Tigers should have no problem with the Marlins here. But I think as we start to get this time of year, I wonder if the urgency is there for the Tigers. They still can get the number 1 overall seed, in the American League. And Tariq Skubal is certainly hoping to, put the exclamation point on a Cy Young season.
Yeah.
But I don't know. You got to play him on the run line here. I think I've been burned by the Tigers before on the run line. Are the Tigers on the card for you?
I'm deciding between this game and also the first 5 in Mets Rangers. I think I'm going to go with the Tigers on the run line now. Now, I will say that Sandy Alcantara has been much better recently. He really has. He was a walking disaster early in the year. But this is still a huge mismatch with Skubal. So I think that when you look at this matchup, the Tigers may not get that last at bat because they're on the road. That's always a risk you take with a visiting team in the run line. We know that. But Skubal has had a total of 4 earned over his last 4 starts. That includes 14 consecutive shutout innings. You got a lineup behind him, top 10 in scoring in baseball. And so even if Alcantara pitches well, then the Marlins bullpen is meh at best. So, I think we're probably going to see an under in this game unless Alcantara blows up. But it could be 4-1. You still cover the run line. So I think I'm going to be on the Tigers.
Just to go back to the run line, the favorite on the road, they're going to play the 9th inning. So I actually like taking road favorites. It was a late night last night. The Commanders game lasted forever. But I think when it comes to the Tigers, there's 2 bets that, you would consider. Either the full game run line, which factors in the bullpens. I don't trust the Marlins bullpen. Or you can go first 5 innings on the run line. -0.5 is minus 130. So that's a pretty palatable price. But I do think for my money, I would rather fade the Marlins bullpen as well, as opposed to saying, okay, maybe Sandy Alcantara has another decent game, and, this game's tied at 0 through 5 innings. And obviously that would be a loser for a run line play. So I think full game run line for the Tigers would be the play if it does make the card for me. All right, free roll here, Jenks. What else did you see on the card? Is there anything else that you think warrants talking about here?
Let's see, what else do I have on the card? Well, I was I kind of like the Red Sox today. Hosting the Yankees. I mean, this is going to be a great series. It always is. But I think that the Red Sox are a great chance to get some plus money because you've got Lucas Giolito on the mound. Luis Gil is going for New York. But I think the broader picture is the Red Sox have just owned the Yankees. They just have this season. They're 8-2 against the Pinstripes. They've won 8 straight. I mean, New York fans were up in arms the last time they played where it was, are we going to beat these guys or what? Can we get past the Red Sox or not? Also, Boston at home this season is 44-28. So based on what we've seen them having a lot of success against New York, Lucas Giolito, 2 runs or less in 6 of his last 8. It's not a ton of plus money, but if you look around and you get maybe plus 105, something like that. So I'd be on Boston.
I think the Yankees have kind of been overpriced for most of the season, and they are a good team. But we saw this last series against the Tigers where they were laying $170 in just about every game in that series. So it just kind of goes to show that you're paying a Yankees tax. And the Red Sox are right there when it comes to record. This is very much a very tight race in the American League East. It's the Blue Jays who sit atop the division, but the Yankees are 81-65, and the Red Sox are 81-66. So, this is a big game that could, flip the order, obviously, in the American League East. It is a rivalry matchup, and I do think the Red Sox, it's something about the vibes with the Yankees.
Yeah.
I feel like every time I turn on the Yankees game, the bullpen is just blowing it. So I don't know if I am skewed by watching some of those games, but I do feel like the Red Sox certainly stand a chance in this game. And that's the thing in baseball. If you think the underdog stands a chance, That's when you get some plus money on the card. As far as meaningful games go, and teams that are still kind of fighting for some things, some other games on the card. The Dodgers. I know we haven't talked about the NL West too much, but they have a 2-game lead over the Padres. They play the Giants today. Ohtani pitching against Verlander, which you would think, you're like, wow, Hall of Fame matchup. But Justin Verlander just 3-10 this year with a 4.09 ERA. LA is only minus 160, which I say only, but their offense is way better than the Giants.
Yeah.
Ohtani, I know, has not been dominant pitching, but still, I would lean towards the Dodgers in that situation. All right, coming up next, we'll get back to football and get back to some huge plus money. Our parlays come your way next here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Coming up on the Daily Tip, the crew throws down some big money parlays. Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Happy Friday. We're back. We're off. We're rolling. And we are caffeinated because Thursday Night Football was last night. Maybe we stayed up a little too late. And maybe we lost some bets last night. And that's fine. Because it's time to win them all back with some crazy parlays. Because that's a great winning strategy in betting, isn't it? Chasing your losses. JK, LOL. We're not going to do that. But listen, parlays are fun. And I feel like this is a great opportunity to use some of the free bet tokens. Because there are promos galore when it comes to football season. So if you get a free bet or like a risk-free bet or whatever, which BetMGM has just about every single week, you should do that now. In fact, we have a parlay boost token ready and waiting for you over at BetMGM. BetMGM account holders receiving an any sport parlay boost token this weekend. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the parlay boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and same game parlays as well. So, Jenks, I do this every single time I sign in. I scroll across the top bar and I make sure that I'm using every single promo, and sometimes you have to opt in. Remember to do that. Click the details. Make sure you know the parameters on everything, because sometimes you can only win up to like $10 or something. So obviously you bet $10. You do the max amount that you can possibly do, especially on those risk-free bets. But I will say this. I won big the first Thursday Night Football game, and I did really well over the weekend in week 1 in the NFL.
Nice.
So mama got confident. And then I bet a lot on last night's game. And I went a little crazy with some same-game parlays in which Deebo Samuel ruined all of them. Because here's the thing. If you're going to do same-game parlays, make sure like some of them have different legs. And there's not one person who's ruining every single one of those parlays. So Deebo Samuel, we need a better effort from you next week.
Hey, what are you doing? Did you send him a request on Venmo like all the other degenerates out there? Like, hey, you owe me $50. It's the worst when people do that. Yes. The worst.
Yes, because I'm sure he wasn't trying, simply because, of the parlay that I had. It had nothing to do with his salary, his legacy, his family. No, it's
and
only because of
Deebo
me.
slides unnecessarily, just didn't want the contact there. A couple yards short of the first down. And you're like, wait a second, what's going on here?
Even though we have seen that, like, I think core memory unlocked is, I think when Nick Chubb, like, kneeled down at, like, the 2-yard line, he was, like, on a run. And people were like, no! I can't remember if it ruined the spread or something. Do you remember that instance I'm talking about?
I think it was just last year, wasn't it? Or right before the goal line, he just slipped down, took a knee, fell down, and just stopped. Like, imagine watching that, and you're like, yes, and then you're just shot to the gut, and he just stopped short. I absolutely remember that. That was a big deal.
Bettors never forget. Like, that's one thing I've noticed. Like, if you ask somebody about, like, a specific game, they're like, oh, yes, I remember it was Russell Wilson and the Seahawks against the Eagles, and they had a chance to cover, but the Eagles go for 2. What are you doing? It's a meaningless game. And you're like, that game was 7 years ago, Chelsea. Maybe it's time to forget, but bettors never forget.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Remember imagine the Seahawks having the Seahawks in the Super Bowl when they were going for 2 in a row, and they throw that pass at the goal line instead of handing off to Marshawn Lynch. I don't know who that coordinator was, I forget. But either as a bettor or being the guy who called that play, that would haunt me for the rest of my life.
Run the damn ball. I feel like every coach's wife ever in any football movie where she's just sitting and run the damn ball. That's all you had to do there. Run the damn ball. You have beast mode. All right, so enough complaining about the bets that didn't hit, because, listen, we're going to hit some of these. Let's start with all of our parlays for the weekend, and we kick it off with Double D's Degenerate Parlay.
It's time to get crazy with Double D's College Football Degen Parlay.
It's week 3. I say with glee. All right, let's get to these real quick. I am taking New Mexico plus the 15.5 at UCLA. Straight fade of Nico Iamaleava again, and that UCLA defense is horrible. Georgia Tech plus 3 versus Clemson. I just really like Georgia Tech this year. Oklahoma minus 22.5 at Temple. Temple's trash. Tennessee +4 versus Georgia. It's a straight fade of Gunner Stockton. Missouri -27.5 versus Louisiana. South Florida +17.5 at Miami. This is me fading Mario Cristobal and him being up by 14 and going conservative in pretty much every game he's ever coached. I'm taking the under in Iowa and UMass 43.5. And I'm taking South Carolina -3 versus Vanderbilt. Total parlay with the BetMGM 50% college football odds boost is a little less than 264 to 1. $5 will win you $1,322.84. Let's go.
Yeah, live a little. 264 to 1. But Jenks, I wanted to ask you about that South Florida game.
Sure.
17.5. It feels almost like a trap, right? South Florida just beat back-to-back ranked teams. 17.5 points. What am I missing?
I mean, I would probably take the points. I'm not going to bet on this game. It makes me feel like this is too obvious, right? Right. And also, I feel like when it's Mario Cristobal, I don't necessarily trust a lot of his coaching decisions. I mean, clearly Miami's going to win this game, but I can also see him, holding off the dogs or pulling off the dogs late. And also, what you're really banking on, if you're talking about South Florida, is Byron Brown, right? Is he going to be able to throw the ball against Miami? Because the Canes' defensive front is really, really stout. So is USF dynamic enough to throw the ball around, keep it within the number? I think they are. I just feel like so many people are going to be on it, or it seems too obvious to me. But I like the Bulls.
Yeah, I think sometimes public dogs have fleas. That is the saying. But still, it's never Miami for me. I'm either not betting on it or it's South Florida plus 17.5. All right, speaking of parlays, it's time to fire up another and go to the squad parlay.
Ladies and gentlemen, adults of all ages, it's time for the show parlay.
That's right. Step right up and try your hand at the squad parlay. And for the record, we have hit one of these, and I will never let you hear the end of it. It's like when somebody hits a parlay, they're going to tell you about it for the rest of their lives. Even when you don't ask about it, and you're like, listen, we're at a funeral right now. Maybe don't talk about your parlay that hit. But people love parlays, and let's give them one that maybe is a winner. So, Jenks, we're going to start with you. What are we leading off with in the squad parlay?
I'm just going to go with the Eagles on the money line against the Chiefs, and I'll go into a longer handicap later on in the show. Obviously, this is a Super Bowl rematch, but ultimately, I think the Eagles, this is really simple, which you can make it simple when you're talking about a line of -1. Philly is laying a point if you want to lay that point. But when you're talking about a game that is a 50-50 game, sometimes the handicap is very simple, and it's the Eagles are just a better football team. And also Jalen Hurts in his last 16 starts, which include the playoffs, he's 15-1 overall. I haven't liked what I've seen from the Chiefs thus far very early in this season. So let's go Eagles on the money line.
Yeah, I like it. Keep it simple. They look like the better team.
Yeah.
All right, next up for me, going to the player prop world and going to bank on somebody who had a great week one if you just look at the numbers. Maybe he did not have a great end to the game, but CeeDee Lamb had 110 receiving yards in that first game against the Eagles. I think it's another smash spot for him here from a fantasy and props perspective. I'm going to go him to record 75-plus receiving yards against the Giants. I don't think the secondary can contain him, especially when he is getting the targets that he's getting. The target share has not gone down. He had 13 targets in that first game, and now he's somebody that's more motivated. I don't know if you saw the video of him, after the game against the Eagles. He was there at the facility on his off day, catching passes. So I think you have a motivated CeeDee Lamb. I think Dak Prescott's going to get him the ball. I think he goes for at least 75 receiving yards. All right, Double D, what's your leg of the parlay?
I am going to go with the Missouri -27.5 versus Louisiana. Former Penn State quarterback Bo Pribula is a guy. He has thrown for 617 yards in the first two games. I think that trend continues. I think they blow out the Raging Cajuns from Louisiana.
From Louisiana, that Cajun food. All right, Dylan, what you got?
Yeah, I'll just try to keep it quick here. I got the Broncos beating the Colts and covering because it's only 1.5. I think that's a safe. It's 2 is kind of a rare number in football. Anyways, Daniel Jones was historic last week. Do any of us think that's going to happen again? I don't think so. And Denver's got an elite defense. I think they're going to get to him and easily cover this number.
Yeah, great buy low spot in my opinion on the Broncos. All right, Denton, you're finishing us off here. Who do you like?
I'm going to go Oregon laying 27.5 against Northwestern. I don't think Northwestern is particularly good, and I think Oregon has very quietly been really, really good. You know, they haven't played Power 4 competition yet outside of Oklahoma State, but they didn't look like a Power 4 team. And to be fair, Northwestern isn't a whole lot better than Oklahoma State. They hung 69, nice, on Oklahoma State, so I imagine they'll be able to name their score against Northwestern. So I like Oregon to lay the 27.5.
Yeah, we were talking about this. I feel like a team total for Oregon wouldn't be a bad play as well. I feel like nobody wants to talk about Oregon. Everybody wants to talk about, Ohio State, Michigan, but Oregon, one of those contenders in the Big Ten as well. All right, so here's the parlay. We're taking the Eagles on the money line against the Chiefs. CeeDee Lamb, 75-plus receiving yards. Missouri, minus 27.5 over Louisiana. Broncos laying 1.5 against the Colts. And Oregon laying 27.5 against Northwestern. If you play the parlay with us, a $5 bet wins you $111.67. Odds of just over 21 to 1. All right, so we have 30 seconds left. Who's running the parlay for us?
I don't know.
It could be Patrick Mahomes.
Could be Patrick Mahomes.
It could be Patrick Mahomes.
Danny Dimes isn't going to ruin our parlay, right? No way.
I don't think so.
You, Dylan.
I feel confident about that one. The Eagles feel too good to be true, though. I will say that. Because I, like you, Jenks, like the Eagles as well, but we've counted out the Chiefs before, and they've proved us wrong. So I don't know. I'm not rooting for the Chiefs. I do think the Eagles look like the side that has the more logic based on the argument. But somebody out there is saying, Patrick Mahomes is an underdog, Chelsea. It didn't work in the Super Bowl, so I'm not betting it now. So hopefully the parlay comes through. Hour 3 next here on the Daily Tip, reacting to what we saw between the Commanders and the Packers.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football, and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Going to finish strong on a Friday, the Friday morning good time edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Coming up in our final 60 minutes, we got an NFC clash last night in Green Bay with the Commanders and Packers going at it, and the Pack making a huge statement. In 20 minutes, we'll tell you our favorite football plays of the weekend when we pick 6, and then we'll officially lay down our cards and chat with the Dongster at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium in our final hour. You can stream us, ValleySportsLive.com and the Valley Sports Live app. Chelsea, let's get right to it. That's why we're all kind of dragging just a little bit today, especially me. Maybe I'm just speaking for me. Long night if you cover the Commanders, if you're a fan of the Commanders, because the Packers put on the beatdown last night. It was not this close. They went at 27-18. Green Bay laying 3.5. Green Bay minus 190 on the money line. And the under hits with the total set at 48. This game, all Packers starting early on.
Off the fake, pass caught, touchdown, Green Bay, Romeo Dobbs.
Call from Al Michaels on Amazon Prime. Jordan Love, 19 of 31, 292 yards, 2 touchdowns. Another one coming in the fourth.
From the 8 to the outside, wide open touchdown, Tucker Kraft.
Oh, God, I was so tired of hearing that guy's name last night. He was just everywhere. What a game for him. Kraft, 6 receptions, 124 yards in that score. The Packers defense shutting down Jaden Daniels and the Washington offense. Daniels, 24-42, 200 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. One of those scores came in garbage time, and the Packers improved to 2-0 for the first time in 5 years. They really looked good last night, Chelsea.
Yeah, and not just 2 wins, 2 big wins against contenders in the NFC last year, 2 playoff teams in the Lions and the Commanders. So this is certainly a great sign of things to come for the Packers. They looked like the better overall team. Jordan Love and the offense just humming, and the defense certainly brought the pressure against Jaden Daniels. So now going into, week 3, feels like the Packers are certainly going to be towards the top of just about everybody's power rankings. As for the Commanders, Jenks, what happened to the defense? And let me stop for a second. Let me pause. Which side of the ball should we be more concerned about? The fact that Jaden Daniels in the offense really didn't get much going. How many yards did they have of offense in the first half? 29, something like that? Or should we be worried about that defense that had issues last year and could not stop the run?
Honestly, it's both. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know which side to pick. Ultimately, this is one of those burn the tape games, as they say, because there's just so much to work on. And ultimately, I thought that the defensive line did a nicer job late in the game of stopping the run somewhat. And whenever they did that, then it was the secondary giving up a big play, an explosive play. Someone not just open, wide open down the field, where Jordan Love, it was pitch and catch for a lot of the game for Green Bay. And just when it looked like maybe the Commanders would make it close, Green Bay would just come right back and just pad the lead. So even when Washington pulled within like a touchdown, I was like, oh, okay, we got a game here. And it just never materialized. I don't know. The offense now has looked okay. They looked okay against the Giants. They looked really bad last night. Jaden Daniels just could not go anywhere. He was suffocated by that Packers defense. The only thing I will say is that he didn't have a lot of guys to throw to. A lot of times he would just have to eat the football or throw it away or try and take off, because if you look at the Packers secondary, they blanketed the Washington receivers all night. I don't know where to start with this Commanders team. There's a lot of things to work on. I will say that the Packers' completeness impressed me. Like, I knew, okay, on offense, they're going to be good. Jordan Love with another year of seasoning behind him. They have tools on offense. I wondered, is this Packers defense the real deal? Did they really shut down the Lions, or are the Lions in a transition period after losing Ben Johnson? No, the Packers defense was exceptional. That was the one thing that stood out to me more than anything. Green Bay is a complete football team.
And they also have high-end pieces. Like, obviously, Micah Parsons, you watch the film, you're like, okay, their defense is not just putting together good numbers. It has the ability to shut down high-end offenses. So I think that goes into it as well. Because it's not just Micah Parsons, it's Rashawn Gary as well.
Yeah.
Like, there are a lot of pieces on that defense that are very easy to like. And I think that's the biggest takeaway from me, is that they are doing this against top-notch teams. And maybe the Lions have lost a step. And maybe the Commanders just didn't have their juice in this game. And I will say this. Do you think the Commanders last year were a team that kind of built momentum down the stretch and looked better as the season went on? Because I'm trying to remember, because I honestly don't know. But I don't remember coming out of like week 2 or week 3 and thinking, oh, the Commanders are a contender. So maybe it's just a team that needs to warm up. I'm trying to spin this.
I know. Well, this is a real challenge for Washington, because this is one of those games where if it could go wrong, it did go wrong. Specifically on the injury front.
Yeah.
Like, even the players said after the game, when Dietrich Wise was carted off the field, I mean, he's done for the season. And he had that leg injury, which did not look great on that extra point attempt. And, I mean, when you got the players on the field, coming up one by one, tapping a guy on the shoulder pads, tapping him on the helmet, telling him, hey, you got this, you got this. I mean, that will just take the air out of you, which is no excuse, because Green Bay was, no question, the better team last night. But things already weren't going well. Then you lose Dietrich Wise, and then, to add insult to injury, another injury at the end of the game. Now Austin Eckler is out for the season. He's got a torn Achilles. So you lost 2 very vital pieces that you thought were going to be a part of your team. They're gone for the year now. They're banged up. Noah Brown left. And then John Bates left. So John Bates, you might not know John Bates. I'm telling you, here in D.C., this is one of the best blocking tight ends in the NFL. He's huge. He does the dirty work that you don't think about or you don't really see on the stat sheet. So they suffer not only a loss in the loss column, but also took a lot of losses on the field. And they're going to be really challenged by this moving forward, because there's just... Usually when you have a loss like this, you can say, okay, well, there's something we can take away from it. And I really don't have a whole lot to say outside of this was just a bad all-around performance.
I think the toughest thing to do in the NFL and sports in general is trying not to overreact to things, because it's very easy to see one game and think, okay, these are the teams that are going to win the Super Bowl. You saw the Bills and the Ravens game. It's very hard not to overreact to that one. And even last night, how complete the Packers looked. But, Jenks, I was just looking at the odds over at BetMGM. The Packers are now the favorites to win the NFC. They're plus 340. The Eagles are plus 350. Is this taking it a step too far? Do they deserve to be favored over the Eagles?
I would wait a second. Do not bet the Packers right now. Because what if the Eagles dominate the Chiefs this weekend? Like, we haven't seen the Eagles play this week. Do you know what I mean? This is way too early for the Packers to be the favorites in the NFC. They might be. They look to be. But I'm not all of a sudden going to say they're better than Philly just because they're 2-0 and they look great. It is still a long season. And by the way, Philadelphia is also undefeated, and they get Jalen Carter back this week. And the Eagles are no joke. Remember, the Eagles eliminated the Packers last year. So if Philly falls back and suddenly is not the Super Bowl favorite or not near the top, and you can get better odds on the Eagles, I'd rather look at the Eagles or even in the NFC as opposed to just jumping on the Packers bandwagon this early when they're already the favorites. At some point, especially when you're only 2 games in, these odds will shift pretty quickly. So just be careful when you look at a team that you like based on the price.
Yeah, you want to buy low. You don't want to buy high on the team that, just has everybody in their recent memory thinking of how good they are. But I will say this. When you look at the NFC, some of these teams don't look like the contenders that I thought they were going to be at the start of the season. I'm not sure if it's that crowded of a race. And again, I'm trying not to overreact. So it's the Packers, the Eagles, the Lions. Doesn't really look like it's their year. The Rams, Matt Stafford is just, cobbled together by Gorilla Glue at this point. Niners, same goes with them. The Bucks, I feel like the Bucks at 11-1. I like the Bucks better than several of those teams. The Vikings, JJ McCarthy, do we think he's going to win the NFC as a rookie? Like, even if you believe in him, that is a tall task. And then the Commanders at 12-1. I will say this. Mm-hmm. We talk about buying low on teams.
Yeah.
If you still believe that the Commanders have a good team in there somewhere, 12-1 to win the NFC Championship, which means even if they make it to the NFC Championship game, you have one side of the coin at 12-1. Would you bet it?
At 12-1, I'll put a sprinkle on it. Man, asking me a few hours after that loss. Like, ask me at a better time. That's what I'm
saying.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
That's what you have to do, though.
You do. Well, let me put it to you this way. If I'm going to do it, I would take a breath. I would listen to the coaches. I would be in a better space, a better headspace. These odds are not going to shift between now and tomorrow. Do you know what I mean? So no. I'm not talking about 3 weeks from now. I'm talking about let the dust settle. This is just a personal ask, Chelsea. I'm working on like 4 hours sleep. Watching this game last night, even though lovely Catherine was like, wow, we should play football more often. You're never up this late. I'm like, I know, honey. So we went to bed at the same time. That never happens during the week. But I think once the dust settles, I don't want to be reactive, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And the same goes for the Packers and the Commanders. After a big win or a tough loss, you don't want to be reactive and jump into the markets immediately. Take a breath, see how the numbers settle, maybe just a little bit, and look at things through a clearer lens. Because just like you don't want to chase your bets, you also don't want to throw down futures bets or fade a team based on a singular performance when you're just a few hours away from watching it.
Yeah. Do you think it's a two-horse race, though, in the NFC? Because, that's what it looks like right now. The Packers and the Eagles. Again, don't trust the Rams, the Niners, the Lions, maybe the Bucks. But it does feel like the cream is definitely at the top right now.
It feels that way, but also things will change. Like, what if the Lions come out this weekend and look great? Mm-hmm. I mean, you are right. Like, these teams look to be the class of the division. And usually within, conference, I should say, not a division, you'll see, 2 or 3 teams, and then there's a drop down, and then there's another level, and then there's a drop down, right? And then there's another level. But what if the Lions come out this weekend and put it together, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, I forgot about Detroit. And maybe we shouldn't forget about Detroit because they just lost one game to the Packers. So just like the Niners, are they going to be bad against the Saints without Brock Purdy? I don't know. If they get Brock Purdy back mid-season, will they suddenly kind of round into form and maybe be a threat? Possibly. What about the Rams? Is Matthew Stafford going to stay healthy? So at this point, yeah, it does look like Packers, Eagles. But just like a team can win a lot early or lose a lot early, those things can change 180 degrees later on in the season. The Bengals, I think, are the perfect example of this, right? I know we're talking about NFC, but what do they do every year? They start the year losing. I know they won last week, but that's been their bugaboo. They lose, and then they start winning. The opposite can be true as well. So just be careful about going all in on a team this early.
Yeah, I mean, it's September 12th.
Right.
And especially for a team like the Lions that lost their coordinators, they should get better as the season goes on because that is a tough transition to make, to be adjusting to a lot of new things. So there is still plenty of time for the Lions to get better. I will say, the Packers, head-to-head win over them is a big deal. And I will say this for the Packers. They should have an easier path, obviously, to win the NFC if they can get home field advantage. Yeah. That is a big deal, especially when you play at Lambeau and these games are in the winter. We've seen it with some of these teams who cannot play in cold weather. So it's the same thing as the Chiefs. I feel like they've had a cakewalk every single year just because they win their division. They get all these home games in the playoffs. Maybe it's going to be that way for the Packers this year.
And also they have Micah Parsons now. What he did and what Green Bay did was take a very good defense and give it an edge. Not literally, figuratively. This team plays with an edge now. Micah Parsons was just everywhere last night. He was blowing past Josh Connerly Jr. He was breathing down Jaden Daniels' neck. the rest of the defense responds, and then it throws off opposing offenses because you spend so much time worrying about where's Micah? Is he there? Is he coming there? What's he going to do here? Then it just opens things up for everyone else on that Packers defense, which again was already pretty stellar. So giving them that edge in addition to that offense makes Green Bay a real threat. So I might wait a little bit to place some money on the Packers, but based on what we've seen, they look really, really good. Coming up next on the show, will we be really good this weekend when we hand out our favorite plays in the NFL and maybe college football? Maybe. It's not a promise. Hick 6 coming up next on this Football Friday. She's Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up on the Daily Tip, Jenks and Chelsea let you know their 3 favorite plays each this weekend in the NFL. Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Friday morning good time edition on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Almost towards the weekend. Whole crew's here, so it's a good day. Double D. Little breather before we get into some serious football picks. Yeah, it's a Friday. You know what that means. Our favorite selections coming your way when we pick six. Chelsea, I meant to ask you about this. Football related. The new Nissan Stadium, as you know, opening up there in Nashville in 2027 at a cost of $1.2 billion. But I was reading that by design, every single seat is 38% closer to the field, and 70% of all season tickets have already been sold. Will you be on that list? Because don't you guys share, at least have season tickets right now to the current Nissan Stadium?
Oh, we already have PSLs. So I think we're like automatically signed up for stuff. Or I'm not sure how it works, but like I'm pretty sure we will have that. But like who is making those stats of each seat will be 38% closer? Like what nerd came up with that? Like, let's put it in the spreadsheet. I don't know. Like who cares? Like because it depends on the seat, right? Like each seat is 38% closer. Like, it just depends on what seats you get. Because, like, obviously, if you used to have, like, you know, first 10 rows and now you're in, like, the middle section, it doesn't matter. Like, that's if you had the same exact seat. And, like, you get 38% closer to watching Brian Callahan not knowing the rules. Can't wait.
Well, maybe it's, you know, maybe it'll be steeper, like more up and down as opposed to flattened. I mean, I'm not talking about dangerously steep, but I would imagine the architects looked at this and said, you know, if we measure the angle here or the sight lines versus the previous stadium, because technology has advanced so much, I mean, it's probably true. Get closer and closer to watching the Titans spend a decade trying to win football games.
Yes, can't wait for that. I don't know if Brian Callahan will be around once we move stadiums, but we will see on that front. It's sad that my first thought when you're like, oh, the seats are going to be more at an incline. I'm like, well, what if you wear heels to the game? What if my cowgirl boots have a heel on them and that's going to be more difficult to climb the stairs? Because, Jenks, I will say the dynamic at Titans games, it's a social environment where people like dress up and like try to look cute. It's like less about the game. Like it has kind of an SEC tailgate to it where like, I don't know if you've been to an SEC football game. Like the girls dress to the nines.
Dress up, yeah.
And they try to look right. It's not like in Buffalo or wherever where like the girls just throw on a t-shirt or a jersey. Like the girls try to like really dial it up. Because you know the football product is not great to watch. But I am nervous for the girls who are going to be wearing heels to the game because that does happen.
Oh, that's Nashville. Doesn't surprise me. Yeah.
Home of the Woo Girls.
Home of the Woo Girls. Oh, speaking of the ladies, if you're still interested in the WNBA, I know a lot of people are. You can lock in every basket with a WNBA same-game parlay boost token. Use a token on any WNBA same-game parlay and score a bigger payout if your parlay wins. All right, here we go. Doesn't matter how you dress. Everybody wants a dub when they go to the game. So let's tell you our favorite plays this weekend in the NFL and college basketball.
Pick six.
Friday.
Where'd basketball come from? College football. We've talked college football. We've talked NFL. And I don't think we're going college picks, though. We're just doing NFL, right? I think we're both in the NFL.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to start in the Meadowlands. Here we go. Jets plus 6.5 hosting the Bills. I know. You're listening to this, you're like, dude, going with the Jets. But doesn't this feel like a good sell high spot on Buffalo? There just has to be a natural letdown after that incredible comeback win against the Ravens. That's what it feels like to me. And also, the Jets were competitive last week. They covered the number against the Steelers. They were in that game. Justin Fields got the ball back with 56 seconds to play and had a chance to win. It didn't happen. But I think the Jets have enough skill players on offense, be it Breece Hall, be it Garrett Wilson. And Justin Fields is a a decent quarterback. They have enough skill players on offense to give the Bills trouble because what do we see from Buffalo in that game against the Ravens? Still some issues on defense. And also the Jets put up 32 points last week against a very good Steelers defense. Again, divisional dog at home. Always love these games. And I feel like this line is a little bit inflated based on what we saw from Buffalo last week. So let's go Jets plus 6.5 in the Meadowlands.
Yeah, Justin Fields looked like Lamar Jackson light, against the Steelers. So if they had trouble defending Lamar Jackson, I think Justin Fields can run for some yardage in this one. He ran for 2 touchdowns against the Steelers. I would expect a lot of points in this game as well. It seems very square, but I do like the over as well. If you want to watch a divisional battle kicking off at 1 Eastern on Sunday.
Pick six.
All right, so this is going to be a square play, so just go ahead and say it. Chelsea, you're on the Cowboys. All of the public is probably all over the Cowboys. Well, I'm one of them, and it's fine. The numbers support it. I'm going to lay the 4.5 with the Cowboys at home this week against the Giants. The Cowboys and Dak Prescott have been really good at home over his career. Like, the knock on Dak Prescott usually comes in the postseason, but at home, he's 43-18 in his career. He has over 16,000 passing yards, 121 touchdowns, to only 39 picks when playing at Jerry World. So this is the spot where he really excels. I think this is a good spot for the Cowboys to get their first win at home this season against a Giants team that looked pretty bad against a Commanders team that showed us they haven't quite shaken the rust off so far this season. So I'm going to go with the Cowboys landing the 4.5 here. I also think CeeDee Lamb is in for a huge game when it comes to fantasy or props. So lay the 4.5 with the Cowboys.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be with you on that. I'm kind of mad I didn't play this myself. But ultimately, I thought the Cowboys were much better than I thought. I just needed to see how they were going to react to all the offseason nonsense when you have an owner like that who's kind of all over the place and always meddling, which is kind of what Jerry Jones does. I think we saw that the Cowboys, particularly on offense, are going to be really effective. So even in a loss, never any moral victories in the NFL, but they should be able to outclass the Giants this weekend. I'm going to be with you on that. It is a 1 o'clock kickoff on Sunday at Jerry World.
Pick six.
Well, I was just talking about divisional battles in the NFL. So how about another one? Lions laying 6 hosting the Bears. So I know the Lions did not look good against the Packers last week, but we found out that Green Bay is a very good team. And guess which team looked worse a few nights ago? How about the Chicago Bears giving up 3 touchdowns to a rookie in his first ever NFL start when Chicago was playing at home? I just don't buy Caleb Williams at quarterback just yet. And also there's this stat sheet going around, this graphic passed around by CBS Sports where it's comparing the first 18 NFL starts from Caleb Williams to Mitch Trubisky. Oh, man, if you're a Bears fan, it is nightmare fuel. I just don't believe in the Bears. I think Ben Johnson was a great hire, but I think if he's going to turn Caleb Williams into a star quarterback or a very good quarterback, it's still going to take some time. He is still a work in progress. Missed some throws in that game against the Vikings. His mechanics are kind of off. Chicago still has a lot of work to do. We have more of a proof positive sample size when it comes to the Lions, right? Okay, they're not as talented on the offensive line, lost some key pieces during the offseason, but still plenty of playmakers. They still have Dan Campbell. They're also at home. I think they get after this Bears defensive front and they pressure Caleb Williams and force him into making mistakes, and that will be the difference. This is still a very good Lions team. They cover the 6 against Chicago. Let's go Lions -6 in the Motor City.
I feel like there's a mental hurdle for the Bears. Like, is this a team you trust in the final quarter of the game? Like, the resounding answer is no. So, if you look at the Lions, say what you want about Jared Goff, but, he's been in those situations, and I think he gets the job done here. So, I think that the Bears need therapy or something, because they do have the pieces. They have shown flashes of being a good team, but they need to work on themselves. If you want to watch it, Chicago and Detroit getting underway 1 Eastern on Sunday at Ford Field.
Pick six.
Okay, it's time for the buy low spot of the week. For me, that is the Broncos laying merely 1.5 on the road to the Colts. I get it. Daniel Jones looked really good in week 1, but it was against the Dolphins. The Dolphins defense is a far cry from what we'll see from the Broncos. Going into the season, the Broncos were one of the best defenses in the entire NFL. I understand they didn't look like they lit up anything against the Titans, but still it was a low-scoring affair. The defense brought it, but Bo Nix needs to be better at not turning over the football. I do believe that if anybody can make adjustments, it's Sean Payton, one of the best coaches in the NFL. So the look-ahead line on this one was 3.5. I think you are getting some value here now that it's under the key number of 3. So we're going to lay the 1.5 with the Broncos on the road at the Colts.
Oh, I love this play. I would probably take Denver on the money line here. But I was a big believer in this Broncos squad before the season began, and I'm like you. I feel like Bo Nix is due for a better game just because of Sean Payton. Like, Sean Payton will scheme ways to make sure Bo Nix gets his. And also, the Colts have a limited ceiling, right? When you're talking about teams that, what are their potential for the upcoming season, the Broncos definitely have a higher ceiling than the Colts. This is a cheap price, so love the Colts play. It's afternoon football, 4:05 Eastern at Lucas Oil Stadium on Sunday.
Pick six.
Here we go. Had this pick in the Super Bowl. I'm running it back. Eagles on the money line. Just minus 115 at the Chiefs. You could probably find it cheaper elsewhere. Oh, we're seeing Eagles minus 105 at BetMGM. Even better. I don't know what to think about Kansas City right now. The last 2 times we've seen them, won the Super Bowl, getting run out of the building, and then last week in Brazil, looking like a very mediocre team against the Chargers. They are a good football team. Let's not act like the Chiefs are going to fall to the bottom of the AFC West. But are they on the Eagles level right now? I just don't think so. They're getting older. They are still a threat. Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce could certainly win this game, but they are down some serious weapons. Rashee Rice still out of the lineup. He won't be back for a while. Now the X-Man, Xavier Worthy, dislocated shoulder. He's out for at least a month after Travis Kelce, his own teammate, plowed him over. And then you look at the Eagles, and when you're talking about a game that is a pretty simple handicap, right? The line is Eagles -1. It can go either way. Sometimes you just look at it very simply, and the Eagles, I believe, are just a better football team, particularly on the line of scrimmage. Offensive line, defensive line, they have the advantage. Maybe there's some weakness in the Eagles secondary. The Cowboys took advantage of that. Maybe Patrick Mahomes can, but I just don't buy it. And also Jalen Carter back in the lineup for the Eagles. Jalen Hurts is 15-1 straight up in his last 16 starts. That includes the playoffs. And we are picking the Eagles straight up here. Eagles on the money line in Kansas City.
I think what it boils down to for me is that on this show, we give picks based on logic. And the logic is much stronger for the Eagles in this game as opposed to the Chiefs. Like, for the Chiefs, what is it? Trust me, bro? Like Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah.
Like, that's it. That's it. And maybe you say, okay, Adoree Jackson is terrible on the secondary for the Eagles, but, like, there has to be more to your handicap than that. And we just saw this matchup not that long ago. And there were people saying the exact same words when it came to the Super Bowl. Say, oh, Patrick Mahomes, 12-1-1 as an underdog against spread. Those are good numbers, but this is against one team. And we just saw this matchup, and the Eagles look like the much better overall team. And how much has the team changed, since then? Not that much. You look at the Chiefs, it feels like they've gotten worse because they keep losing receivers. So I trust Andy Reid and I trust Patrick Mahomes, just not against the Eagles. Feels like the defense isn't as good as well.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing for the Chiefs when they have won Super Bowls. Their defense has been extremely stout as well. Defense did not look good against the Chargers. Felt like Justin Herbert had all day to throw. So here's the thing. When it comes to logic, the case is stronger for the Eagles. Am I going to be surprised if the Chiefs, come out of the casket like the Undertaker and say, we're back, we look good again? Not really. But if we're going on logic, the case is much stronger for the Eagles.
Yes, I'm with you. And the line tells you, in Kansas City's defense, if the Eagles were overwhelmingly better than Kansas City, we would see, we would see a line where the Eagles were more of a favorite. So right now it's -1, and we've seen kind of the juice adjust a little bit. Like, it's right there. There is money coming in on both sides. We haven't really seen the line move. But again, the number is the number. So I'm with you. If Kansas City wins, I'm not going to be stunned. I just don't see it right now. And when you mentioned Justin Herbert having all day to throw, I mean, he did. And if he gives Jalen Hurts that sort of time to throw with all the weapons on offense, even if it's Saquon, out in the flat on a bubble screen or something, I don't want to say it could be a long day for Kansas City. I'm just with you. It just feels like Philly is better right now. Super Bowl rematch Sunday, 4:25 Eastern at Arrowhead Stadium, and just maybe Taylor will be there. Oh, that'd be so exciting. Coming up next on the show, we're going to load up the card full of football, maybe some baseball plays as well. Favorite plays of the weekend and the Dogster are next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It is a Friday morning good time edition on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, and we're going to finish strong before we send you to bed sweats. Oh, it's great to be with you live across the country from 6 to 9 a.m. Eastern Time. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. The Dogster is here as well. And what were you telling me? Grant Delpit, safety for the Browns. What in the world did he say about Derrick Henry? Not smart.
It's time for bulletin board material of the week, courtesy of Grant Delpit of the Cleveland Browns. When asked about how hard it is to tackle Derrick Henry, he responded by saying, quote, "Not hard." Not hard, huh? Well,
Okay.
Derrick Henry rushed for $138 last time he went against the Browns. So I don't know about that. And also, I have eyes. I've seen Derrick Henry.
Oh my
He is not
God.
your normal running back. Not that like any running back is easy to bring down, but Derrick Henry's like 6'2", 250.
Yeah.
You think that's not hard? It is fine to not credit your opponent and come into a game with some confidence, but like to flat out lie to us is another thing.
Yeah, come on, dude. I remember last year,
Not hard.
They have like next gen stats and stuff like that, or they'll have, the Amazon AI like measure, different catch angles or the percentage of catching a pass, stuff like that. And they were running a test on Derrick Henry compared to other running backs because he had a lot of breakaway. I mean, he does every year, but he had a breakaway run last year where I believe he tested as the fastest player in the NFL on that run. And I was like, imagine that guy coming at you at full speed. I would rather just have like a heart attack and die than have Derrick Henry run over me.
Well, if he's not hard to bring down, like, who is?
Right.
Like, is it just Saquon and that's it?
The two 1,000-pound sisters? I don't know. Like, who's tough to bring down? He's got to be the toughest guy to bring down in the league.
Are you comparing it to like a tractor trailer? Like, what's the comparison here? Like, why isn't Grant Delpit stopping every single person if Derrick Henry's not hard to bring down?
Yeah.
I don't understand the logic.
I don't get it either. Oh, man, we're almost off the air. Weekend plans ready to go. What are you doing this weekend? Another softball game for Blake? How'd you do last night, by the way?
Oh, we had one last night, and she got on base every time. Her defense is improving. She was making a sandcastle in the dirt over at third base for part of the second inning, but we're working on our attention span. But over the weekend, I told you, we have that Western wedding we're going to.
Yeah.
I'm going to Trail West after this, and I've got to get either a cowboy hat or a bolo tie and some boots or all of the above.
Will you get into character? Like if someone says hello, you're going to, well, how do? Something like that. Or somebody tells you a story. You're like, well, I'll be. Stuff like that. Yeah?
Well, I think it's more like bougie cowgirl. Like, I don't know
okay.
if you know the vibe that I'm thinking of, but like Nashville has a bunch of these stores where it's like Western wear, but it's bougie and like trendy. So it's not like Carhartt. You get what it's not like working cowboy. But here's the thing. I have a background as a horse girl. I had a horse growing up. So it will not be hard for me to like tap into that character. There is no accent involved, but there are horses to pet there that I've been told. So I will be petting all of those horses.
Well, that'll be a good time. We Airbnb'd a house somewhere in Maryland. I forget. We were supposed to go to Renaissance Fest this weekend with our friends Ryan and Sarah. And it's kind of out there, so we're just going to spend the weekend. We found this house, which we Airbnb'd last year, and they have like a hot tub and a pool, so we just grabbed the house for the weekend. We're close to Renfest, and we just take advantage of the house, and we cook and just kind of hang out and have drinks. It's a good time. But we missed our chance to get Renfest tickets, and this Maryland Renaissance Festival is apparently the most popular or one of the most in-demand Renaissance festivals in the country. So tickets sold out, and now they're being resold on SeatGeek for like $250 a pop. Like, we're not spending that kind of money. So I think we're just going to chill and hang by the pool on Saturday. Catherine bought some rings off of Amazon. You know, like the rings you throw at the bottom of the pool. You can go down and chase
diving
the
rings.
Yeah, diving rings. Yeah. So we'll do that and hang by the pool, but I think we're going to miss out on Renfest because we're not paying that kind of money to dress up and have a turkey leg.
I mean, you can still do that at home. Like,
Yeah.
nobody's going to be doing it but
That's
you
true.
guys. But you can get a turkey leg. You can dress up. Hell, you can go to the bathroom in a bucket and dump it in the street, because isn't that what they did in medieval times?
Yes. There'll be a
Didn't it
toilet
smell
inside.
really
I'm
bad?
like, nope, not this weekend. It's to the bucket we go. It's Renfest weekend.
In character.
That's right. The entire time. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, Joe O and Sammy P will preview the upcoming weekend with their favorite plays. They will also react themselves to what we saw on Thursday Night Football. And then Kelly in Vegas is along at 11 o'clock. All right, final big plays of the weekend.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea. One bet officially on the card. What's it going to be?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the target share god and C.D. Lamb. I'm going to go him over his receiving prop of 78.5. Receiving yards for minus 115 over at BetMGM. Banking on the fact that the Cowboys have been really good at home. And C.D. Lamb is coming off a game in which he had some really bad drops. He still stacked the stat sheet, had 110 yards receiving against the Eagles. I think he gets a better matchup against the Giants, who are not nearly as difficult of a matchup. They just gave up this number, I believe, to Deebo Samuel in the first game of the season. Maybe Deebo had 77, but still right on this number. So when it goes to target share, these are the guys that I like to back because the opportunity will always be there. Even if he has some drops, he's still going to get a ton of targets. He had 13 targets in the first game. Him and Dak have a good connection that I don't see falling by the wayside. I don't know if you saw the viral video of him practicing on his day off, catching balls, but he is motivated to right the wrongs that happened in that game against the Eagles. So I'm going to go with CeeDee Lamb to have a big game against the Giants. Let's go over 78.5 receiving yards for minus 115.
Okay. I think I'm checking it out. Just one bet on the card for me, and it's baseball. I went big last night. I know. I had 7 bets on the card last night. Went 5-0 in baseball, 0-2 in football. I'm going to stick with baseball right now and just kind of relax this weekend. And finish with a winning week. And let's do some early baseball. Tigers on the run line. It's minus 120. Taking on the Marlins. You have Tariq Skubal going up against Sandy Alcantara. Here's the thing. Alcantara has been much better recently. Early on, man, that was a rough road for the former Cy Young Award winner. He has been better recently, but he is still not on the level, which is no insult. No one is on the level of Tariq Skubal, who has now allowed a total of 4 earned runs over his last 4 starts. That includes pitching 14 consecutive shutout innings. Are the Marlins bats? The Marlins going to get Tariq Skubal? I don't think so. And the Tigers lineup, a top 10 lineup in baseball in scoring. Even if Skubal and Alcantara go at it early on, then the Tigers also have a bullpen advantage. So I'm going to take the Tigers on the run line in Miami.
Tariq Skubal, one of the few members left of the Circle of Trust.
I know.
I feel like the Circle of Trust has been dwindling. Like Zach Wheeler went down, Nathan Eovaldi went down. So we are happy that Tariq Skubal is still pitching, so we can bet on him.
Yes, we are. Double D he's giving it to me in the chat. Scared money don't make money. I'm like, I know.
You had 7 bets last night.
7 bets yesterday.
That was a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a heavy card. So I'm going to ease into the weekend. I don't want to be on my phone all weekend when I'm diving for rings in the bottom of a pool in the middle of Maryland somewhere. Before we find out what's coming up next on Bet Sweats, we got to bring in the Donkster.
Release the files!
Donkster, don't do this. Let's not do politics.
I've been waiting for weeks, and it's not a hoax. Release the files!
Donkster, not now. Also, wait a second. I know you. What are you talking about?
I'm trying to download some songs from my iCloud. I need Apple to release the files. Tim Cook promised me.
Oh. Oh, wow. Thank God. That was very close. do you have a bet?
I do. Yankees, money line, minus 125 in Boston. And since you guys were talking about drugs, I like cocaine.
Whoa.
There it is.
There it is. Well, it was earlier in the show, not quite illicit drugs, but okay. You know what? If you want a natural high, you know what I do? I listen to Bed Sweats. That's what I do. Oh, yeah. That's right. Joe O, that's all I need in the morning. Good morning, Joe O.
Little nervous about that transition. There we go from cocaine. Well, you know what's next on the network. Speaking of cocaine.
Good morning.
Should be used
what
to
did you think
this
of
by
last
now.
night? Oh, my God. Yeah.
I was angry. Like,
Me too.
apparently everybody's right. Sure, Packers, top 2, top 3 team, apparently. It never, even though the cover was in play at the very end, it didn't really feel like that was the case last night.
So the Packers are now the favorites to win the NFC over the Eagles. Is that warranted?
No, it's not. I mean, I understand why there was movement after the Parsons trade and what they did to the Lions, but I can't make them the favorite. I have my concerns about the Eagles, but no, this is way too much. But they did it against the NFC contender, someone at the very top of the list on that short list. So I understand the reaction, but it has just been an avalanche. It's been nonstop Packers action. I feel like I'm way too late. I'm not going to be jumping in. I'm going to be hoping that it goes wrong at some point. Sorry, Horvey.
Yeah. Now, 30 seconds left, Joe. What was your take on the Commanders? Were you surprised that they took so long? I mean, they're still trying to figure out the offense.
Yeah. And let's just go for 50-plus yard field goals 10 times a game. And I was surprised by that a little bit. I know some of them were 4th and long situations, but the amount of success that they had last year on 4th down, I was surprised that they were willing to just go for long threes a lot.
Yeah. Most aggressive team on 4th down last season in the NFL. Just didn't make a lot of sense. Joe O, have a great show. Good to see you as always. That is it for us on this edition of the Daily Tip. For Chelsea Messenger, D-Day, Denton Day, Dylan Mitchell, David Double D Dykstra, and the Dogster, I'm Michael Jenkins. Have a great weekend.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Off the fake, pass caught, touchdown. Green Bay, Romeo Dobbs from the 8 to the outside, wide open, touchdown. Tucker Kraft.
Another game felt like from the outset that it was all Packers. Had a chance to cover later on in that one, but I don't know that it really ever felt that we had much of a chance there if you were on Washington getting 3.5 points. Welcome on in. It is a Football Friday. It's Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panianovich. This is Bet Sweats, weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on the BetMGM Network. We've got Friday Feels in 20 minutes from now. We'll go over some other college plays, big sports betting news on the college front that may have slipped under the radar yesterday. A lot of topics like this are going to kind of go under the radar because as you're getting geared up for the weekend with football, everybody's talking NFL. You got Thursday night football, college football going. Some of these stories kind of skate by, and it's not a big deal, but it is a big deal. We'll get to that coming up. It involves sports betting. Some of the big matchups of the weekend, the ones that we have strong opinions on, we'll cover them all. We'll break down games. We'll do it during 2-minute drill. Kelly in Vegas in her usual Friday, 11 a.m. Eastern spot with her favorite college football plays of the weekend. All right, let's just keep moving them. Keep on dropping them. Packers Super Bowl, Love MVP, Packers favorite to win the NFC. Like, it's immediate. Nobody's waiting. Nobody's waiting for a month to see what happens with Parsons and company. Oh, you got Jaden Reed going down for a while? We don't care. They're the best team. Apparently, we've had some laughs over it this week. They looked impressive again against an NFC contender, but the Packers didn't give you really any reason to doubt them last night.
They could not run the ball. And by they, I mean the Washington Commanders. How about 19 carries for 51 yards? That's 2.7 yards per pop. You are not going to win many football games when you cannot run. And look, I came out on Wednesday. We did our power ratings. I said the number one overreaction was that the Green Bay Packers defense was elite. I was making fun of anybody who even thought that it was elite. Maybe I'm wrong. We have another data point. It's only 2 games, but holy cow, I didn't realize that they were this good on defense. So I will wear that one. I also thought Jaden Daniels was very bleh in the game. So what's the truth? Is Jaden Daniels as great as he was last year, or is he starting to show signs that you can figure him out? I don't know. I don't know that answer. But even though Green Bay was just dominating them in the yardage category, I mean, there was a point in that game where the Packers had, 400 yards, and the Commanders had like 150. And you look up and you're like, well, if they get the score here and they get the ball back, they might be able to cover. That was vintage NFL with Roger Goodell. One team is clearly dominating on the stat sheet, but the other team is doing just enough to hang around and potentially cover. And what do you know? Commanders get the ball down 9 with like 1:30 left to go, and there's a chance that they could somehow cover that game. It didn't make sense, but that's how it happened.
Most of what we're going off at this point in the season is on last year. Because if you reference week 1 too much or 1 and 2, it's going to be a small sample size theater, and we understand that. So that's really what we're going on. Even though there have been a lot of changes, and we know in this league, it's a worst to first, first to worst league, and teams go into the playoffs. Teams are bounced out that were in it last year. We don't know what's going to happen with the opponents that they've played so far. But you look at the opening part of this schedule for Green Bay, like, man, we're going to find out about them. They've got Detroit. They've got this team. I know they're going through changes, but look at the talent. They're probably going to overcome it. Look at this offense. Shut them down completely. Jaden Daniels and that offense. Sure, there are factors of luck that were involved last year. We don't know what they're going to be this year, but last year they were phenomenal. So you take out the Lions, and now you take out the Commanders, and here come the Browns. So we're going to hear after 3 games, likely, this is a top-notch defense. It's hard to criticize anything. And I understand the move. I would not be part of it, but I understand the move. If you pull up the BetMGM Super Bowl odds this morning, it is Bills plus 550 because, of course, they win that tilt last Sunday night against the Ravens. The Ravens are plus 600. So let's put those two teams at the very top. Now, it differs from book to book, 50 cents here, 50 cents there. But they've got Bills-Ravens right there. After the Ravens, they've got the Packers to win the Super Bowl at plus 650. 550, 600, 650 Green Bay, plus 700 Philadelphia. And that's when you have a separation. That separation being the Chiefs are 12-1. Is the top four right? Is that order right?
I don't know. I have no idea what to think. But the math is very telling that the Packers now have shorter odds than the Eagles, and the Packers are favored to win the NFC Championship. And your Super Bowl favorite in terms of matchup, like pick the finalists, your favorite right now is Buffalo Green Bay. That's where we're at. That has the shortest math. 14-1. Buffalo Green Bay Super Bowl finalists. All right. You mentioned the schedule too. The next 4 games at Cleveland, which you should win, at Dallas, which you should win, then the bye week, then you're home against the Bengals, at the Cardinals. They flashed that on the screen last night as Green Bay was up 2 scores, and I'm thinking, here we go, 5-1, maybe 6-0 out of the gate.
6-0.
I mean, not to get too ridiculous, but that's a schedule where you're going to be favored. You're definitely favored at Cleveland. You're favored at Dallas. You're favored at home against Cincinnati, and you're favored at Arizona. So that's where I go. I don't want to sit here and say the Packers are winning the Super Bowl, though. But we had Nate Collins on last week, and one half of his Super Bowl prediction, the other half was the Patriots. The main part, the ribeye to the potatoes and the veggies, was Green Bay is winning the Super Bowl. He also said Packers between 7 and 12. That was his margin of victory last night. So he checked that box, and he came on the show and said he did. He said my favorite bet is Packers between 7 and 12.
He did.
Cha-ching! Because they win by 9. He said Packers win the Super Bowl, and maybe we should have listened.
Good thing we didn't rip on him for the 7-12. Maybe it's because we were running out of time in the segment. But I know both of us are like, come on, dude. Really? We're doing that band? He nailed it. That was a good call. Good call out of him. All right. We mentioned how Jordan Love, after the first game, goes from 20-1 to 12-1 for the MVP. Okay, let's pull up the odds this morning. And Jordan Love's the third name. I mentioned yesterday Jaden Daniels was the third name according to the market. That flipped. Now the spot that Love was in, you've got Jaden Daniels going down to, and now they're saying Jordan Love is a third favorite. He's plus 850 over at BetMGM. You've got Josh Allen plus 300, Lamar plus 400, Jordan Love plus 850. Behind him, Burrow, Mahomes. Then we get to Jaden Daniels. They're saying that Jordan Love, top 3 quarterback in the league. I get it. It looks like, as you just went over with that schedule, this team is probably going to have an excellent record, and the quarterback of the team is going to get a lot of credit.
The Packers were so good on defense that Dan Quinn didn't know what to do on 4th and short. There were a couple times in that game, 4th and 4, 4th and 5. Dan Quinn deprogrammed. I think he was just shook. And that crowd was electric. Man, Micah Parsons just all over the field. All over the field. Can we talk about the room? Because I'd like to talk about the room. Most bet props last night at BetMGM. The number 1 prop got home. Jaden Daniels' pass completion is over. The other 4 props, all lost. All lost. 1 and 4. Yet again.
Were they close? Did they have a chance?
Not really.
Or no?
Not really.
Okay.
Jaden Daniels passing yards over. He had 200. The room needed 227. Jaden Reed got knocked out of the game early. He had over 37.5 yards. He did have a touchdown pass wiped out, though, which kind of sucked if you had the over there. So he catches the touchdown pass. It gets wiped out from a penalty, and then he gets hurt. So that was, I don't want to say bad beat, but that was an unfortunate series of events if you had the over on Jaden Reed's receiving yards. Krosky Merritt, 37.5 rushing yards. He had 4 carries for 17. And then the other room play was Deebo Samuel, over 4.5 rushing yards. He did not have a single rush.
Again, we should just do that. Just fade it. Just fade it.
3-hour show. We just fade the room the whole time.
I see why people just listen to lightning bets, because a lot of times we mention the room there, and we're like, hey, just a reminder. There you go. You mentioned Parsons there. Played more snaps. He's played a lot of snaps in a matter of just days now with that quick turnaround. Incredible impact out of him. Like, you see the difference. This is not a surprise to anyone that's been watching any semblance of football, but it is worth noting that they had a decent pass rush before, and people are taking a look at it and saying this is the over-the-top move. Whether or not you believe in Jordan Love and his consistency and all that, whether or not you think that they have enough receivers, by the way, when we look at the history of the NFL, how often are receivers winning Super Bowls? It's about the trenches, and they are at another level with Micah Parsons, and he's just getting started. It was a limited snap count in his first game, and he was making an impact. He played much more last night, and they were highlighting it on TV, and they should have. Jaden Daniels had a rough time. How's it going to go for Joe Flacco next week?
Probably not good.
Yeah.
He had half sack last night. I thought he could have had 2 or 3. So how did they grade that? Because you needed to have a sack, right? Like, if you get a half sack, it doesn't. Like, if you bet Micah Parsons to get a sack and he has a half sack, that doesn't get you home, correct?
There is one sports book that takes sack props that lines it at a quarter. So that would be a winner for you.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
the
right.
Green book does a quarter. The blue book does a half.
25.
Yeah.
So you would have pushed on the half, and then if you needed him to just record 1 sack, you're a loser. He should have had at least 2. I counted at least 2 that he should have had. And there was one where Parsons is just bearing down on him, and Jaden Daniels somehow wiggles out of it and scampers forward, so it wasn't a sack. It should have been a sack. He was all over the field. And it's not like his snap count was insanely high. I mean, there were several third downs when he wasn't out there. So they're just easing him along, conserving energy, whatever it is. Obviously, he's got the back issue, but that's a mean team. And how about another under, Joe? We have now had 17 NFL games this season. The under is 13-4. 13-4.
Man, it's with last night, everything that we do. Yes, another under hits. It's hard to just get away from everything is coming up Packers, and it's early, and we just started week number 2. We understand that. Micah Parsons dropped in DPOY too. There's another reaction. He's plus 450 as your favorite. A little bit of separation between Parsons and Garrett. Here are the numbers on Parsons last night. You're right, a half a sack. However, he generated a team high 8 pressures on that half sack. So 6. They said 6 of those pressures from Next Gen Stats. They have those coming in the second half. That makes a lot of sense. Pin your ears back. He was firing on all cylinders. So they're going to be tough to beat, man. That's kind of where the conversation starts. Stinks for Jaden Reed. 6 to 8 weeks, they're saying, with a broken collarbone. So that hurts the receivers on the outside. Packers will probably be just fine.
Yeah. I don't know how Tucker the dog fared last night. I would love an update there. I can tell you Tucker Kraft dominated. All this talk about the Packers. Who's the wide receiver 1? Who's their best wideout? Maybe their best pass catcher is Tucker Kraft, who had 6 catches for 124 yards and a touchdown, by the way. He looked like prime George Kittle, prime Travis Kelce last night. He was everywhere. Even had a 57-yard catch and run. He was outstanding last night for Jordan Love.
Yep. College front, the college card gets going with NC State winning by 10 over Wake. NC State covers. They were favored by just over a touchdown. That was a 7.5-point number. And early in the week, one of the biggest movers that we noticed was the total dipping down. And we go over 58 points. I believe this one closed 52 in the hook. So you had some sharp money on the under in this game. It goes over, as there was a fire in a food truck during that game last night. I don't know if you saw that one.
I did not, but I can't wait to hear about it.
Yeah, you got to check out the video during the break. All right, Friday feels. It is a football Friday. We've got a lot of thoughts on NFL, college football action. We get to that on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. We've all got that Friday feeling.
Good morning, Vietnam!
It's all about the vibes on this Football Friday.
Hey, this is not a test. This is rock and roll.
It's our Friday feels on Bet Sweats.
Clear eyes, full hearts.
Let's go!
Welcome in, Friday Feels. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. Are you feeling something? Let us know. Bet_sweats on X. Bet_sweats. Don't forget, you can leave a voicemail. That would be fun if people leave their Friday Feels on voicemail on the Odyssey app. Go to BetMGM Network. We will recover those. And Sam, I mentioned it to you. You had not seen the video last night. And yeah, I just saw a quick clip of it. I didn't understand the timing and all that. It's hilarious. If you go back and watch this fire, I think we can say hilarious because everyone's all right. That went on just outside of the stadium during Wake Forest NC State.
Lots to unpack here because
Yes.
the poor guy, the poor cook in this, what would you call it? Like a truck. It's like a food truck, essentially.
Food truck. It's a food truck.
Yeah, that's what it is. He's in there with the fire extinguisher trying to just go to work on this huge spreading flame. I would have been out of that thing ASAP. I'm gone. You'll never see me again. Like, I quit. I'm never coming back. I'm gone if the food truck engulfs in flames. This guy, give him credit. He's in there with the extinguisher. He's trying to put it out, doing his best. So the food truck is burning, also burning inside the stadium. Any bets on Wake Forest plus 7.5. Wake had a 14-0 lead. Wake was covering for about 55 minutes, but Wake did not score a single point in the second half. NC State 17, Wake nothing. That's your second half box score. And NC State kicks a field goal with about 6 minutes left to go up 10. Wake does not get inside the back door. 34-24. The truck burned outside. The Wake bets burned inside.
But during the fire, they're up 14-0. So if you're holding a Wake ticket, you're up 14-0. Place is burning. Smoke all over the place. Do you have to go Friday Feels? No, not feeling it. Other side, even though you have a 3-touchdown plus edge at that point?
I don't know. I just feel
might have to.
I feel for Chalks. I feel for the truck.
I'm
for
on the
the
website right
Wake
now. You got to go to this website.
What is
Chalks
it?
BBQ.
Give it to me.
ChalksBBQ.com. CHOCSBBQ.com. Just the logo is hilarious to me. I don't know why. The man staring at you.
Yeah.
You see this
Very
guy
wild logo.
with his overalls?
I do.
It's insane. It's insane.
Who does he
All
look
right,
like?
Friday
Usually
Feels.
I'm good at the
I don't know.
who does he look like game. He looks like somebody. Anyways.
I know. I'm kind of creeped out by him.
He looks like Gary
Friday-
Sinise. That's who it is. He looks like Gary Sinise.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. Friday Feels. What do you think? You look like Gary Sinise, sir. Shock.
Friday Feels. I feel like I'm not going to leave the house tomorrow. That's how I feel. I don't want to do anything tomorrow. I want to wake up late, maybe like 10 o'clock, and watch football from noon until 1 a.m. when Minnesota beats Cal. That'll be the late one. I will have a bet on Minnesota. There's a tease for lightning bets. I'm going to order food. I'm not going to cook. Usually on Saturdays, I'm productive, get up early, go to the gym, maybe hit the grocery store, get some things done, work around the house, outside. Nope, not doing a damn thing tomorrow. Don't want to hear about it. Don't care. I might not even answer the phone if it rings. That's not true. I will answer the phone in case it's something important. I'm not leaving. I'm going to go as far as to say this. I will not step outside this house tomorrow. That's how I feel.
Yeah. I'm so sick of driving back and forth. Oh, you got softball, you got baseball, you got to go to your grandma's, you got to go to volleyball, that's all day. I was like, oh, it's good. Thursday, I'll get hyped, I'll get ready for the game. Wasn't even home in time for kickoff because I'm driving to Moni, then Mokina, then Tinley, then Orland Park, and it's just nonstop. The wife needs to get back from Scotland. Thankfully, she'll be back tomorrow, I hope. And my life will be in order a little bit. Even though, I don't know, maybe it's because it's been nonstop. It does feel like it was a quick week. Even though we had 5 full days, it wasn't like last week where it was shortened down to 4. Maybe just in that football mode, it's like, whoa, all right, we're here now. I have to talk about all these games. You spend a summer previewing a season, previewing every team, and then so much changes with injury reports, just the week to week. Love the football season. Not complaining yet. My Friday feels, though, kind of relates to what we saw last night. And it's what happened, let's say, after the first month of last regular season. And I've noticed that it's carried over. We are dog players. We will sometimes take dogs on the money line. You spotted one of 2 dogs that won outright last week. And I'm talking about Vegas. The other one was the Brazil game in the Chargers over the Chiefs, right? And I look last night, we have a 3.5-point home favorite. It was never really in doubt. Never really, if you were back in the Packers. And we had a lot of upsets in the first couple weeks when we didn't know anything last year. I'm worried it's going to be a continuation of much of last season, and it's just going to be favorite, because that's what we've seen so far. When we know very little in the sports betting market, kind of chalky last week. Besides, it was low scoring, and it was chalky. The favorites were winning. The 2 dogs I just mentioned, it was the Raiders getting home, and it was the Chargers. And I'm a little concerned because I'm looking at my card this week, Sam. There's a lot of pluses, and that is normally the case in the NFL with me. The plus last night was a big loser in the Commandos.
That was such a public dog, too, and it morphed into it throughout the day.
Yeah.
You started to hear a little bit on Thursday morning, and then by the time I'm eating lunch, you start to see all the texts, all the tweets, book it with Trent, whale bet, Washington, this guy, this girl, Commanders. Room comes out for the top 5 props, Commanders. Damn it. I knew it too. My buddy sent me a text right before kickoff and goes, "This is the deadest dog I've seen all season." I'm like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "It's just a public, the free world underdog." At that point, the bet's already in. I mean, what am I going to do? Like, bet out of the bet?
Yeah.
No, not going to happen. We'll see what happens. I hope it doesn't carry over. I played so many underdogs last October. I'm a dog guy, as you alluded to. People know us. They listen to us. We like the dogs. We play unders. It is what it is. I'll play favorites. I'll play the rightful favorite, no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
And I have some favorites in the NFL this week. Granted, they're smaller favorites. But if I have another stretch like that last October when the underdogs were hitting at 26% or whatever for 4 weeks, it's going to suck. And I will just keep doing it. I will not adjust because I'm stubborn. Those favorites were just, like October 2024 was a nightmare for anybody that lined up and tried to play mostly dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Not great. Let's see. What else do I feel today? I feel like just to zig when Gertch is zagging, I feel like I may at 6:30 p.m. tonight lay 48.5 with Indiana.
I thought you were going to say go over the win total or something like that.
No.
Yeah. Heavy.
Indiana is a 47.5 point favorite against big bad Indiana State. What's that final score? I love when the side is 47.5 and the total is 59.5. Basically saying Indiana State's going to score 1 time. I love when you get a high spread and a relatively low total.
You know, that 10 toes down yesterday from Gertch kind of threw us all for a loop. Like, we were trying to set in, like, okay, what exactly is he saying after this 56-9 win? Like, why is he so upset about it? And I still don't understand. Like, I don't know why. That was they suck. Like, why? What was your takeaway from your 47-point victory that you did not like? Like, where you're like, they're not going to win a game the rest of the year. They're not going to win a conference game this year.
The defense looked horrible.
9 points.
We saw this. We saw this last year against bad teams. Signetti just poured it on. I mean, there were several games last year. Western Illinois, they beat, no, wrong number, 77-3 was that final score against Western. Beat Charlotte 52-14. Beat Nebraska 56-7. Beat Michigan 47-10. I mean, they poured it on. Beat Purdue 66-0. That guy showed you. Granted, it's only one season. That's not a very big sample size. But Signetti proved that he don't give a damn about your respect. Like, he's not going to take it light when his team is in overdrive. So I see that number 47.5 and think, maybe I'll be bored at 6:30. Maybe I'll be bored and just lay a little Hoosiers 47.5 tonight. That's how I'm feeling.
I'm laughing because Jake mentions in the chat, Gert's just on his couch fuming at every opposing field goal.
Oh, that
I
could be
was
one of those games.
Yeah,
Indiana's up 50-0, and Indiana State comes in to kick the field goal to cover.
Oh my God!
Watch that happen. For the cover,
yeah.
The kick is up. It hits the crossbar and it's in. Field goal, good. Final score 50-3.
Okay, so I know how you feel about field goals. How are you feeling every time Dan Quinn decided, let's take another 50-plus yard field goal, being on Washington?
The 58-yarder at the end of the half was insane. Insane. As he's lining up, too, I'm thinking, is he about to kick a 60-yarder here? Because if you miss, you give the ball to the Packers, who had some time left. And luckily, for our sake at the time, the Packers got in field goal range, and then they donked one, right? Didn't they hit the upright on the field goal at the end of the second quarter? There were 3 missed field goals in a row, right? Yep. If I remember that correctly, it was miss. I don't know what he was doing. Like I said earlier, he felt like he was sort of deprogrammed. For as aggressive as they were last year and prone to going for it on 4th and short or 4th and medium, they settled a ton. They had a punt I didn't like. They had a couple field goals I didn't like. I don't know what happened to Dan Quinn last night. He just got away from the script. They were so aggressive and so confident last year on these 4th down decisions. And last year they cut to him and he just had like dumbass face. Like, moo, what do I do? I don't know.
Yeah.
It was very weird because they were so confident last year and they were not confident last night. I guess that's what the Packers defense does to you.
I'm wondering if, like, all the talk of the negative regression that's coming your way on 4th down maybe got into his head or something. Because that 58-yard field goal that you reference, it's 4th and 4. You're on the Green Bay 40 with 19 seconds. 4th and 4, they went for it all last year. That was automatic. It wasn't even a conversation. And he's like, let's go for a 58-yard field goal. And you're right. It almost got him twice. McManus ends up missing a 48-yard field goal as time expired going into halftime. But, yeah, I did not like what I'm seeing out of Dan Quinn either. There are a lot of missed opportunities there. So, I mean, well, what was it? A 9-point? Yeah, 9-point difference. Those 2 field goals come into play maybe. Like a lot of things. As much as it looked like Green Bay dominated, and they did, if you look at the box score, what they have, 400 yards? Yeah, 404 to 230 for Washington. They were right there in coverland. And I think you brought that up on X as well. And more bad news, not to keep this on Washington too much, Eckler. Probably done for the
Gone.
It'll be official later today. And as you mentioned, the run game already in dire straits. And now it's no more Eckler. It's going to be all Bill.
I just was looking for something and I came across a tab and I forgot to X out of the Chalk's barbecue tab and I saw Gary Sinise staring at me again. It's just like, it's not what I was looking for. I wanted to bring up a couple other injuries that popped. Ed Oliver, I saw this morning, he's one of the Bills' best defensive players. He's in a boot. He's in a walking boot. So I don't know if he's going to play. I think that makes anybody who's thinking about, taking the points against Buffalo, makes them a little bit more excited. That's a big number against the Jets. If Ed Oliver's not playing, that calculus changes. And then Brock Bowers, not participating in practice yesterday with a knee injury. So injuries are already stacking up, man. We know the whole San Francisco situation. Their entire offense is hurt. Bowers is hurt. Ed Oliver's hurt. Eckler, Achilles. Just keeps coming. The hits keep coming.
A lot of sharp money on the Jets, it sounds like. It's early in the week. Still got couple more days here, but a lot of money coming in on the Jets, and you can tell from that line movement. I don't know where we are currently if you have it up, Sam, but I noticed that Circa went to 5.5 yesterday afternoon. Like, whoa.
Oh, yeah,
okay.
They're 5.5. They are.
Yeah. They're still there? Okay. Interesting to watch. And I did take a peek at where the room is at. That'll be interesting to get to as well. More college on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
The Baltimore Ravens are gutless cowards. Period. Gutless cowards. That is the Baltimore Ravens. Ever since it's been John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson, this team cannot get it done in the big spots. And I don't know when that's going to change. Maybe they just get to the dance so many times, they get so many cracks at it that things just go their way and they finally have that breakthrough moment. Guess what? Sitting here right now on September 8th, I'm not going to be the guy that bets on it. And you can hold me to that. Because this time last year, I was telling everybody, I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it. And then we got to December, and then like a crack addict, I went back and I had a relapse, and I fell for it, and I got my heart broken in the divisional round. It's not happening this year. I'm not doing it. Because this Ravens team, with all of the stars, with all of the talent, they have championship-level talent without championship-level toughness. You cannot tell me that's a team that we saw last night that you feel comfortable putting your hard-earned money on to win multiple playoff games. You can't do it. And if you tell me that, I think you're a liar. And I think deep down, you know you're a liar if you believe in this Baltimore Ravens team to actually win multiple playoff games. Like, these guys dominated. 8.6 yards per play. Somehow they lost the game. Derrick Henry, he damn near averaged a first down, 9.4 yards per carry. They lost the game. Lamar Jackson, 11.7 yards per carry. And somehow the Baltimore Ravens lost the game. Now, if you were living under a rock and for some reason we're not glued to the TV like I was, like many of you out there listening and watching were, the Ravens really tricked the game off once we got early into the fourth quarter. So Baltimore goes up 40-25, and it was such a beautiful sequence, by the way, too. Lamar Jackson under duress, ends up avoiding two Bills defenders, runs for like what felt like 80 yards, but ended up racking up like 20 yards in the actual box score. Like, boom, all right, Ravens cooking with gas. Next play, bang, Derrick Henry to the house, making Taylor Rapp, which I hate to throw shade to Taylor Rapp. He's from Bellingham, Washington. Hey, us Evergreen State guys, we stick together. Man, looked like he was running in molasses. Derrick Henry ran right by that dude like he was standing still. And then all of a sudden you look at it, well, I guess that's a good night. I guess the Ravens were just going to win this game. Have you seen them play?
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We've got a negative sports betting story, but I guess it's good because it looks like it's being caught. But a lot going on in college sports yesterday. And, like we mentioned, it kind of flies under the radar as we are underway in the NFL season, college football going as well. Like these sorts of sports betting stories are not discussed as maybe they should be, and how much things have changed in college sports. This from Ross Dellinger. The NCAA announces that it is pursuing investigations for sports betting with 13 more athletes at 6 schools. So there was a statement released. I saw it out there making the rounds yesterday that the NCAA enforcement staff is in the process of alleging violations of sports betting rules and or related failure to cooperate violations for 13 former men's basketball student athletes who competed at 6 schools at the time the conduct in question occurred. Those schools: Eastern Michigan, Temple, Arizona State, New Orleans, North Carolina A&T, and Mississippi Valley. They say additional cases are in various stages of the investigation process. So the NCAA decides, okay, let's put this out there. Let's release a statement. Let's show that we're willing to tell people what is going on here. But for them to make this sort of a statement, that's got to mean they are very close to putting some evidence out there. And we're going to hear more about this one.
It is such a wild landscape now because sports betting is just crammed down everybody's throats. And this is why a lot of states, when they were legalizing sports betting, did not want to have the advertising on television. I mean, you watch an NFL game. I watched Packers and Commanders last night. Now, the commercials aren't as hot and heavy on Amazon Prime, but take a Monday night football game or a Sunday night football game. And I know a lot of us don't watch commercials anymore because the game breaks and we go to our phones, or the game goes to commercial and we get something to drink or something to eat. A lot of us don't really consume commercials because we have ADD because of these stupid things. But pay attention to how many sports betting commercials are on during your next primetime football game. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. And people wonder why are these college athletes gambling? Well, I hate to break it to you. I know college kids at Illinois when I was there that were gambling too. Like, it happened. Don't think that kids on the Illinois football team didn't have a bookie in 2008. The problem is all the saturation in the market creates a bigger appetite, and it's literally everywhere. That's one of the worst parts about the space. And, I feel so many different ways about this whole situation because legalization has helped us catch more people. Like, guys were getting away with it 15 years ago because it wasn't legal. Guys would have just corner guys and local college kids were bookies. Like, that's how it was. But now that you can track the paper trail with BetMGM or whatever sports book, you're able to clip people easier. That's how Calvin Ridley got caught in Florida. He signed up, put Calvin Ridley on his account. Like, how dumb can you be? But the paper trails actually make it easier to catch illegal gambling and college players gambling. It's such a weird landscape, though, man, because as much in favor as I am for legalized sports betting, this is not good. It is not good that 13 schools, according to Ross Dellinger, are having issues. Or 13 more athletes at 6 schools, excuse me.
Yes,
the truth
basketball.
Is it's probably more than 6. It's probably more than 6.
Of course.
That's
definitely.
the reality.
And the NCAA was willing to go this far and say that this includes student athletes betting on and against their own teams. See, that's the one that Pete Rose was always fighting. Well, I always bet on my team. They're saying in some of these examples that they're betting against their teams, sharing information with third parties for purposes of sports betting, knowingly manipulating scoring or game outcomes, and or refusing to participate in the enforcement staff's investigation. That is serious, man. Betting on your team to lose, changing the score, having that sort of power. In basketball, you have a turnover at the end of the game for it to go under the total or something like that. Is anybody going to notice? Or how blatant is it? I also noticed, Sam, small schools, Eastern Michigan, New Orleans, North Carolina, A&T, smaller schools where it probably went unnoticed for a long period of time. I think both of us are on the same page, and a lot of people in the industry are on the page that look, sports betting helps. We're finding this because of sports betting, especially how rampant legalized sports betting is. But, and to your point, yes, it's going to happen regardless. I don't think it happens to this level. Does this happen? What the NCAA is releasing a statement about yesterday. Does this happen if we don't have PASPA overturned, if we don't have legalized sports betting in most states now throughout the country? I don't know, because I know it's our world and we've been interested in it, and a lot of our friends, and we talk to people about it that have been in on it for a very long period of time. We grew up in it in the Chicagoland area where it's always been everywhere, legal or not. But I also, we know a lot of people that had no interest in betting on sports until it was legal. And I don't know that this is happening if it isn't legal throughout much of the country.
It's really impossible to say. I mean, kids would be gambling. Yes, of course they would. But I think we obviously have more gamblers now because of legalization. The other side of that coin, though, without legalized betting, you don't catch a lot of this stuff. And you don't have these gaming boards and these people investigating box scores. If sports betting wasn't legal, we wouldn't be diving inside the Utah Valley box score. We just wouldn't. We wouldn't have these agencies that were combing through the play-by-play where, this point guard turned the ball over on 4 straight possessions. We wouldn't care. But now that it's legal, you have to have everything in order, and you have to have the checks and balances system. It's a tough look. I'm glad that the NCAA is figuring out what's going wrong and doing something about it. It's not going to stop people from doing this, though. That's the unfortunate part of the equation, because people will always reach out to athletes and say, "Hey, I will give you this, and you do this, and we will go on our way." That's happened forever, though. I mean, think about Henry Hill. At Boston College, like this happened long before sports betting was legalized. I don't know what the solution is. I don't have one for you. I don't think anybody has a solution.
Joe Sammy P, this is BetSweat's BetMGM Network getting you set for a weekend full of sports betting on football, whether it be the NFL or college. Top of the hour in 10 minutes from right now. We're going to start breaking down all of these NFL games. We'll start with Bears-Lions and hit a few other games that we have some strong opinions on. We'll be doing that throughout the rest of the show. We are here weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time. College football. Maybe you don't have a bet on it, but give me the game, the matchup. You can't wait to see the result. You can't wait to see what happens. Maybe you have a bet on it. Maybe you don't. Maybe you're just curious about the two teams in the matchup or whatever. What is number one on your list of must-see this weekend?
I woke up this morning after talking to a couple people last night who helped me get here. I am fully in on a Miami blowout tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm there. It took until Friday. It is funny how this works because, we do a lot of things, you and I. We have several jobs and we do multiple shows, and I'm writing stories, and I'll get an email on Tuesday like, "Hey, what are your best bets?" I'm like, "Dude, it's Tuesday. Chill." It's Tuesday. I don't have a best bet for you. But by Thursday, Friday, I feel pretty good and I'm ready to go. I don't think South Florida is going to be able to stop Miami's offensive line. If you go back and look at the size of Miami's O-line, I went back and watched that Miami-Notre Dame game. Notre Dame has NFL guys on that D-line, and they were getting pushed around. And then you watch Florida, South Florida, and while South Florida did win and they deserve full credit for it, Florida kind of worked the line too. But Florida just made these dumb mistakes because that's what Billy Napier teams do. I think Miami is going to beat the snot out of South Florida tomorrow. It took me until Thursday night, Friday morning to get there, And I could be well wrong about this. I know people, Chris Andrews was on the show yesterday saying he had a wise guy take 18. Fine. I laid some 17.5 first thing this morning. First thing I did. 2 feet hit the floor, 10 toes down, got out of bed.
BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Been annoyed at myself, hoping it would come back down. It has not budged since moving up to 17.5. So, yep, we are on the same page there. I have gone back and forth, and I think you kind of talked me into this. Like early in the week, I was thinking Tennessee, and the more people we talk to, and you brought up the point about Georgia, and just be careful, take a look at these injuries. Georgia hasn't played anybody. They haven't brought their A game yet. They're just kind of coasting through the beginning of the season. Couple of patsies first couple weeks. It's not a game I'm betting, but I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens because I could see either thing happening. I could see the real Georgia team showing up, or maybe Tennessee pulls off the upset at home.
I have a short quote from Tony Miller, Golden Nugget. They are betting Tennessee, and they will not stop. They will not stop.
When you hear they, the dummies or smart people?
Everybody. Sharps and squares. It's a pile-on.
All right, NFL week number 2. Breakdowns next. Joe O, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Is Caleb going to be all right?
Ooh. Man, I like Caleb, but with all the buzz that's going on about him, this like non-football wise, and in the locker room, he has to start getting some wins quick, or it's going to start getting louder and louder. And that's the one thing with the NFL. The only thing that fixes problems is winning.
Oh. Nate Collins with us every Wednesday on the show. He knows that pressure's ratcheting it up. He knows he better turn it around quickly or it's going to get ugly here in Chicago. Joe O, Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. We're going to get to Bears-Lions coming up in a quick moment here. Sam, you said that you saw something during the break that you wanted to make sure that we hit on before we dive into this game.
Almost fell out of my chair on a Friday morning.
Okay.
So
I could tell.
I saw this from Ben Fox, who does a really good job with Yahoo and shares a lot of information from the books across the country. I don't want to take away from the room, which we're going to do later in the show, but he just put out a list of the most lopsided Week 2 NFL games at BetMGM. Title sponsor. 87% of the money in week number 2 is on the New England Patriots. Going right back to it.
This is
Right
not
back.
in the Boston area. This is just 87% of bets nationwide are on New England. That's funny, 'cause I don't have an opinion on that game. I have no opinion on that game. I feel like I'm on an island because everything I consume is, and it seemed divided. I've heard many people, maybe it's because I talk to you a lot, that are on the Miami side. But 87%? What did you see? Oh, that's just a Miami fade, right? It's got to be.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And that's sort of what I've heard all week. It's just this anti-Miami, anti-Mike McDaniel. Dolphins are going to pack it in. Dolphins will quit. I watched every snap of that Patriots game. They blow. They are a bad football team. And I wish people luck betting New England in week 2.
Okay, so I sort of cheated because you freaked me out. Like I mentioned, I was driving around all day, so I didn't see that all the losers you don't want to be aligned with were in on the Commanders yesterday. So they seemed like a public dog. And I was worried that there's a public dog this week because I'm lining up with a lot of dogs, as you'll hear during our breakdowns. I did not see a public dog in the top 5. I'll just say that. I didn't take a look at who's really popular. Are they minuses or pluses? They were all minuses, and I kept it moving, and we'll go over it later. So I was happy to see that.
Okay.
Man. 87.
Vrabel. Solve Vrabel.
87.
Vrabel's going to fix everything.
Do it again, huh?
4
I
wins.
also am not on Miami, but I understand why. I understand why. All right, let's break it down. Yeah, he's worth how many wins? 4.5. Apparently, you won 4 games last year. They set it at 8.5 for this year. Chicago, Detroit. This is a game that I know that you have a side on, and I'm willing to be convinced, but I am concerned about one thing that I want to talk about. So we've got the Lions. They get blown out. We've got the Bears. They also lose at home Monday night, short week for them. It has been a lot of Lions action this week. It's 4.5 early on, and now we're sitting 6 everywhere. I see a 6.5 popping in the market. Tell us what you think about Lions Bears.
Well, I really wanted to get to Chicago. Did not bet it yet. Did not pull the trigger. Did not even pick it on any show yet. I want to get there so bad on Chicago +6. But then you watch Green Bay last night, and you're thinking, wow, maybe Green Bay's really, really good. And maybe Detroit is just a lot better than Chicago. Like you're trying to do the transitive property here. Like you watch Green Bay dominate Detroit, and then you're like, wow, what's wrong with Detroit? But really, the answer might be, oh, Green Bay's better than the market even thought, even though they were one of the top teams on the betting board after the Micah Parsons trade. It was hard to get there on Green Bay. But maybe Green Bay is just that much better than Detroit. And it doesn't mean Detroit's necessarily bad. It's just Green Bay's really good. John Murray, also our friend at the Westgate, told me that some of his sharpest guys laid 4.5 and 5 on Detroit. I heard that and thought, nah, I'm good. I do lean to Chicago at 6. I do, but I did not get there yet. We have to pick 5 in a lot of things that we do. I have a pick 5 that I have to put in the next 12 hours or whatever. I'll probably wedge Chicago plus 6 in there, but I don't feel great about it. So I thought, look, Ben Johnson, smarter than Dan Campbell, yada, yada, yada. But then I'm just like, I see this push on Detroit. And I don't know. I don't know if I feel like betting my hard-earned money on the Chicago Bears in week 2.
Here's the challenge. See, I find the Detroit side so much more challenging than the Bears. I think we can come up with a reason, or I feel like we know more, even though it's a new coach, new play caller on the Bears side. It's the guy that was in Detroit. So you got revenge. Is it a double revenge? Whatever you want to call it. Like the revenge on both sides. Like Detroit wants to beat Ben Johnson after he leaves. Ben Johnson wants to beat his old team and show, like, I'm the reason you're going through these struggles. Like there's a lot of that. You can argue both sides of that. It doesn't really matter to me. They look so bad. But like you mentioned, is it a product of the Packers, or is it what the Lions are now? Everything goes through the run with this team. When this offense in Detroit is humming, it starts with the run game. David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs. Those two guys averaged 2.1 yards per carry last week. You've got to have more success. I question what this offense is going to be. I question OC John Morton. And he's asked this week about the run game struggles. I believe it was yesterday. And his quote to the media is, it's an easy fix. An easy fix. Again, not in panic mode. Didn't ask if you're panicking. John Morton sounds like he is. Like he's repeating, well, it's an easy fix. There's some heat on him this week. If his offense does not put up points against this Bears defense in the cozy confines of Ford Field, like there's going to be a lot of questions asked. Like maybe it was all Ben Johnson and even Aaron Glenn. So that's why I think Detroit is so difficult. I understand the idea of a bounce back. We were talking to Dave Richard yesterday from CBS Sports on fantasy angles. He's big on the Lions this week. Now, he is a Bears fan at heart, so keep that in mind. So he's doubted them throughout his entire life. That might be part of it, but he's expecting a bounce back. Going home, awful performance last week. They're buying in. The problem with me is I've questioned Detroit all offseason, so I don't know that it's going to bounce back. But, like, let's not forget the Bears were supposed to win that game against Minnesota, a team that we have a lot of respect for. Watch out for this injury report. Jalen Johnson seems like he's a go. That's big, going up against Amon-Ra St. Brown. So it looks like Jalen Johnson is good to go. Linebacker TJ Edwards, he was limited on Thursday. Grady Jarrett, Kyler Gordon did not practice. So they could be missing a couple pieces on the defensive side. It's not Lions for me. I'm not laying 6 with having all these questions on this team. It's Bears or pass. And, you know, man, another argument that you've brought up, Sam, and I think it's fair. Caleb ran a lot more than I was expecting. Like maybe some of it was running for his life against those Flores blitzes, but he ran more than I thought he would. And that's where the Bears in the past have had some success keeping games tight in recent years against Detroit because they do struggle against mobile quarterbacks.
If you go back the last 3 years and look at some of these final scores that Chicago's put up against Detroit, 31-30, 31-26. Those are both Lions victories, but close ones. 31-30, 31-26, 23-20. The Bears won a game in Chicago, 28-13. That was like December 2023. The Bears were catching like 3.5, and they won outright. So there have been some close games. Fields and Williams have given them some issues. I must also paint the other side. I mean, there was a 41-10 game in there and a 34-17 game in there, both wins by Detroit. But of those 6 games, 4 of them were close, and one of them Chicago won. So those are sort of just like baked into my brain. I really don't know what to do. And if that's the case, you just stay away. You just stay away. You don't have to bet it.
I get it. Chicago might make a contest for me. If I'm looking to get to 5 or there's one I've got to get to 7, Chicago might make it for me. If we get this is taking a leap. What if you get to a touchdown? Is it a play then for you? I see a 6.5.
Probably. Yeah, I'd probably bet 7.
Probably
yeah,
has.
Probably
You're
would.
not happy about it.
No, like I just sound defeated already. Like I know what I'm getting myself into.
Right. Certainly. All right, let's go to the Giants and the Cowboys. We've got another NFC divisional matchup. This one is, let's call it 5.5, because that's the number we have at BetMGM. But the rest of the market isn't there. Most of the market is at 5.5, but I see a 5. I see a 4.5 as well. These are kind of dead numbers, not the biggest thing in the world until we get to that number of 6. This has been what you could call an overreaction. The look-ahead number was 3. It opened, I believe, momentarily at 3, and it's been all Cowboys. It's a mix of, okay, the Cowboys were not that bad in that loss on Thursday against the Eagles, and, the Giants. You got to get Russ out of there immediately, but Daboll announces that he is going to start this game. Russ, 17 for 37 against a poor Commanders secondary, only 168 yards. Is it going to be Jackson Dart's game? Is this the game where he enters on the road? I think it is certainly possible. The Cowboys, they were hurt by the Lamb drops. I'm not expecting that to happen. A late Sanders red zone fumble. I don't think that's going to happen again. Dak actually looks solid in his first time playing football in quite some time. Dak destroys the Giants. He is 13-2 straight up against them. Those 2 losses were when he was young. It's when Eli Manning was still under center for the Giants. They have not had a good quarterback since that time. Dak is great against the division. The thing about the Cowboys is they beat up on bad teams. The Giants, right now, they look to be a bad team. They're definitely a bad team with Russell Wilson under center. I understand why this jumped to 6 and we're sitting 5.5 right now. Dallas, both of us like them in Survivor. I'm going to mix it up. I'm not going to do that thing where I go all in on a team like we did with the Denver Broncos last week, but I'm definitely going to have some on Dallas. I'm not taking the Giants. I am a little concerned about mid-game. Maybe Dart enters the equation. They get some spark, and you end up covering the 5.5 or 6, whatever number we end up here. But yeah, I think Dallas wins, and I would definitely throw Dallas in a money line parlay.
The guys that told us to bet the Giants week 1 are telling us to bet the Giants again in week 2. These are the guys who bet numbers, not teams. They bet 6 with the Giants. They also bet 6.5, 7 last week, and it never felt like it had a chance. These guys they're bullish on the Giants. Remember the guys when we first started working together? They were bullish on the Browns, and I think the Browns went 1-15 that year, and they kept betting the Browns every week. This is what happens. Wise guys bet bad teams, and they are on the Giants again. I did it last week. I really don't want to do it again.
I'm not.
So it's a pass.
No chance.
It's a pass. Yeah, I mean, look, they could easily cover. But the 6s are gone. Now it's 5.5. MGM 5.5. A lot of books have 4 or a 4.5. Same thing as last week. The good numbers are gone. Now you have to take a bad team at a worse number, and I'm just not going to do it.
The Cowboys defense, without Parsons, Eberflus, the coordinator, they did a nice job on A.J. Brown last week. So if they can keep Neighbors in check, this game is not going to be in question. I could see a blowout. I could. Russ is that bad. The Giants are that bad right now. Neighbors is frustrated. He's saying it's no big deal. Don't worry about it. I don't know. I'm not buying what he's trying to sell us there on that one. So There you go. No, we'll get to Carolina, Arizona coming up. Also, some key AFC matchups. I have an opinion on Seattle, Pittsburgh, Jacksonville, Cincinnati. Of course, we'll get to the Patriots and the Dolphins as well. Joe O, Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats. You've got the BetMGM network. It is a football Friday. We're getting you set for the weekend. Don't forget, Kelly in Vegas will drop by 11 a.m. Eastern. I'm sure she'll talk about her Broncos and her stress level over the weekend, but I know she's got a lot of college football plays as well. You've got Bet Sweats. This is the BetMGM network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network.
Who's this?
Etienne is loose. That's still good. Travis Etienne.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, full NFL breakdowns. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats on a Friday, a football Friday. All right, we're feeling better. We're not worried about it. We're thinking it might be a dog weekend. We'll get to that coming up. What is this picture you sent with the pile of Parmesan cheese?
So my buddy brought the kids out for pizza last night, and they went to get New York slices. So they're the big floppy slices. And his daughter, who he says, I mean, he obviously loves her to death, but he said she's a weirdo. So she eats things like ketchup sandwiches. She's a child. I mean, she's very young, like 4 years old.
Yes.
She takes this New York slice, and you know how they at the restaurants they have a red pepper shaker and then a mozzarella cheese shaker, and they have holes in the lids, and you very conservatively put mozzarella or red pepper on your New York slice. Well, his daughter unscrews the lid on the mozzarella and then goes upside down vertical with it and just covers this New York slice. I mean, you see the picture. It is a layer of mozzarella cheese on top of the New York slice, and then she goes to town on this pizza. I mean, I would never, but they say kids do the darndest things, don't they? You would know.
With condiments or seasonings on food, they are on one end of the spectrum or the other. They are like my son, who puts nothing on anything. It's plain. I'm just happy he's actually, eating different food now. But last night, okay, I want a double cheeseburger. All right, cool. Do you want anything on it? Nope. Wants nothing on it. No ketchup, no mustard, no pickle, no tomato, no mayo, nothing on. Are you sure? Oh, no, you know what? I do want something. What do you want? I'm going to cook up some bacon. I was like, okay, you can put some, but as far as condiments, nothing. And then I see some of his friends that come over, and when they leave, I'm like, you're going to leave any money for the ketchup? Because you used the whole Heinz 57, everything we have in our fridge. Half of the paper plate was ketchup. I'm like, what? One opposite, one end or the other. It's one or the other.
Oh, you can never trust the kid. You can never trust the kid that eats the plain hot dog. That kid cannot be trusted. I'm sorry.
That's my son.
You eat the hot dog plain. cannot be trusted. I would rather you put ketchup on the hot dog than eat a plain hot dog. But then again, it's not my hot dog. I don't tell people what to do. I wouldn't do that. He also adds, I know we need to get back into football. He also adds he took his daughter to Olive Garden last week, and the waiter said, say when, and she would never say when. So the guy's cracking the cheese. He said she will literally never say when. So they have to stop them. They have to say when for her, because if it were up to her, it would just be nonstop. It'd be a 30-minute crank on the cheese wheel.
Order a bowl of that. I'm sure it's much cheaper. It hurt my soul.
Yep.
It hurt my soul the other night. Oh, yeah, he wants at Portillo's. He wants a 2 hot dog meal. Everything on it? No. Plain. It annoyed me. I'm not eating the damn thing. I say eat what you want, but cannot be trusted. I think you're spot on there. All right, let's continue with these breakdowns on the games. Let's flip over to the AFC, have some games that we want to hit on. We've got Jacksonville at Cincinnati. So we saw money early on in the week backing the Jacksonville Jaguars. I don't think that was a big surprise. Bengals are the home favorite. It's still 3.5. So we saw that immediate move, 5.5 down to 3.5. It's been 3.5 all weekend, has not really budged. It's a higher total. We're sitting 49 over at BetMGM. There are some 48.5, some 49.5 in the betting market. Etienne, big performance under Liam Cohen in his first game against Carolina. It's tough to figure out how much you take away from that matchup with the delay and what looks to be a poor opponent. Cincinnati, however, it looked like the same old Bengals. They stink in the beginning of the season. They should have lost to the Browns. Burrow had 113 yards. They only had 11 first downs. This explosive Bengals offense had 11 first downs against Myles Garrett and company. I say, yeah, they still stink. The trend continues in the first couple weeks of the season. I didn't see anything from Cincinnati last week that makes me want to back them -3.5 against Jacksonville. I'm taking the dog. I know Paul's on the Jacksonville side as well. Do you have a play in this game, Sam?
I like the over 49. Other books are on the way to 49.5, 50. Cincinnati just played in an absolute rock fight. They got drugged down into Browns ball, 17-16 final. And it's always difficult when you have Cleveland in your duet to get over because Cleveland just does nothing that wants to incite a fireworks show. They want to play games like that. Cleveland dictated the physicality, dictated the tempo. They were very good around the red zone. That's a 17-16 final. And I have Burrow in fantasy. I'm like, he had how many points? Well, I'm not winning this week. But now you look at the way that this game should go and probably will go. We're going to get somebody to set the pace early. We're going to get a big touchdown or two. And I think it's very telling that despite playing in a rock fight last week, 17-16, the books open this total, 49, and now we're 49.5. And I think there's a good chance by kickoff we get to like 50. So at 49, that's an overplay for me. Some books are 49.5. I shouldn't need to remind people 49 is a multiple of 7. So if you like the over, go get that 49. I do think this is like a 31-28 type game, and I do like points in Cincy.
Okay, so let's move to Pittsburgh. We've got Seattle going across the country, visiting Pittsburgh. The market's at 3. I see one very public book that decided to add the hook there where it's Pittsburgh -3.5. Low total. Interesting. Pittsburgh in a shootout last week. The market is not going to overreact, and the total is sitting at 40 over at BetMGM for the Steelers and the Seahawks. That was shocking, the score of that game with the Jets and the Steelers. Rodgers had a great performance, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions, and he's going to be making his home debut against a very challenging Seattle defense. Now, Seattle had their issues offensively last week against San Francisco. It was all JSN. It was Darnold for 150. JSN had 124 of those yards, 13 targets for JSN in his first game with the new QB. I've heard some cases for Seattle. I am not there. I am on the other side. I am going to be taking Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh -3. I think they're a candidate for Survivor. It is not going to be a repeat of what we saw last week with that Jets offense. And you're going from a mobile quarterback with multiple weapons that are pretty dangerous in Breece Hall and Garrett Wilson to now, okay, we've got JSN. I don't know about Walker. Are they going to decide to use Walker in this game? Not sure. Expecting a bounce back. And history tells us that's exactly what Tomlin teams do. Evan Abrams had this nugget. After Tomlin teams allow 30 or more points, 28, 11, and 1 against the spread. Cover rate of 72%. They've covered 10 of the last 11 times that's occurred. I'm taking Pittsburgh -3, Sam.
We did Pittsburgh in one of our Survivors. Got there last night. So Pittsburgh is in. I have 3 entries. I guess I could give you all 3. I don't know why I wouldn't. Like, it's fine. Pittsburgh in 1. Miami in the 2nd. Buffalo in the 3rd. Yep. I got him there on Miami. I couldn't get him there on San Francisco, so we went Miami instead. He likes Miami.
Okay, you got Miami, you got Buffalo, and you got Pittsburgh. No Baltimore. Yeah. So this is one specific Survivor. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I think I could say it, right? It's the Circa Survivor.
No, but I'm saying your partners. Survivor. Is this the one with the 108 guys?
Oh, 108 guys, they're doing Buffalo. They want to do Buffalo. Okay. So I said, fine. Okay. Well, let's just do Buffalo. I'm more of a pushover in that one because there's 3 of us and they know what they're doing. They won your league last year. Fine. Let's do Buffalo.
Yes.
Matt and I did Pittsburgh and Miami. So I got there. I like the under too in Pittsburgh, but I also followed the guys down the rabbit hole last week and was talking about Pittsburgh under week 1, and that game was one of the higher totals on the board, one of the higher landing totals at least. I mean, that total was 39.5 and just flew over. Pittsburgh almost got there by themselves. I think there's a regression big time on offense in a Pittsburgh game. And look, this total opened 40, and now BetMGM has, oh, no, they still have 40. Other books have 39.5. That will probably crawl down by kickoff, just like it crawled down last week and then flew over. Pittsburgh, 24-10, something like that. That's how I feel.
There were some pros out there that took the Miami Dolphins last week, which ended up being the worst side of the week. And now you've got the Miami Dolphins off that awful performance at home, hosting the New England Patriots. BetMGM has this as Miami -2.5. The market still hasn't settled as we sit here on Friday morning. There are 1.5s, there are 2s, there are others at 2.5, somewhere in that range. Not quite a field goal, but we're not at a pick 'em, somewhere between 1.5 and 2.5. What do you think? Miami, New England.
Well, you know where I'm at. I'm on Miami.
Mm-hmm.
I actually laid 1 on Tuesday. I think it was Tuesday's show. This entire week is a blur for me. Tuesday was in Chicago. Wednesday was in Boston. Thursday was in New York. Friday's in Boston. I don't know what time it is. I don't know what day it is. Don't ask. But I think it was Tuesday. I gave Miami -1. I would not lay 2.5. I mean, why would you lay 2.5 when there's a 1.5 readily available? -108, -110. Please lay the right number. You know, last night I had a guy send me Green Bay -3.5, and I'm like at 1, I get it, but there were 3s all over the place. It's laying 3.5. I just don't understand how people don't lay the right number. But anyways, I like Miami. It's a fade on New England. It's a fade on Vrabel. I don't like Drake May, and I don't think Miami is as catastrophically challenged as many people believe they are. Look, they got punched in the mouth by a very physical Colts team. Colts have a very good offensive line. Colts controlled the point of attack. I don't think New England can do that. So I'm willing to find out. Your rec books are 2.5. Other books are 1.5. I think Miami's going to win. I do. I feel very good about it, but it's an anti-New England stance that I had in week 1, and I'm not going to change it in week 2. I'm not going to overthink it.
Yeah, and on the flip side, if you like New England, go take that 2.5 that's available out there. You want to do that, or if you're doing a teaser, you want to take New England, get them to 8.5. Sure, that makes a lot of sense. Here's my concern with Miami. I'm worried about that secondary. That all that chatter about what Daniel Jones did with the Colts and Steichen changing him and all that, that may have just been a result of that bad secondary for the Dolphins. So maybe Drake May ends up having a good week. And then those Patriots fans that you're close to are saying that he's going to be the MVP or Offensive Player of the Year or something like that. That is a concern for me. I totally get the idea to a bounce back, Tyreek, all that, the turnovers. It can't be that bad. They're going to be better coming at home. It's going to be hot, sunny, 84 degrees. How many times have we seen that? The Patriots come down from the Boston area, and they're playing in Miami in the mid-80s. They got sun on their side, and they're just up against it from the start, and the Dolphins just run away with it. We've certainly seen that in the past. But again, that secondary for the Dolphins is concerning. That's why I'm walking away on this game. And something else, Sam, Tua has dominated this team. 7-0 straight up and against the spread. How about that?
Didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Didn't even know that. That's great. That's called confirmation bias. Right? When you, oh yeah, right? Like, oh, that's a good stat. Trends don't pay the rent, but 7-0 does.
Well, it's worth noting because against everybody else, he's an average quarterback. And then you throw the New England numbers, it's like bam. Hasn't lost.
I don't think Drake May is accurate enough to take this secondary apart. I just don't. I again could be way wrong on this. You know, bigger bets are coming in on the Patriots. Bigger bets came in on the Patriots last week, though. So they just believe in Vrabel. People keep convincing themselves that Vrabel is going to fix everything. They're banged up at corner. They're banged up at safety. Their D-line is not good. They overpaid a bunch of guys that probably shouldn't be making what they're making. And on offense, they have a quarterback that they don't even know is good yet. There's a lot of potential there. There's a lot of potential. There's also a lot of youth and a lot of inexperience.
0-2 start. That'll be funny to watch. But
Can't
most
wait.
popular over on the win total in the offseason. Most popular overs. Bears, Patriots, very well. Both could start 0-2 on the season. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich, we continue. We've got the big games of the weekends. The Eagles and Chiefs, the Falcons and Vikings next. Bet Sweats on a Friday. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Gotta roll their shoulders and really emphasize that thank you there, bartender. I earned that tequila already. I really appreciate the generous añejo pour. So let's go ahead and slug back some shots. They're gonna go down ultra smooth. What do you like at plus money, my man?
All right, so far I have bet three sides in the NFL in one money line, and one side and one money line are on the same team. I'm going to go with my Jags, man. I wasn't all that impressed with the Bengals, and weirdly enough, I actually was a little impressed with the defense. I thought it looked improved under Al Golden, but the offensive side of the ball, which I didn't think they were going to get off to a slow start this year. They played their guys in preseason. Turns out it didn't matter. Now, granted, they were going against the Browns, who really had the Bengals number, especially Joe Burrow's number here the last couple of years since he's entered the league. But I like this spot for Jacksonville, catching more than a field goal. And I like a little sprinkle on the money line at plus 150 as well. Trevor Lawrence didn't look all that great, but I do think that he's going to be much better here this week against this Bengals secondary. And I like the Jags defense from what I saw. You know, last year they were a mess. They tried to play a ton of man. Tyson Campbell got hurt, but I like their offseason. Jordan Lewis was a big pickup, man. He was all over the place. A really good slot corner. I think they keep this game close, so big bet on the Jags, but a little sprinkle on the money line. I think there's a good chance that they're going to beat Cincinnati, so I would avoid them in Survivor this week.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
3rd and 16. Mahomes rolling out. Looking, firing, intercepted! Picked up by Cooper DeJean. Gets a block. DeJean is in. Touchdown! Eagles get it back. We're going to run some clock, or maybe throw the dagger. Hurts going deep for it all. Devontae Smith! He has got it! Touchdown! For the second time, the Vince Lombardi Trophy is headed to Philadelphia. Eagles fly in Super Bowl 59.
Super Bowl rematch coming your way on Sunday. The Eagles and the Chiefs. We're all looking forward to it, Joe. Oh, Sammy P, thanks for hanging out. This is Bet Sweats on a Friday, Football Friday. Coming up in 20 minutes from right now, we are going to check in with Kelly in Vegas on her favorite college football plays of the weekend. Go for the end zone without breaking a sweat with a Pro Football No Sweat token. You'll get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win, only at BetMGM. All right, you take a look at it now, Sam, and isn't this basically the Super Bowl number that we had, which would make a lot of sense? They're playing in Arrowhead, and it is Philadelphia, the road team, -1 at BetMGM, a total of 47, something that I didn't pay attention to early in the week. I don't love, but I certainly understand why. The scheduling coming up on Sunday. We've got 9 early games, 1 o'clock Eastern kicks, then 2 games at 4:05 Eastern. This is the only game at 4:25 Eastern. It's going to feel like, primetime Sunday night, Monday night football game with all eyeballs on this one.
What's up with Xavier Worthy? That's where we have to start. I don't think he's going to play. That's my guess.
He was limited yesterday. He was limited on Thursday.
I'm looking at footage right now. He's out there. He doesn't look like he's doing much. I don't think they're stupid enough to rush him out there if he's not ready. But if he can go, they're going to play him. Now, on Instagram, he put out a post yesterday that said free 1. He obviously wears number 1. So he wants to play. When a receiver posts free and the number 1, what does that mean? He wants to play and they're not going to let him play? I have no idea. But if you think about the way that the Chiefs are shaking out right now, Rashee Rice is suspended. Worthy may not play. He's posting free 1 on Instagram, so he might not go. Why is Travis Kelce still plus 170 to score a touchdown? I get it. You got Hollywood Brown, who had 1 million targets last week. Juju had a pretty decent game. Kelce should not be plus 170 to score a touchdown. And that is the ceiling of the market. There's a 170, a 165, a 150, a 145, and a 140. I like the Kelce plus 170 number a ton. With these other guys out, you go to security. You go with what you know. You go with what works. And for Mahomes, it's all 87 inside the 5.
Assuming nothing changes here, this is going to be Patrick Mahomes' 69th home start. It's going to be the second time he's going to be a home underdog. I know it's a slight home underdog. We're talking about a point here, basically a pick 'em, but Philadelphia is still getting that respect on the road. So now look at the difference that the betting market is saying between these two teams on a neutral field. That's a good home field in Arrowhead. A lot of times we kind of poo-poo what home field is worth nowadays, especially certain stadiums. It's not much. Oh, it's much at Arrowhead. That's a different story. So now we're widening the gap. We talked about that earlier on in the show with the Green Bay Packers, how they are in that top 4. Kansas City isn't. The market is saying they're a tier 2 team now. They're a tier 2 team. So what's happened? We're seeing a response. We're seeing the public in on the Eagles. They saw the Super Bowl, and we're getting the game in week number 2. Okay, it's going to be a repeat. Now, things have changed. I didn't like what I saw out of the Eagles offense last Thursday to start the season. New offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo, he's getting questioned, and he should. Just imagine if the Eagles actually would have lost that game to the Cowboys. What would be going on after A.J. Brown is one target in that game? Every time they were in a bind, it went through Jalen Hurts' legs, where he was clutch and he ends up getting the first down, or they get into the end zone in a gotta-have-it spot. I wonder if you're going to be able to lean on that as much. Now, we also found out earlier this week Jalen Carter is going to play. We're not getting a suspension. Being ejected from the game, that is serving as the suspension, which I don't think it's right, but it's the rules we're living by. Like, the NFL is basically saying, yeah, we're not sitting Jalen Carter for this game too. It's a rematch of the Super Bowl. We had this plan for so long. We're not playing that game where Jalen Carter is going to sit for doing something stupid. He had his suspension. He didn't even play. Okay. BS, but I see what the NFL is doing there. Yeah, Worthy's big. Worthy's big. That was a major reason they ended up losing their season opener to the Chargers. The trip back from Brazil, we'll see how they respond there after starting 0-1 on the season. You were talking about Kelsey. Hollywood Brown got the looks. If Worthy is not out there, you're going to be forced to take a look at the Hollywood Brown numbers. He had 16 targets. That's an obscene number. Kelsey got a couple of catches, but he was not the target hog that Hollywood Brown was without both Rice and Worthy on the field. I have not made a bet on this game. It's the most hyped game, but I can't say that I have strong opinions. But I'll say this, that I'm getting closer to KC. And if Worthy ends up being out there, I'm probably going to be on Kansas City. Do you think if we hear Worthy is in, that he is as valuable as a point and this would go to a pick'em?
I don't know his true value. I mean, it's definitely, you start at a point and then it's hard to get much higher than a point. We do see, though, some sharp books at pick already. I see Circa's at a pick. Offshore, Mason's book is at a pick. You know, we could easily see Philly closes the dog in the game. Kansas City money does tend to come in when they're catching points. And you know the stats about Mahomes as a dog. Very, very good, ATS. That game you brought up, by the way, when they were dogs last at home, Week 6, 2022 against Buffalo. Buffalo won that game. Just saying. I like the Kelsey number, as I talked about. I think plus 170 is way too high, given the fact that there's a plus 140 in the market. Selfishly, I want Kansas City to lose. And then you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bet them at 10-1 to win the AFC.
Oh,
Because
AFC.
everybody's going to say, oh, yeah, man. Well, they're already, I got the market up right now. They are 6-1 to win the AFC after starting 0-1. And they are 12-1 to win the Super Bowl. If they lose this game, the algorithm won't know what to do. And the algorithm will push them out to, I don't know that you double the number again, because KC was like 6-1 to win the Super Bowl, and now they're 12. You're not going to go to 25 on Kansas City, because that's an auto bet for somebody that knows what they're doing. I'm going to guess at 0-2, they'd be like 20-1 to win the Super Bowl and 10-1 to win the AFC. And even though I love Buffalo this year, and Buffalo's my Super Bowl pick, a price is a price, brother. And 10-1 to win the AFC. What if I then get Kansas City and Buffalo in the AFC Championship? And I got the Bills to win the Super Bowl and Kansas City 10-1 to win the AFC. Be in a pretty good spot, no?
Of course. I thought you were going to say division. But even there, now across the board, the Chiefs are a favorite, but they're a slight favorite in the division. That would change. Like, what if Denver starts off 2-0 and Kansas City's sitting at 0-2? What if the Chargers win again? And you got the Chargers and the Broncos sitting at 2-0. And we'll be waiting on the Raiders result. There's a world, right, where it could be 3 2-0 teams and the Chiefs are 0-2. Then what's that division price? It'll be interesting.
I just like them big picture. When they get healthy, they get everybody back. I think they're going to be just fine. I cannot wait, by the way, for Sunday night. My guy, JJ McCarthy, Offensive Player of the Week in the NFC is a 3.5-point favorite at home. Minnesota at home against Atlanta. Atlanta kind of feels like a trendy dog. We were talking about dogs earlier. I have a feeling, wink, wink, the books are going to need Minnesota here. Just be careful going against this kid and that defense. Be careful.
See, I didn't know they were a trendy dog. I want to see if that's actually the case. Yeah. Okay. I thought maybe it was just us like seeing the upside. I thought both quarterbacks looked good in some big spots in week number 1. Neither of them have much experience, but I thought they both came through. I want to see what happens with that number. But you're right, the number has come down a little bit. As far as a look ahead, that's interesting. So you have this great Monday night comeback on the Minnesota side, and the number comes down a little bit, favoring Atlanta. People liked what they saw out of Penix. Interesting. Because the look ahead was 4.5. Then it got to 5, and it's been knocked down on the Minnesota side. So 3.5. Man, I hate that hook. I hate it.
I know. So do I.
I want to see if it goes up
respect.
a little bit. Yeah.
That's respect for the favorite, is it not? I mean, if this was 2.5, that'd be respect for the dog. If it's 3.5, that's respect for the favorite, naturally.
If you're not going to put heat on McCarthy, yeah.
I want to do this. It just came to me. You know, I like Notre Dame to win. How about Notre Dame to win and the Vikings to win? Moneyline parlay, plus 125.
That is a tough place to win for Atlanta.
That building is going to be insane. Insane.
Electric. It's going to be electric. I think this is going to be a field goal game, like it was on Monday night for Minnesota, and they win. But I could see Penix hanging in there. Can you see a shootout where we get over the total here, 44 and a half, somewhere over there? Yeah, possibly. I lean Atlanta, but I don't know that I'm going to get there because I don't want to bet against Minnesota in their home opener. They think they have their franchise quarterback. Those people are going to be going nuts. That's going to be a very tough environment. KIV next. Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network.
Minus 7.5 and minus 110. Horvey, fade or follow?
Yeah, this is why I had to throw it out last night, man, because we laid 4 and now we're at 7.5. I still like it. I could see Pitt winning this game by 10 points. So the reason the number moved, one, Pitt's really good. They're second in the ACC in total defense, only giving up 212 yards. And then on the offensive side of the ball, they're second in scoring, averaging 53 points per game. They've already scored 13 touchdowns. Their quarterback, Eli Holstein, is solid. Last week was 21 of 28 for 304 yards. Leads the ACC in passing touchdowns for the week. Desmond Reed is going to be a stud at the next level. 141 total all-purpose yards last week against Central Michigan. And Kenny Johnson leads the ACC in kick return yards, but he's also been really good, man. 142 all-purpose yards, 58 receiving. They're loaded on both sides of the ball. West Virginia, their star running back, Jaheim White, had a knee injury, so he's out for the foreseeable future. He's coming off a year where he was all Big 12, 1,687 yards and 11 touchdowns. Now they're missing him, so I like Pitt in this spot.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
I went all Denver in Westgate. I went all Denver in Circa. I did 4 Denver in the $2.5 million guarantee on Splash, 2 Philly, all Denver, and the other, I think, 8 or 9 pools I'm in. Look, here's the reality. If a rookie quarterback goes into Denver against that defense and beats me, or if Bo Nix throws a pick 6 or some other godforsaken crazy play and I get beat, so be it.
Almost happened. Oh, man, that was sweaty. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you every Friday. We're lucky enough to have Kelly in Vegas hanging out on the show. Kelly in Vegas over on X and all social media platforms. Make sure you check her out over there. KIV, before I waited until Sunday morning to make all my final picks. Way too many survivor pools that I'm in. And I was like, you know what? Kelly's right. Like the only one I feel good about, we know nothing in week 1. That's where we had so much chaos a year ago. The only one I truly felt good about was Denver. Shoved all 35 entries across 10 pools, all on the Denver Broncos. And that was an experience I never want to go through ever again in my life. But we got through, and just about everybody got through. KIV, how you doing?
Hey, buckle up because we got 17 more weeks of this chaos. I can't believe I'm listening to that clip back. I had said on X, I said on one of the shows this week, like, Bo Nix throws 2 interceptions, something wonky happens, that's how we lose. Bo Nix, a fumble, 2 interceptions, and a special teams fumble. And I might still be sweating, guys. Like that was too much for week 1. I'm not used to having that much chaos in my life. Had people over at the house. I made everybody go outside to watch the Packer game. I'm like, no. You're not allowed on my couch. I'm like there, just like ready on edge. I made a margarita in the second quarter. I was like, I need some solace.
Hostess with the mostest. Get out of my house. You are not watching this game next to me.
Well,
so
think about it.
now
Somebody walks in your house, Sammy, and then all of a sudden chaos ensues and you're like, get out of my house. Who invited you here?
Now we get to week 2, and I'm lucky to be alive myself because the 2 main entries I'm in, we went Denver with the 1, San Francisco with the 2. And I realistically thought on Sunday, oh, well, we're dead because Seattle's up, Denver's down. I thought I was dead, but now I'm alive, and now I don't know what to do. We went Pittsburgh and Miami. I know you kind of like Miami, right?
I do like Miami. I'm not going to play them in Survivor. I'll be frank with you. This is not a Miami team that I trust overall, but I think that they are worthy of putting in when you're doing 5-pick contests and so forth. This is a complete and utter buy low spot for a team who has owned the Patriots 9 straight here. I don't see Miami losing a coin flip game based on the spread. The look ahead line, 2.5. Yeah, we know those numbers aren't always accurate, as Joe just said. Who knows what week 1? Mike McDaniels, everybody wants him fired. Tua sucks. The world is burning. I think everybody gets to relax just a little bit. I think Miami wins this game, but I don't want to use them for Survivor. That's kind of the one thing. I did put in one. I think I actually used them in Joe's Survivor on Splash.
Is it fair to say for Survivor this week, if you're in a small pool, go Ravens, and then larger pool, now we can go down the board a little bit because you have such a big gap. I guess there is one game that has now touched 7, but we're talking about double digits, and then most of the week, no other game is at 7, 7.5 or higher.
No, you're right. So here I do a spreadsheet for almost every single one of the ones I'm in. Some of the ones like at Splash that are repetitive, I have multiple entries. I just copy paste and do it. But I've got one for the 5K. I've got one for the different circuit entries that I have. And obviously I went all Denver. But as I'm looking at it, you've got Baltimore this week, which is a divisional game. You've got Baltimore week 5 minus 7.5. I've got Baltimore week 8 minus 7. Baltimore week 12 minus 11.5. And oh, by the way, I guess you could use them if you wanted to there on, I don't know. I wouldn't. Let's just leave that out. Week 16 as well. So you're thinking it hypothetically, they're one of the top 3 teams in the league, right? We can argue till we're blue in the face. Are they number 1, they number 2, they number 3? They're a top 3 team. You want to save those teams. You guys are not going to like this, but I'm going Dallas.
Oh, we like it.
Joe likes it.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. Yeah, we're using Dallas.
I was waiting for some pushback. I was like, can I say this? No, look, here's the reality. Dallas, 5.5-point favorite, won 20 of these situations. That means coming off a loss and then playing in the division at home. I don't need them to cover. I'm not laying the 5.5. I hate 5.5-point spreads in the NFL. This is a Giants team. By all means, I thought they were going to go with Jackson Dart. I clicked it on my spreadsheet. I turned it orange. It said, hey, quarterback situation unknown, possible injury, whatever you wanted to make. Nope, they're going with Russell Wilson. I don't understand it. It's not for me to understand. This is the biggest spread as it stands today that the Cowboys will be all season long. And guess what? In multiple contests, I don't need to save them for Thanksgiving. And even if you did, we're thinking what? At best, if Kansas City falls off a cliff, as it stands today, Kansas City 5.5 at Dallas. If Kansas City falls off a cliff, do you mean to tell me they're not going to close as a favorite in Dallas?
They will. And by that point, they'll be healthy or healthier, you would think. As we were talking, I just made my official pick in the Kelly in Vegas many losers pool. And I am going with Chicago because Chicago is definitely losing. I just decided that at 11:06 a.m. on the East Coast. College for you last week. I know we talk about your records because it's important. 2-3, but I don't know which loss was worse, UConn or Kansas. Like I was on UConn Kansas myself. They were both horrible. I mean, they were horrible. So you go 2-3. You would think you'd win one of those results. not lose both. Paul was on UConn too, and Paul was like, I wanted to throw up. So you go 2-3. I mean, you have a dog that loses in overtime, and you have a team that's up 3 points with 5 minutes to go, doesn't cover 6.5. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. As for this week, where do you want to start? What's your favorite look for college?
Yeah, look, we're going to hope for some positive regression, Sammy, because you're right. As much as those results angered me and frustrated me on Saturday, you can't kind of let it get into it. And I play it up a little bit on social media, right? Because that's like my outlet sometimes to just say what I want to say and how frustrated I am, because I know other people like you had Kansas, or other people like Paul had UConn, and they can say, you know what, I feel like Kelly feels right now, and I want to smash my television. I did not smash the television. It's called being a grown-up. That being said, this week, I'm kind of undecided on which of these is my favorite. And I'm going to be honest with you, all of these have plummeted. So it's been kind of one of those weeks where, again, I'm getting great numbers. Yet, here we go. What's going to end up happening? Look, Florida's my favorite. I know I gave them out last week. I said, here is a great spot. This is a talented team. I gave you the reasons why I thought Billy Napier had that game circled. I'm hoping they were looking ahead to this one. And the only reason why I'm going back to the well with Florida is because I don't trust West Virginia to win the game outright. I was trying to make a case for them. I circled this one in July, and I guarantee the Gators did too. I'm curious to see how they're going to respond after getting punched in the mouth by their little brother there from Tampa. But this LSU team has gotten way too much love to start the season. We can look at the Clemson game and say what happened. Sure, Clemson almost lost that LSU game twice. They came out flat versus Troy. They ended up getting the win. I don't know. This Florida defense, I think, is the best part of this team. DJ Lagway getting lots of, we'll call them rumors swirling that maybe he wasn't 100%. I'm going to go with that. I took Florida plus the 7.5. I sprinkled Florida on the money line.
All right, let's go to a game that we are on the other side. The number is coming down from where we were yesterday. You've got Arkansas and Ole Miss. Arkansas, the road dog there. Why do you like them?
So I got to say this because I complained about the other two games not going my way. Thank you, Lane Kiffin. You know, we know the guy knows the spread. I'm very happy he called that timeout, because that Kentucky game had so many wonky things happen to Ole Miss. I understand that. So we could argue that maybe Kentucky was never really in it, but I bet on that defense. Oh, man. Thank you, Lane. And I feel like now I'm betting against him again. I'm really doing him a disservice. And I know I can come on the show week in and week out and say, guys, we can't quantify revenge. But you've got to think that Sam Pittman remembers this game last year in Fayetteville. 63-31. It was not even remotely close. It was over before it started. I will say this. What I really like about this Arkansas team is they have been great road underdogs in the SEC. He might not win this game, but I think he's going to cover the 8. 16-5-1 against the spread. You mentioned this number's coming down. I apologize. My odds screen is on one of these mini pages I have open right now. I have a feeling this one's headed to 6.5.
Yeah, we're 6.5 everywhere.
Yep,
So if you
we're
want
there.
to jump in now, that's the number. Yeah, 6.5. Kansas State plays tonight. I have a feeling you like Kansas State because you always like Kansas State. Sell me this.
I don't.
Sell me on Kansas State.
Here's what I can tell you. I can't sell you on Kansas State. Here's what I can tell you. This team has inherent coaching issues. I argued with our good friend Dan Livschatz, friend of the show. He says Avery Johnson sucks. I said, tell me you're just looking at the box score without watching the games. You guys thought Cam Ward's receivers hurt him on Sunday. Thank God they dropped those passes. Avery Johnson's receivers have been hurting him for the past 2 seasons. I feel like I could catch the ball better. Most of his interceptions last year, including the one he has this year, came from a tipped ball from a defender and a wide receiver not possessing the football. Dylan Edwards is going to be back. The reason why I took one with K-State on Tuesday was I got a text from a buddy who said, Dylan's cleared. I said, well, is he going to travel with the team? Is he going to play? And he said, 50-50. And I said, you know what? Let me tell you what happened to me last week. One thing I didn't put on social media, I laid K-State minus 6.5 in the first half versus Army. I said, I don't like K-State for the full game, but they're going to come out. They're going to put their foot on the gas. Ball don't lie. Back-to-back touchdown passes for Avery Johnson. Obviously, one of them got called back. And then they decided to play prevent defense with less than 90 seconds to go. And that was about my breaking point for this team. I was like, I'm done. I'm over this team. I'm over this coaching staff. I have heard lots of crazy things out of Manhattan, Kansas this week. It has been what our coach says in a press conference is completely different what actually happens behind closed doors. He is a very poised man. He is a very respectable man. But I have heard boots have been in you-know-whats all weekend. And this is a look ahead line. You know, John Murray, again, tells me all the time, Cal, don't pay attention to the summer lines. They're not that strong. Well, this line was 6.5. And if you remember last year, K-State absolutely throttled them in Arizona. This is not some Arizona team that I think is going to take a giant step forward this year. I think this is going to be a very close game. I said 24-21 when Chris Thurston texted me this morning. I said, I take that back. They're going to lose 21-20 and I'm going to push. And that is going to be my absolute utter breaking point at this point in time.
A couple more minutes here with Kelly in Vegas. And Kelly, it is now South Carolina 3.5. The market's going to 3.5 from 3 against Vandy. What do you think?
Oh my gosh. Like, I don't even know what to make of it at this point. Yeah, I think Vandy's going to win the game. I put him in my parlay for that very reason. But here's the real reality. Maybe you want to come back on Gamecocks money line. If you really like them here, try to get a middle. Golly, I could see this being a 3-point game very easily. Said that in my breakdown all week long. Gamecocks fans have to love the series. They've won 16 straight. They've covered 6 of the last 7. This is South Carolina's almost gimme game every single year there in the East. Woo! But here's the thing. I don't love their offense. A lot of people in love with Lenora Sellers. The last 2 games, first one, Virginia Tech, they needed a punt return to get a cover there in Atlanta. And then last week, they needed 2 touchdowns on special teams and 1 defensive touchdown to get past a team named South Carolina State. I'm just not high on this Gamecocks team. I feel bad. I got 5. I had to give it out yesterday at 4. And now you're telling me it's 3.5, maybe headed to 3. Woo, it's I'll take the 3.5 for show purposes because that's how this works. But boy, oh boy, does that make me nervous.
Yeah. Okay. So Florida, Arkansas, Vandy, K-State. Those are your 4 college. Anything that we're missing?
Yeah, of course. You guys can't wait to talk about this one. We just talked about UConn and how they lost that Syracuse game up 17-6. I got it on my laptop because it's on plus because it's nobody cares about the game except for us. And here I am saying, okay, all right, well, that hurts. The money line was so close, yet so far away. Slams laptop shut, watching KU, Kentucky, got West Virginia, Ohio on. I got the Gators on the 4 box. Everything's going good, and I get a text. We're going to overtime. I'm like, no. Wait, why are we going to overtime? Why are we going to overtime? I've got plus 6.5. I didn't get the 7. You know what happened after that. I think UConn loses this game twice. How do you leave the Carrier Dome losing that game in that fashion? So much so that Fran Brown made his own team run laps and do agility drills after the game. He was so mad at them. How do you get up for Delaware, an FCS school? You're laying 10 points here on the road. I think this is such a flat spot. I'm not saying Delaware's going to win the game, but how does UConn get up here? I think that they have a chance to at least not cover based on their results there in Syracuse.
All right, there you have it. Kelly in Vegas, at Kelly in Vegas on X. Kelly, best of luck with all your college plays, NFL plays,
Thanks, guys.
And of course, Survivor. Go Cowboys for 1 week.
For 1 week.
Delaware.
Yes, for 1 week.
I love Delaware. I love that look.
Do you?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. All right.
The hens? The hens, baby.
I know. I'm used to Delaware plays in basketball. 2-minute drill. We'll find out where the room is at next. Don't want to miss it. They've been awful all season long. You've got Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
no huddle with the Bet Sweats 2-minute drill on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
All right, we got a lot to get through on this Friday with this 2-minute drill. A lot of games that we have not mentioned so far in the show, and we'll find out where the room is at. That's the part that everyone's been waiting for. Where is the room? Has the room had a winning anything since football started with college? I don't ever remember even saying, oh, the room was okay. They got a couple of wins. It's been 0 wins or maybe 1 out of every 5.
Paul's got it. What's the numbers, Paul?
I think 1-4 is the ceiling, and that's including like last night as well. I don't have a 2-3 written down.
Yeah, that's how bad it's been. I don't see a 4-1 coming. Not based on what
we had.
Seen, so we'll get to
Scotty
that.
and Providence.
For
remember
this week?
Scotty in Providence came out a couple weeks ago. He listens to Bet Sweats all the time. And he asked us, is fading the room a long-term solution? Is it a long-term thing that we can do? And I believe I said, over the long haul, yes. Be careful with just one weekend. Because if you come in, like say we come in this weekend and the room goes 3-2 or 4-1, the room will still be well down. Like very much down. The room is probably out of money, Paul. That's the problem. Like the room is probably already dead. So the room in week 1, week 2 could look different in week 8. But over the long haul, over 1,000 games, the room stinks 100%.
I have a small stat correction. Monday Night Football, the room did go 3-2 for a grand total of 0.2 units. So
okay,
that.
Just because they're laying juice, yeah.
Other than that, 1-4, 0-5, 1-4, 0-5. College sides, NFL sides, NFL props. Yes. And it's not looking
where the
great
room
this
is, Joe?
week. Yeah.
The room is giving blood right now to get more money for the weekend.
No, the room is getting blood. The room is getting a blood transfusion right now to come back to life. All right.
It might not have any blood to give, Sam.
Right. 2-minute drill.
Let's do the 2-minute drill.
All right. Speaking of hospitals and stuff, Brock Purdy and not going to be out there for a couple weeks. San Francisco at New Orleans. Still looks like we're sitting at San Francisco -3 in New Orleans. No, this was thrown out as like a survivor play or perhaps a contest play at -3. Sam, where you at as we head into the weekend?
I sent Mac Jones no matter what to both of my survivor threads. Nobody wanted any part of it, so I did not persuade anybody to do Niners in survivor. I think McCaffrey's going to have a huge game. I'm thinking about laying 3. I haven't done. Everybody keeps saying don't do it, which Joe knows. That means I want to do it even more because I'm sick. It's Niners at 3 or pass. I'm not taking 3 with the Saints. I would need so much more than 3 to bet on that god-awful football team.
At about the same time yesterday in our post-show meeting, both myself and Paul were getting texts from different people asking, Saints in Survivor? No. You don't have to use this. You can win the pool. And you don't have to use the 5 to 10 worst teams in the NFL. That's how Survivor is. There's no reason to go that route. San Francisco -3. I understand where you're coming from. I'm not going to be betting it. It's just so much. And now it's Mac Jones. It's not only a Mac Jones conversation. It's Ayuk is still out. Now the quarterback is still out. Now Kittle's out. Okay, Juwan Jennings, he did not practice on Thursday. Trent Williams did not practice. There's just so much going on with this San Francisco team. If I'm going to use them in Survivor, I'm going to use them when they're more healthy, which I don't know if that's going to happen. And do I want to lay 3? Not really. Here's the Trent Williams numbers. When Trent Williams is on the field with San Francisco, they have a record of 44-25. Without Trent Williams, they are 4-12 straight up. I'm just staying away. But some respected people, along with you, Sam, they're going to lay the 3. They think it's so cheap on San Francisco, and the Saints are so bad.
Luckily, that person who I got a text from saw the light on his own and is not taking the Saints in Survivor. Carolina, Arizona. Joe, I know you've got strong thoughts on this one. Carolina, I believe, still catching 7.
Yeah, they are. I think we're going too far. And I don't like the way that Kyler's played at home throughout his career. He's actually been better on the road. I was more than unimpressed with their team in New Orleans. They were outgained by the Saints. And now they're going home, and we think things are going to get better because they're playing Carolina. Yeah, Carolina may be awful, but here's another 7-point spread. So they're a touchdown favorite on the road. Now they're a touchdown at New Orleans. Now they're a touchdown favorite at home against Carolina. I'm not buying it. This line's going too far. Sure, Bryce Young was bad. So we're convinced that means he's going to have a bad first half until he gets benched again and he comes back at the end of the year when it's kind of meaningless football and he plays well like last year. Like, no, it doesn't work that way. 7 is too much. I'm probably going to be taking the Panthers here at the number of 7 and 7 only. And there are a few 7s that have popped.
There are more 7s than there were yesterday. Pinnacle, Circa, Superbook, Bet Online. I think BetMGM has a very good chance to get to 7. That's a juiced 6.5, -115. So we are probably on the way. If you have 6.5, you should probably wait, because when you see Pinnacle go to 7, odds are good people will follow.
All right. Divisional matchup, Cleveland at Baltimore. Cleveland, a double-digit dog, +11.5, total of 45. Will the Ravens' fourth quarter defense leave the back door open, Joe?
I'll be honest. Sometimes there are games in the card where I just don't have much on it. I don't care for the number, and I'm not going to be playing the game. And this is kind of that game. Yeah, I'll have them in my small survivor pools that have less than 200 people alive. I will be taking the Baltimore Ravens because they're going to win, coming off that brutal loss against the Bills. I don't see them starting 0-2, and life will be a lot easier because you're not facing Josh Allen and the Bills. One thing that certainly stands out to me, Browns safety Grant Delpit on tackling Derrick Henry, quote, "not hard," end quote. Henry responds, "I saw that. We'll see." One of the biggest cash props out there has been longest rush for Derrick Henry. That quote alone makes me think that prop's going to probably continue cashing.
I took Cleveland because Paul talked me into it. So in our Chicago contest where we pick 5, I do have Browns +11.5 in there. Paul, you like it, right?
Yeah, I'm on it. Flacco. I think, again, with that defense, I just think that's a lot for this defense. And I think the Ravens they're very susceptible late. They do not kill teams in general. So yeah, I'm on the Browns +11.5.
I feel like we got to get to 14. If we can get to 14, I like our chances.
Yeah. All right. Next divisional matchup, Buffalo at the Jets. Sam, you mentioned this one earlier about a Buffalo defensive line injury at Oliver. Where are we at on this game? Any plays? Sam, we'll start with you.
I don't have a side bet. I do not. But the 108 guys and I did put Buffalo in Survivor. So they are not scared of this emotional letdown. I think the Jets overachieved last week, and I thought the Bills played to their level. Actually, the Bills probably for 3 quarters played below their level. So in some weird way, Buffalo didn't play its A game and still won. The Jets played probably a B+ game. I don't think they're B+ good, though. So I see the theory. I see the logic. They went Buffalo, and I just said, yep, let's do it. Ship it. So we need Buffalo to win. I'm not getting involved side or total.
Did they take it because GRP's first bet was Jets +7?
I don't think so.
Okay. This game scares me. Sharper money on the Jets all week. That's crazy because wasn't this the team that almost bankrupt Beefloaf? just betting the Jets when they were god awful game after game after game. I'm worried about it. And, it's your traditional stuff. It's the big home dog in the division. Look, there's got to be some sort of a letdown, right? After a 15-point comeback in the final 4 minutes for the Bills. I think a lot of people are looking at it. Game theory-wise, I like what the idea behind it, because I don't think anybody's going to be on the Bills. It's going to be the Ravens or a number of these other games that are sitting in this 5 to 6 point range. I don't have a bet on the game. It's notable that there's sharp money on the Jets. People are buying into Justin Fields.
Good luck. Good luck.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say.
All right. One game that has not been talked about all weekend. Will the Broncos ruin the Colts Sunday? Minus 1.5 point favorites in Indy, Sam.
I really want to bet the Colts here. This is going to be your pros against your Joes, no doubt. I did not get there, but this was on my short list. Colts +2. I see one book has 2.5. You got a lot of respected Vegas books at 1. BetMGM's kind of in the middle, splitting the difference, minus 1.5. How many people are going to bet Indy here, Joe? Not many. You line up 10 people, you're going to see 7 on Denver. I would not be surprised at all if Indianapolis won and somehow Daniel Jones became 2-0 as an NFL starter.
I want nothing to do with this game. It's like one of those games where you look at it like I could see either thing happening. My reason that I will not back the Colts is part of it is I'm thinking, okay, was Daniel Jones, was that more about the matchup last week? Because if it was, he's in a world of trouble with this Broncos defense, with the pressure that they're going to bring. Yeah, it wasn't like that with Miami. So I'm scared off by it. If anything, I would look to the Denver side, but there are other games that I have stronger opinions on. I will not have a bet in this game.
I had Denver written down, but Sam, honestly, the theory you laid out, like who is betting the Colts here, is probably going to keep me away from it because it's just nobody. All right, Monday Night Football. Throw both of them out you at once. If strong thoughts on either or both, can put them together. Tampa at Houston. Tampa at 2.5 road dog. Total 42.5. Chargers in Vegas. Chargers a 3.5 road favorite. Total 46.5.
I did bet the Raiders +3.5. Got there, no problem. I'm a Geno guy this year. I'm a Pete Carroll guy. I think they're going to hang around there. If Harbaugh beats me by 4, so be it. But I do think the Raiders are live. And then the sharpest guy that I know loves Houston. He laid 2 on the Texans. I, for some reason, have not tailed that. I don't know why. He loves Houston in this spot. He thinks they're going to be just fine. He laid 2. That's now 2.5.
I don't mind that. I understand that. I am very curious with both of these matchups. On the Bucs one, I want to see how Baker does without Liam Cohen against a tough defense on the road. Let's see what they end up doing there. Yeah, sure, you could take out Atlanta in a comeback, and maybe you shouldn't have won that game, but Baker did enough. As far as between the 20s, not so much throughout the game, but in the biggest moments, he ends up with 3 touchdown passes there. So I'm curious about Houston's offense. That'd be my concern with laying points with them. And then Chargers Raiders. I want to see if Geno can do it again with Chip Kelly. That has the potential to be a very fun team to watch this year. Not sure I'll have a bet on that game.
All right. We'll do Where's the Room and lightning bet since we're up against it, but a little teaser for you. Number 5 most bet team by the room in the NFL. Broncos -1.5.
So they are.
Number 1 most bet team in college, because the others are more interesting. Shout out Jeff Schwartz, Oregon -28.
Let's go. Let's go. Wildcats. Meow. Where's Willie? Did you steal Willie?
That's not a good enough meow. You gotta do it from the diaphragm. It's gotta be a meow. That's how you do it. You gotta hit it from down there.
You hit it?
No.
Under or Northwestern?
I like under 49. I did bet that.
Yeah.
I just wish, I've used this joke now a couple times this week on different shows. If Fitz was there, the grass would be 2 feet long. That's the only thing that I don't like. they wouldn't cut the grass for weeks when Ohio State was rolling in. If Fitz was there, it looked like a swamp. But they don't do that anymore, unfortunately.
They don't?
No. They don't do a lot of things.
Worried about getting in trouble? Yeah.
A lot of things have changed in Evanston.
Really?
For sure.
Like what?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I wonder.
Don't know.
Fitz didn't know. He didn't know. He had no idea anything was happening. Nope. The way he runs that program, no idea. It was hands off.
I have a lot of Fitz stories. Unfortunately, we're out of time.
Oh, damn. We do have time for lightning bets. We'll find out where the room is at in the NFL. You got to see about the dogs, too. The most popular dogs, most popular money line plays. It's hilarious. That's next. Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Is it too late to jump on Mateer at 8-1?
I don't think it's too late, but you're certainly not getting the best bang of your buck. Obviously because he's coming off a good game against a marquee opponent where he made some really good throws. But I don't think his price is going to be going down over the weekend. Oklahoma goes on the road. Am I reading this correctly? To Temple. Doesn't feel like it should be a tough game for Oklahoma, but they do have, maybe some tough ones coming up. They play Auburn the next week, and then I think it looks like 4 weeks they play Texas. That will be obviously a huge, huge game. But maybe there's still, some logic that says, okay, you can still bet on John Mateer, because I do feel like in the public mindset, he's still definitely not won it. Even though the odds have shortened dramatically, it's still 8-1. It does feel like it is still very much a wide open race. So you're not getting the best number, but I'm not going to talk off people who are saying, hey, I can still make a case for John Mateer. There's still plenty of weeks left in the season, still plenty of big marquee games, and he has shown flashes of being a very good quarterback.
Yeah, it's pretty upsetting to me. I'm not happy with it. I was hoping to go to Oklahoma and not be good, but, credit where credit is due. He looks really good. I think the only issue with John Mateer is not his play. He looks great. And when you get a win over Michigan in the way that they did, Michigan is definitely down this year, but still, it's a big win. I think they use him so much, he gets a lot of usage. I mean, he can run the ball, too. That's the thing. He's more of a dual threat than you think. I mean, he can move. And so when you use a quarterback that much, I think you have to worry potentially about injury, which, of course, you do with every quarterback or every player that you bet on, but particularly at that position and particularly a guy like him, because the Sooners really need him on offense. They've had issues with their offense in previous years, and so they are going to absolutely get as much run out of him as possible. And when that happens, then there's maybe a bit more of a roll of the dice there, but there's no question at 8-1, I still think there's value.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, Lightning Bets. It's us trying to see if we can get to our contest plays as a consensus on the show. Get to that coming up. And where's the room? That as well. Hey, Sam.
Hi. Hi,
How
Joe.
you doing? You feeling good? You like Jets? You still feel all right about the Raiders and the Texans on Monday night?
I don't like Jets. I have Bills Survivor. I'm not a Jets guy this week. I like the Raiders. I like the Raiders a lot more 30 seconds ago before you told me the bad news.
Raiders, Texans, Chiefs, Jets. 4 plays. So when he goes 4-0, you're going to subscribe.
I thought he was selling 1 pick a week. Now he's giving 4 out for free.
This week is free, yes, to entice you because it's going to go 4-0. Should we parlay the other side?
No.
I might.
Okay.
All right. Let's find out where the room is at on a Friday here in the National Football League. Paul Aspen gave you a teaser on that, but Paul, let's go down the docket here. What do we have as far as the room? National Football League week number 2.
All right, we'll do NFL and college. Well, you want me to run through college real quick? Here's college. I'll just roll them off in college and then go NFL. Number 5, Clemson -3. Want no part of that game. Number 4, Florida +7.
Ooh, wow. Okay. That's surprising.
Yeah. Number 3, there it is. South Florida +17.
Oh, I knew it! I knew it! I knew it!
Enjoy that.
Let's
Every
go.
beat of that.
Murder! A murder in
Beat
Miami!
down.
A murder!
Number
Get the t-shirts.
Number 2.
Murder!
Was the case. Number 2, Georgia -4.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting mix.
Yeah.
But the payoff.
That game's got to be the most bet game of the week.
It's a
Yeah, I do
huge
not
handle
see
game.
that, but it
Huge.
has to
And
be.
Sharps were betting 6.5, 6, 5.5, all the way down to 4. And now at BetMGM, at least, public is betting Georgia laying the 4. So it's going to be a huge handle. Probably number 1 of the weekend, I would guess.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we mentioned Oregon is the number 1. Oregon -28, number 1 most bet college side at BetMGM. Switching over to the NFL, mentioned this one as well. Number 5, 5th most bet side at BetMGM for the NFL weekend. Denver Broncos -1.5. Number 4, Detroit Lions -6 against
Sam,
the Bears.
jump in. Jump in. It's
No.
warm. Come on.
I know. I should bet the Bears +6, but I don't know. I think the quarterback cares more about the nails than he does about other things. I can't. I found out him and Angel Reese have the same nail tech. Like, nah, I'm out.
A few 6.5s now. They're popping.
Where's the room? The room is on USF and the room is dead. That's where the room is.
Who woke Gertch up? Who woke him up?
Room's a little late.
It's like, remember, it's like Homer Simpson back in the day, like when the nuclear reactor would be going off and Homer would be asleep and just wake up and slam the button. That's what just happened right there. Somebody just woke up and hit the button. I love that.
Yeah, that would happen to me working overnights, running the board. Like, oh, wait, I missed the LQ. Boom. We're going to be coming back from break a couple minutes late.
Push the button. Push the button.
Yeah.
Which one? I don't care. Any of them. Pow!
All right, number 3, Cowboys -5.5 against the Giants.
Okay.
Number 2, Bills -6.5 against the Jets. And number 1, go Birds -1 against the Chiefs.
Philly -1 is the number 1 play from the room?
They're fading Mahomes. They're all out in Mahomes after one game.
Damn it. I'm not going
In
to get
Arrowhead.
that 10-1 AFC. It's not going to happen now.
In Arrowhead, they're out. Why? Because you're saying the Chiefs are winning this game?
I mean, if we follow the pattern from the room,
yeah,
the Chiefs are going to win.
Are the Jets going to win?
I hope not for Survivor.
Yeah.
The best part of the whole room is the room hasn't watched a second of South Florida, and now the room is stepping up on South Florida. It's so perfect. It's so perfect.
I love it. If you take away anything, I'd say take away the room. Is there anything notable there on moneyline bets or dog play or something there? Did you notice, by the way, the room, no public dogs, all favorites? I think that's worth something.
So I saw some most popular underdogs. I believe Patriots was number 1 from BetMGM. Let's see, money, most bet teams. Interesting. All right, money, most bet teams was on the Jets, Eagles, Patriots, Cowboys, Lions. So some oppo sides. Most bet underdogs to win outright. Patriots plus 110, Browns plus 600, the Bucks on Monday Night Football plus 120, Bears plus 230, Jets plus 240.
Yeah,
nice little motorcycle action there in the background. Love that.
Most money was not among the most tickets. The most amount of money is on the Jets. Just saying.
Yeah, they're betting that Bills emotional letdown. That's what they're doing. It's very obvious.
Divisional home dog. Yeah. Yep. And they're betting over on that game too, which is kind of interesting. All right, let's figure out our contest plays. Sam, go ahead, throw one out. What you got?
Are we using which Lions are we using? I always forget.
Chicago
contest.
Our
Okay,
media
so
contest.
let's go. In this one, it's Miami -1. Dolphins. Done.
Sure.
All right. Pittsburgh -3. Oh, are we taking favorites here? Yeah, but I know that you guys agree on that one, so I figure that's the easiest one that'll get through. Pittsburgh -3.
Yep.
I'll have a piece or two of Survivor on those guys as well. All right. I think we talked in the break a little concerning, I guess, that we have not heard a single person talk Cincy -3.5, but I think we're all on the Jags plus 3.5.
Yes, sir.
I've done nothing with it, but I support it. I'm in.
Yep. I bet.
Go ahead, Joe.
I
You
agree.
pick the fourth.
Fourth. What's the Chicago number at? 6.
6.
Tennessee at what? 5.5. Carolina is, where are we? Carolina. If I could find it.
6.5.
Is it listed?
6.5.
Okay, 6.5. Damn. Let's go. Just take Chiefs +1.
I don't hate that at all. Not at all. Considering the recent developments.
Yes.
Considering the room is lining up to spray the Eagles. Oh, the Eagles won the Super Bowl, and Mahomes is washed. Yep, simple. Can you guys get there with me on the Raiders or no? If not, we can move on.
Not a game I was thinking about much, but it makes sense to me. At home,
Would you
getting
rather
3.5
do Raiders?
division.
Raiders plus 3.5 or Bears plus 6? I could get there either way.
I'd rather do Raiders.
I'd rather do
Paul's
Raiders.
face. Paul's like,
Paul's had a
let's
lot
do
of those
Raiders
reactions today. Yeah.
I mean, the Packers, okay, so the two most overrated teams in the NFL are the Packers and the Chargers. The Packers took our money on Thursday, and now the Chargers will take our money on Monday, but I want to be on the other side, and I want to take the Raiders.
Okay. So it'll be the Raiders 2-0 if they win. Chargers 1-1. Chiefs 1-1. And then who am I missing in the West? Trying to figure out what kind of number we'll get on the Chiefs. Broncos. What are they going to be? Maybe 2-0.
Coming into this segment, no thoughts on the game. Now Joe's got Kansas City 1-1. I love it.
Yep. Yeah. We want them to lose, though. We want them to lose.
I want 10-1 AFC. I want it. I need it. But that will not happen if they beat the champs.
I'm not going to tell people to bet this, and nobody's going to jump in with me, and that's fine. I'm just putting it out there. I like Tennessee plus 5.5. I wish I can get 6. Probably not getting a 6 for a reason. Ramley, like last year, already has 3 injured offensive linemen. Both guards and the right tackle. We'll see on the final injury report today. If they're missing multiple offensive linemen, watch out for Jeffrey Simmons for the Titans. I was fine with Cam Ward. Catch the damn ball, Titans receivers. I think they're going to make it a game. I'm looking forward to that game.
As for bets we didn't get to, I don't think I've played Miami on this show yet, but I put it in my newsletter. I love Miami college. I like Minnesota too, on the road against Cal. Great defense. I ended up getting here on our show yesterday the Georgia Notre Dame moneyline parlay at plus 120, and then the Dolphins and the Raiders for me. That's kind of where I'm at. I do have Houston tonight. I think I picked that earlier in the week. So if you missed anything, like that's just a nice little glimpse of where I'm at across the board heading into the weekend.
Paul, anything to add that you have not said?
I'll be on Inside the Betting Lines tomorrow with PJ Glasser all through the college football day. A little teaser, A&M plus 6.5 and ODU plus 6.5. Talk about Vitek's a mess and their offensive line's all banged up.
All right, very, very cool. We'll be checking that out tomorrow. A lot of times on Saturdays after Cubs games, that show is on 670 The Score, so maybe you'll be there. Jake, anything quickly?
Just happy to be here. Thanks for including me.
Thank you.
Love you guys. Also, Orioles first 5 and Rangers on the money line.
All right,
And that was
BetMGM
talking
game
baseball.
day. Yes, we're done for the day. BetMGM game day Sunday morning, 8 to 11 a.m. Eastern. Myself, Jason Lockenfora, Kate Constable. Then You Better You Bet Countdown. They got the show right afterwards, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern. Catch us Sunday morning, Sam and Nick, and I'll be on at 8 a.m. Eastern right here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.